Hi everyone, good morning. Good morning. I think I'm audible and visible. Guys, am I audible and visible? Hi everyone, can you see me, hear me? Can you see me, hear me? Hello? Can you see me, hear me? Hi everyone, hello and hello. Good morning, welcome to Unacademy NEET English. I hope you all are doing very well. So welcome to the another marathon of your class, of your biology of course, and today it is the last marathon, right? It is the last marathon. Today we are going to complete class 12th botany part, and then bache there will be the complete revision of the biology. So you tell me, how do you want to revise the biology completely? Like, do you want the diagram based revision sessions only? Do you want me to pick up the complete class 11th zoology or botany like this, or you want me to take the entire biology? We can take it like this: entire biology part 1, part 2, part 3. So what do you want me to do, guys? And there will be short sessions always, right, where we will practice where we will revise the disorders, where we are going to cover the diagrams, where we are going to cover the most important examples, everything. So what's up? So guys, I was traveling and I'm not keeping well, that's why I delayed the class. Okay, so I thought even you will get some time for freshen up for you know one thing, yes, today our marathon, right? Today we do not have many chapters, right? Today it's not too lengthy. Okay, acha, so you want entire biology ka marathon? We will 2-page notes. Yeah, Guna, 2-page notes fine, but honestly I believe that at this point of time you should go for the NCERT revision and you should revise your own notes. I don't have problem in picking up, you know, the top the 2-page notes, but I don't think that is going to help. So guys, quickly hit the like button, subscribe to our channel, and there is one more amazing update for all of you. So here you guys can see, right, we got many comments, right, from our users that the Unacademy subscriptions are very costly, they cannot afford that, and some were saying ki please extend that RM offer because they want to join it later. So till 24th of April, right, till 25th of April. I thought 24th, but it is valid till 25th, right? So you are going to get 88% off, and you will get 1 year subscription at a price of 54,999. Imagine students, at a price of 54,999 you are going to get a 1 year subscription. And let me tell you, on an average, let's say if you will apply this coupon code, you are going to get it at a price of 54,999, and moreover students, you just have to pay 400 something rupees per month for all the 3 subjects. Imagine, and you are going to get test series, you are going to get revision sessions, you are going to get doubt sessions, you can access any other batch also, and the team of Unacademy NEET English, right, of course we have started our batch, that too in complete English. Imagine bache, imagine. So in the description box there is a link, and do not forget that you are going to get this offer till 25th of April only. Okay bache, so Nimbus batch is for class 11th, Nexus batch is for class 12th, and Phoenix batch is for class for the dropper, right bache? So let me tell you one thing. Let's say if you will start in the month of April, okay, chalo, let's say you have started in the month of May, June, July, August, September. Till September you can finish your syllabus. Okay, you in October, November you can revise. right? If you are in class 11, then obviously you can have the revision again. Class 11 syllabus is little more, so obviously it will be completed in 6 months properly. And but in class 12, this is what you guys can do. Okay, after completing the syllabus, you can have your class 11th revision, and then again one more round of revision of the same syllabus will be there. Okay, okay. So in the Phoenix batch, from the starting itself, you guys are going to get tests. In all the batches, tests are there, but in Phoenix batch, from the starting itself, you will get the feel of NEET. Okay, you will understand how to deal with the performance pressure, how to reduce the negative marking, how to revise the syllabus. That's what we need to take care. So now let's start the class, bache. Let's start today's marathon, and let me tell you, today we are going to start with the microbes and human welfare. If you guys have attended last 5-year PYQ practice session, so you have seen from microbes and human welfare 2 to 3 questions will come. Let's say 3 questions, 4 3s are 12. So for 12 marks we have to study, and from microbes and human welfare you are not going to get any different question ever. You are literally not going to get any different question to get ever. Okay, okay. The kind of questions, they are fixed. Just say one question will be from sewage treatment. Okay, one question will be from that bioinsecticide, biopesticide, right, bache? One question will be there from that bioactive molecules. Fine, bioactive molecules. Okay, and then the example of some bacteria, or you can say that some microbes that are used in human welfare. Okay, okay. So to the point. Okay, to the point, we are going to revise in this particular chapter. So after it we will start ecology, and in the ecology also, after the syllabus deduction, organism and population, only population part is there. Ecosystem is a very easy and a simple chapter. Then biodiversity, then we will go for evolution, and finally sexual reproduction in flowering plants. Okay, because this is something we have revised so many times. Okay, this is something we have revised so many times. So let's start the microbes and human welfare. You will feel confident also. Let's get these 12 marks in 1.5 hours. So are you people ready for the session? I want to see some energy, some fire in the chat section, guys. Quick, are you guys ready for the class? Are you people ready for the class? We are not going to go, we are only going to discuss NCERT, and we are going to highlight the most important things. So here you people can see that besides macroscopic plants and animals, microbes are the major components of biological system on this earth. See, microbes, microorganisms that you cannot see with the naked eyes. Why? Because of their size. If you think that our eyes can see everything, no, that's not a fact. It can see from a particular range only. Less than that, if some organisms are having size less than that, right, it will not be able to see it. We will be needing the microscope for that. Okay, we'll be needing the microscope for that. So now you know that we have macro means large, macroscopic animals also, yeah, macroscopic plants also, right, which you can see with the naked eyes, but there are many which we cannot see with the naked eyes. So it is not always mandatory that the things that you cannot see with the naked eyes, they are harmful only. No, here in this chapter, microbes and human welfare, that how these organisms, how these microbes, they are important for us. How are they helping us? How are we dependent on it? Okay, let's relate few things. Just say, you know that even in our gut, even in our digestive system, even in our gut, in our alimentary canal, we have the flora of the gut, microorganisms that are helping in the digestion. If they will not be there, our system, it will be affected, right? I hope you have seen that ad, Yakult, right? Probiotics. I hope you guys can relate it a bit, right? Very simple examples are there. You can start from your kitchen itself. Curd, right? Especially in the summers, we need it a lot. It is highly nutritious. Curd, right? You know about the bread. Okay, then when you talk about the beverages, you talk about the drinks. Okay, you talk about the drinks. So there are other examples also. There are many examples. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? Guys, is there any issue with my voice? Guys, is there any issue with the voice? What is the issue with the voice? Yes or no? Samiksha? Chinu? Some are saying it's perfect. Some are saying there is an issue. I don't know. Now, huh? If it is fine, then send me this. If it is not, then send me this. Quick. Okay. Guys, you really need to check your system's voice, because from my side it's fine. Okay, so now come to the topic. So this is what we are talking about, the microorganisms. So one way or another way they are helping us. Okay, they are helping us. I'll give you the example of Bacillus thuringiensis as well. You know about the Bacillus thuringiensis, isn't it? You people know about the Bacillus thuringiensis. So when you talk about the Bacillus thuringiensis, it is a rod-shaped bacteria. Okay, what is it? It is a rod-shaped bacteria. You know that it will produce some protein crystals, it will produce the toxin, and that toxin can destroy the other organisms. Isn't it? That toxins can destroy the other organisms. Right, bache? Are you getting my point? Okay? So that is how things are related. Okay, so one way or another way these microbes are also helping us, and in this particular chapter that's what we need to mark, right bache? So microbes, they are present everywhere in our bodies, in water, within animal body, on plants, and you know that they can survive everywhere. Okay, they can survive everywhere. You know the example of archaebacteria. That archaebacteria, they can survive in very harsh conditions. Do you remember this thing? Let's relate it with the biological classification. When you talk about the archaebacteria, right, what is it? The archaebacteria, they are the primitive bacteria, bache. What is it? They are the primitive bacteria. Okay, so this archaebacteria, you know that they are thermophiles. What are they? They are thermophiles. Yes, they are halophiles. One more word is there, right? They are thermophiles, thermoacidophiles rather, right? They are halophiles, and you have the example of methanogens as well. Right, so if you will consider these examples, I'm just relating this part with the biological classification. You know that these archaebacteria, they can survive where the temperature is very high and even the acidic conditions are there. They can survive in the saline environment as well, right? And they can also survive under anaerobic conditions. They can produce the methane as well. So microbes can survive anywhere. They can survive in deep thermal vents, in thermal vents, deep inside the geysers where the temperature may be above 100 degrees Celsius, right bache? So this is what we need to discuss. Now here they have given one point, and that is they are diverse. Right, they are of different types. They have the variety. So one word is given as protozoan. Do you remember protozoa? It belongs to kingdom Protista. So it is unicellular eukaryotic organism. Bacteria, Monera, fungus is there. Again it is eukaryotic, and there are some microscopic plants and animal viruses, viroids, and also the prions. So quickly in the chat section, tell me the difference between virus and viroids. Quick. These are the keywords, students. Virus and viroids and prions are there, right? So students, virus, you know that virus, it is having the genetic material. That genetic material can be yes bache, that genetic material can be RNA or DNA. So on the basis of that, we have RNA viruses, DNA viruses, plus they are covered with the protein coat. And that protein coat is capsid. Viruses, right? Then you talk about the viroids. When it is viroids, so here RNA is infectious. They are having the infectious RNA with no protein coat. When you talk about the viruses, see, in the case of viruses, there are two scenarios: enveloped viruses, right? Non-enveloped viruses. means some viruses, they are having the genetic material that is further covered with the protein coat, plus they are having the lipid envelope. But some viruses, they are just having the genetic material is covered with the protein coat, but they do not have the lipid envelope. Now here when you are talking about the viroids, you are talking about the infectious RNA. It is the RNA only which is infectious. Now student, in the comment section after the class, that is your homework. Okay, that is your homework. You will tell me the disease caused by viroids. So what is viroid? Infectious RNA. There is no protein coat. There is no protein coat. So this is what you have to tell me. You will tell me about the disease. Next word is prions. Prions means P for protein. But what kind of protein it is? It is abnormally folded protein. Right? It is abnormally folded protein. Are you getting my point? It is abnormally folded protein. Okay? Clear बच्चे? What is it? It is abnormally folded protein, isn't it? Right? So abnormally folded protein, that is also causing the disease. So in the case of prions, if you remember CJD, mad cow disease, right? So that is important. That is important, right? So we have these. They are even smaller than. जैसे viroid is even smaller than the virus. Okay, बच्चे? Okay, बच्चे? So you know that microbes, microorganisms, just like your bacteria, just like the fungus, we can grow it on the nutritive medium. And this nutritive medium will have everything essential for the growth of such microbes. Right? It is having everything essential for the, yes, everything essential for the growth of microbes. Okay, everything essential for the growth of microbes. Understood? Understood? Sure? Everything essential for the growth of microbes. Right, bache? Right, bache? So imagine here you are growing a bacterial culture, let's say. So you cannot see bacteria with your naked eyes. But when there will be so many bacteria, they will grow in masses. So obviously they are going to form some colonies. And you can see that colonies with your naked eye. Naked eyes. Clear, bache? So look at this part. This is important. This is important. All the diagrams of this chapter. So this is bacteria again. Right? This is bacteria. So it is a rod-shaped bacteria. Rod-shaped means it is a cylindrical bacteria. Cylindrical shape means it is bacillus, like your bacillus thuringiensis. When it is spherical, which word are you going to use? The word is coccus. The word is coccus. Like you have streptococcus. Like you have streptococcus. Here you can see a rod-shaped bacteria, plus it is having so many flagella. Right, so many flagella. Can you see that? Can you see that? So they can be flagellated, they can be without flagella. But one thing that you have to remember, because it is a bacteria, this flagella is made up of flagellin protein. This flagella is made up of flagellin protein. It is not made up of tubulin. In the eukaryotes, it is made up of tubulin, but here it is made up of flagellin. Is it clear? Here it is made up of flagellin. Is it clear? Is it clear? This is bacteria. जैसे Atrichus trichus on the basis of their flagellation. Okay, so this is the bacteriophage. Okay, let's wait. Oh, finally. So it is a bacteriophage. What is a bacteriophage? Again, it's a virus. It's a virus. What kind of virus it is? It is mainly the DNA virus. So when you look at this bacteriophage, which is a virus, DNA virus, it is a hyperparasite. What is it, students? It is a hyperparasite. Why do we call it as a hyperparasite? Why do we call it as a hyperparasite? I am saying it is a hyperparasite. But why do we call it as a hyperparasite? Yes, everyone? Yes, everyone? Because it is parasitic on a bacteria. It is a parasite which is parasite on a parasite. Right? It is a parasite which is parasitic on a which is basically dependent on another parasite. Okay? Okay, so that is why it is a hyperparasite, having head, collar, tail, plates. This is the pin here. So pronges. So on the basis of diagram also questions can come. This is also a virus. And what type of virus it is? It is the adenovirus. Okay, it is the adenovirus. So again, bache, that is your homework. It causes the respiratory infection, no doubt, right? It is clearly written that it causes the respiratory infections, but in the comment section you will tell me that a particular disease caused by this adenovirus. And here you can see some compact, right, some tough rod shaped viruses also, right? So it is a rod shaped tobacco mosaic virus, which is a RNA virus. Okay, so these are the magnified structures. So if in the paper you will get such examples, will you be able to answer the questions? Will you be able to answer the questions? If you will get such type of questions, will you be able to answer? I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can. Okay, so here you can see the colonies, right? The bacteria is growing in a petri dish, and the fungal colonies as well. Okay, and the fungal colonies as well. So now the very first thing that we need to note down is the microbes in household product. So what you have to do, you should make a list. Okay, you should make a table. You should make a list, you should make a table, and the very first thing that we are going to discuss is your lactic acid bacteria. What's that? It is the lactic acid bacteria. It's lab, right? It is the lactic acid bacteria. It is lab. Okay, it is lab, lactic acid bacteria. So it is also known as lactobacillus. It is also known as lactobacillus, right bache? Lactic acid bacteria. So you know na, you know about curd, जैसे milk. Let's discuss this complete process. What is actually going to happen? You know that milk is there. Milk is there. Just let's say you have the milk, you are going to boil it, right? Then you will bring it you will bring it to the lower temperature. Then what we do? We just take the curd, the half spoon or something, and we add it in the milk. We add it in the milk. What is that? That is basically the inoculum. What is it? That is basically the inoculum. What is it? It is basically the inoculum, means source. It is that source of bacteria. It is that it is basically causing the infection. It is the source of bacteria. So you are going to take the milk, you will boil it, will bring the temperature little down, then you will add it. I hope you have seen that. Okay, so you are going to add the curd there. Why? Because that curd is a source of bacteria. So what is that bacteria ultimately going to do? You know that milk is having a sugar, that is your lactose sugar. Lactose is the sugar which is present in milk, and it is a disaccharide. I hope you guys are aware of it. It is what? It is a disaccharide. Disaccharide means it is made up of two subunits, yeah, two monosaccharides. Just say it is having glucose or galactose. It is having glucose or galactose. It is having glucose or galactose. Clear bache? Clear bache? Right. So milk is the point. Milk is having the sugar lactose, right? So it is a disaccharide. It is having glucose and galactose, right? Milk sugar. So now this bacteria will add on this sugar. Now this bacteria will add on this, will act on this sugar, will convert, because it is the bacterial fermentation, right? It is a kind of bacterial fermentation, right? So what is going to happen here? Your lactose will be converted to acid. Which acid? Lactic acid. Which acid? Lactic acid. You know na, lactic acid, even it forms in our muscles. You know na, that can cause fatigue in the muscle. Then Cory's cycle is there, by which again this lactate will be converted to pyruvate, and finally the glucose will be formed. So bacterial fermentation is there, lactic acid will form. Now this lactic acid will act on milk protein, right? And what is that milk protein? That is casein. So basically this lactic acid will act on milk protein and will cause coagulation of milk protein. Okay, curdling of milk protein or coagulation of milk protein will be done, and then you will get your curd. So when you talk about the curd, it is more nutritious. Okay, it is highly nutritious. It is more nutritious than milk, right? It is more nutritious than milk. In the curd, bache, what do we have? Vitamin B12. That is very important for your RBC production. That is very, very, very important for your RBC production. You know that in our stomach, right? If you talk about the stomach, the cells of stomach, right? So you have the parietal cells. You have the parietal cells, also known as oxyntic cells. You have the parietal cells, also known as oxyntic cells. So these cells, they secrete what? They secrete, you remember HCl as well as your Castle intrinsic factor, as well as your Castle intrinsic factor. Castle intrinsic factor, do you remember that? So that Castle intrinsic factor will help in the vitamin B12 absorption. That is very important for the RBC production. That is why curd is highly nutritious. So one bacteria that you need to remember is your lactic acid bacteria. Understood? One example is of lactic acid bacteria. Understood? Now come to the next part. Next part may, of course, we are going to talk about the unicellular fungus, that is yeast. It is what? It is the unicellular fungus, and this is basically, it belongs to Ascomycetes. Ascomycetes, right? Ascomycetes, kingdom fungi, right? Pineapple with the dates, kingdom fungi, pineapple with the dates. Let me recall it. Kingdom fungi, pineapple with dates, means Phycomycetes, Ascomycetes, Basidiomycetes, Deuteromycetes. Okay, Deuteromycetes. So kingdom fungi belongs to this. Sorry, not kingdom fungi, your yeast belongs to this. And you know, the first time the enzyme zymase, it was also obtained from the yeast. It was also obtained from the yeast by Buchner. So you know that when you talk about the yeast, it is your Saccharomyces. It is having different species, of course. Just a minute. So Saccharomyces cerevisiae, right? That is what your yeast is. That is what your yeast is. So it is having the enzyme. So it is also the brewer's yeast or the baker's yeast. There are different species also. There are different species also. It is also the brewer's yeast or the baker's yeast. So when you talk about the Saccharomyces, you know that it is used in the formation of bread. Why? What is going to happen? Why is it so? Why? Because of alcoholic fermentation. Students, we are already done with your class 11th botany syllabus. You know that in the respiration chapter. Do you know that in the respiration chapter? That's what we discuss. In the chapter respiration, that's what we discuss. We talk about the alcoholic fermentation. Anyone in the class? Anyone in the class who can recall this part? So DR is the trick here. The first step is decarboxylation, second step is reduction. So in alcoholic fermentation, right, ethyl alcohol is produced. Ethyl alcohol is produced plus carbon dioxide is also released. Alcoholic fermentation. So because of that, right, because of that alcoholic fermentation, just say you talk about the bread, carbon dioxide is released. That gives that bread the puffed up appearance. The puffed up appearance in the bakers. So while making the alcoholic beverages, that ethyl alcohol, it is what we need. Okay, it is what we need. So you know that in alcoholic fermentation there are two steps. There are two steps, decarboxylation or reduction is there. So basically pyruvate will be converted to acetaldehyde here, and in reduction acetaldehyde is going to form the ethyl alcohol. So I hope you remember this. So if you remember it, do let me know in the chat section. Do let me know in the chat section if you remember it. Quick everyone. Quick. Do let me know in the chat section. Done, students? Sure? Very good, very good, very good. Okay, so this is what you have to remember, and that is how you can relate the things. So look at this part, the dough which is used for making foods, right? The dough which is used for making foods like dosa, idli, it is fermented by bacteria. So when it comes to dosa and idli, then it is not fungus, you are talking about the bacteria. And why that puffed up appearance is there, bache? Because of the production of carbon dioxide gas. Okay, right? So puffed up appearance is also because of the carbon dioxide gas. Now similarly, the dough which is used for making bread is fermented using baker's yeast, right bache? Saccharomyces cerevisiae, right? So number of traditional drinks and food, they are also formed by the fermentation of bacteria. That's a toddy. Toddy is a traditional drink which is there in the southern parts of the country. So it is formed by fermenting sap from the palms. Any doubt? Any doubt? So you can make one liner notes. Okay, you guys can make one liner notes. Understood? Understood? Okay, so dosa, idli, bacteria. When it comes to bread, that is a fungus, that is your yeast. Then bache, toddy, which is a traditional drink, right, which is due to the fermenting, which is the result of fermentation of sap. Again, it is due to microbes. Then ferment fish, soya bean, bamboo shoots, they are there. Now cheese. Come to this part, cheese. It is also a short. So today this is how we are going to revise. We will pick up the short questions and answers. So when you talk about the cheese, there are different type of cheese. Just say you have the raw cheese, you have the Swiss cheese, okay. You have the Swiss cheese, and even the blue cheese is also there. Blue cheese is also there. There are different types of cheese. So when you talk about the Swiss cheese, Tom and Jerry, Swiss cheese. You remember, right? It is having some holes. So it is a famous question. Why that holes are there? Due to carbon dioxide production. Why that holes are there? Due to carbon dioxide production. Secondly, bache, Swiss cheese is formed. It is due to the result of the bacteria. Right? Bacterial fermentation is there. That is Propionium. Okay, Propionium Bacterium Shermani. Propionium Bacterium Shermani. Okay, what's that? That is Propionium Bacterium Shermani. Are you getting it? Swiss cheese. So yes, the name of bacteria, it is your MCQ. This question, it is also your MCQ. Now when you talk about the blue cheese, right, it is formed due to that fungal mold. Okay, it is also known as Roquefort cheese. What is it? It is also known as Roquefort cheese, and it is obtained due to it is the result of the fungus, that is Penicillium. That is Penicillium roqueforti. That is Penicillium roqueforti. That is Penicillium roqueforti. Clear bache? Clear bache? Hanji Liharika? Yes? Clear? Guys, I know you are not taking the botany part seriously. You are thinking you already know everything from the botany, but you never know about the final paper, right? So don't take it lightly. Please start revising it. Okay, be sincere. Stop chit chat. That you can do even after 10 to 15 days. After 10 to 15 days, that is what you people are going to do, right? That is what you people are going to do. Are you getting my point? After 10 to 15 days, what you people are going to do? After 10 to 15 days, you will just discuss that, oh my God, I wish to go back. I wish to start my preparation again. I don't know what have I done, right? Either you are going to talk like this, or you will be like, yeah, my paper was superb, right? I'm just waiting for the marks. You know what? This question was easy. That question was easy. I have seen Ambika ma'am's lecture. They have completed the entire biology. Okay, so you decide what type of conversation do you want after your NEET examination. If you want the conversation like this, right? Ki yaar, I wish to start my preparation again. I wish I would have utilized the time, right? That time I was just wasting. I was just chit-chatting. I want to start again, this and that. Hannah, you decide what type of conversation you want. Okay, what type of conversation you want. Done? So now focus here. So this is one question, this is another. So this blue cheese, it is because of that fungus, that is Penicillium roqueforti. That is Penicillium roqueforti. Okay, that is Penicillium roqueforti. Done, bache? So that you know the name of that specific fungus, which will give it a particular, what do we call it? Yeah, which will give it that particular appearance and taste. Now, microbes, they are not just used in the kitchen only, in the industries also, and here you will talk about the beverages. Right, alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages. You can discuss about anything, alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages. So this is the next part that we have to discuss, right? This is the next part that we have to discuss. So make sure you are making the notes, bache, right? Make sure you are making the notes, bache. So there are two things. So here we will be talking about the fermented beverages. We are going to talk about the fermented beverages, and here we will be using your Saccharomyces species. Okay, and it is your baker's yeast. It is your baker's yeast, Saccharomyces cerevisiae. It is your baker's yeast. It is the fermented beverages, right? It is the baker's yeast. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? So obviously it needs your, yes bache, it needs what? It needs your, yes, it needs your a nutrient medium. Then fungus will feed on that, and obviously alcohol will be produced. Clear bache? Clear bache? So nutrient medium can be malted cereals, it can be fruit juices, it can be malted cereals and fruit juices. So accordingly you will have different type of beverages. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? So alcohol percentage, you know that it varies. Just we have undistilled and distilled beverages, right? But before that, how are we going to prepare it? You know that here you are talking about the industries. So in industries we need the large scale production. What do we need in industries? We need the large scale production. So when you talk about that large scale production, do you remember what are you going to discuss here? The fermenters. That fermenters are nothing but they are the bioreactors. Even in the chapter biotechnology we have discussed that. They are what? They are the bioreactors. You are calling them as fermenters. So what are you going to do here, bache? You will add the nutrient medium here. You will add the nutrient medium here. You will grow the microorganism here. Just let's say here obviously fermentation, we are talking about the yeast here. You will grow it here, and this yeast, it will produce that respective products. Okay? So these are the bioreactors. So we have to set the cultures. Even in the chapter biotechnology I have discussed it, bache. So there are different types of culture. Just let's say there is a batch culture. I'll tell you what is the meaning of a batch culture. What is the meaning of a batch culture? Let's say, right, in a bioreactor, in a fermenter, obviously you have to maintain the sterile condition. You are going to put your nutrient medium. Then what will you do? You will add that microorganism. Microorganism will start feeding on this nutrient medium. Obviously initially their growth will be slow. I hope you can relate. Their growth will be slow. You will call it as lag phase. Then exponential rise in their growth will be there. Obviously log phase will come. This is how it is. And here, because you have added the nutrient medium once, you have added your fungus once, so it is going to feed on it. Okay, so when it is the batch culture, just imagine I have started my classes. Okay, I'm like, firstly I will take 30 students, I will complete their syllabus, then I will take another 30 students. So in batches you are growing it. Okay, in batches you are growing it. This is the batch culture. You will add everything once, and after that when the nutrient medium is exhausted, you will check it, you will get your product, right? There are fed batch cultures also. Then comes the continuous culture. This continuous culture is better for the yield. Okay, it will give you better yield. Why? Because you are adding the nutrient medium continuously here. Just now let's say I have started my classes, and after every week I am taking new students, continuously admission is going on, right? Continuously admission is going on. So what is happening here? You have added that, you are adding from one side, you are adding the nutrient medium, from another side you are just taking out that exhausted material, and then you are also obtaining your products simultaneously. So nutrient medium, there is no restriction on that nutrient medium, right? It will be supplied. So obviously microorganisms, they are getting sufficient food, they are getting that kind of unlimited food, so they will keep on feeding it, they will feed it, they will feed on it, and after some time what is going to happen, bache? Obviously here in continuous culture, your microorganisms, they are having the exponential growth, they are in their lag phase. Why is it so? Why are they in their lag phase, students? Because obviously they are in their lag phase. Why, bache? Because continuously they are getting the food. Am I right, Abhinya? Continuously they are getting the food, right, bache? So obviously the better yield will be there. So this is how the cultures will be set. Okay, this is how the cultures will be set. So you can see this fermenter here, right? You can see this fermenter here. So look at this fermented beverage. So it's not like that madam is in mood to teach you what is a beer, what is rum, gin. Of course not. It is our topic. Okay? So fermented beverages. Okay, so you know that wine, beer, whiskey, brandy, rum, hai na? Stay away from all these things, students, right? This is what we are going to talk about. So again our Miss East is going to take care of it. Okay, right? It is your brewer's yield. So as I said, the fermenter is the nutrient medium will be either of malted cereals and the fruit juices, right, bache? So this we can have with or without distillation. We can have beverages with or without distillation, and it also depends upon the raw material used for it. Clear, bache? Clear. So jaise here in the NCERT, it is clearly given wine and beer, they are produced without distillation, but that whiskey, brandy, rum, right, they are produced by distillation. So one is without, one is with. So again, that's also you need to know. Okay, so undistilled beverages, okay, that are your beer, wine, and even the champagne. Okay, even the champagne, they are what? They are the undistilled beverages, right? And here if you talk about the medium barley gram, okay, for the beer, and here it will be grape juice. Is it clear? Done, bache? So distilled may, yes, and even in the case of distilled beverages, obviously they are formed due to distillation, right, bache? They have more alcoholic content, so means they are kind of hard drinks, right? Rum is there, gin is there, whiskey is there, brandy is there. Okay, just rum, molasses. Okay, this is basically the source. Then barley, here also barley, here for the whiskey also barley, and here it can be peaches, etc. Okay, right? So that is the thing. So undistilled beverages, as I said, alcoholic content will be less. Undistilled beverages, in their case, alcohol percentage is going to be less. Just you can say that here somewhere it is in between 3 to 6% is in your beer, and wine may be somewhere in the range of, right, somewhere in the range of 10 to 20, but when it is the distilled beverages, it can go 40 to 45% as well. 40 to 45% as well. Okay, 40 to 45% as well. So because here the distillation is done. Okay, because the distillation is done. Okay, sure. Any doubt? Done? Clear? So बच्चे, there is one line, I hope you know about it. Yeast poison itself to death when alcoholic concentration is 13%. How many of you know this? How many of you know this? Yes, yeast is going to poison itself to death. Okay, yeast poison itself to death when the alcoholic concentration is about 13%. It reaches, yes बच्चे, it reaches about 13%. ठीक है, it reaches about 13%. Yes, do you know that? Do you know that? Yeast poison itself to death, right, when alcoholic concentration is about 13%. Yes, why? Because it cannot reproduce. This line is given in class 11th botany. Okay, it is from class 11th. This is not extra, it is given in your class 11th. Okay, so yeast poison itself to death when alcoholic concentration is about 13%, because they cannot reproduce when the alcohol level is high, and fermentation will cease at that point. Okay, why is it so? Because they cannot reproduce. Okay, and fermentation ceases. Fine, and fermentation ceases. It cannot reproduce and fermentation ceases. Okay, understood? This is important. Now the next thing is antibiotics. So you know that the discovery of antibiotic is also serendipity. What is the meaning of serendipity? It means by chance discovery. By chance discovery. Okay, what is it? By chance discovery, that scientist was studying something else and they got this. Okay, so antibiotics, what is the meaning of anti? Anti means against, biotic means life, but here it means against the life of disease causing microorganism. Right bache? Right. So anti in Greek word, it means against, bio means life, so together they means against life, but in the context of disease causing organisms. Right bache? So they are the chemical substances which are produced by some microbes, so they will kill or retard the growth of disease causing microorganism. So you know that we have to talk about the Alexander Fleming. Right, so he was working on, please highlight the important points, right, he was working on Staphylococcus bacteria, Staphylococcus, the spherical shaped bacteria, and he observed that a mold growing in one of this unwashed cultural plates around which this bacteria could not grow. Just let's say in a petri dish, he was culturing in a petri dish, he was culturing his bacteria, and he observed that the one petri dish was unwashed, and here wherever that fungal mold was there, na, bacterial growth was not there near to it. Right, so we also call it as zone of inhibition. Okay, we also call it as zone of inhibition. What is it? We also call it as zone of inhibition. Okay, so this is what he observed, and he found out that a chemical is produced by that mold. So the name of the mold is very important, and we know that it is penicillin. So now it is banned, this antibiotic is banned, but yeah, it was the first antibiotic discovered. Penicillin is the antibiotic. It was discovered from the fungus Penicillium. Clear bache? Clear bache? So that is Penicillium notatum, and from it the antibiotic penicillin was obtained. But Alexander Fleming, he did not discover the full potential of it, right bache, as an effective antibiotic. But the Ernest Chain, Howard Florey, right, they used it to treat the American soldiers wounded in World War II. Fleming, Chain and Florey, they were awarded the Nobel Prize in 1945 for this discovery. So the year here is important. Year here is important, right? Year here is important. Okay, so antibiotic. Next, so after penicillin there are many which are obtained. Now bache, see this, they have mentioned another thing, जैसे plague, whooping cough, diphtheria, leprosy. Right, you know that they all are what? They all are bacterial diseases. So can you tell me their causative agents? Yes, Can you just tell me their causative agents? We are about to finish this chapter in next 40 minutes. So please be quick. Then let's start the ecology. Anyone? I'm waiting for your answer, people. Very good. I'm reading it. Very good, Samiksha. Very good, Laya. The spelling mistake is there, Laya. Mention it, everyone. Yes. Arey yaar, you need to be very quick. So plague, yes, Yersinia pestis, whooping cough. It is caused by, even I am not able to recall. Whooping cough is caused by whooping cough. जैसे see, diphtheria, Corynebacterium diphtheriae, leprosy, Mycobacterium leprae. What about the whooping cough? Is it Botydella? I am not able to recall. Quickly help me. Yes, dekha, I am right. So Botydella pertussis. Very good, Ambika, very good. You need to pat your back. Chalo. So after this, one question will definitely come from this part. And not just one, you can even expect 2 questions. From this part. For sure. Even if you will check last year ke CBSE papers, you will see the question from this side. And guys, you are going to get questions you will get the questions from this part in your NEET examination. You can check any previous year paper. So come to this part. So they are saying that the microbes are also used for commercial and industrial production of chemicals like organic acids, alcohols and enzymes. Clear, bache? So example of acid producers are Aspergillus niger. I'm telling you, this is something very important. So from this fungus, you will get citric acid. Mark it, please mark it. And bache, right, you please relate this particular part with biological classification, and in biological classification you have to check that this particular fungus, Aspergillus niger, where Conidia form, it belongs to which class? That's your homework. It belongs to which class? This is the right way to revise the biology. Then your Acetobacter. If you remember last 5-year PYQ practice session, there also we discussed it. So Acetobacter, ACT, a bacterium of, right? So that is a bacteria. So Aspergillus niger is a fungus, citric acid. Acetobacter will give you the acetic acid. Then Clostridium butylicum, it is again a bacteria. Okay, so it will give you the butyric acid. And Lactobacillus, of course, we are aware, it will give us the lactic acid. Got it? Then from the yeast, we know that we will get ethyl alcohol or the ethanol. Understood? And now, right, lipase enzyme. So lipase is the word, means it is related to lipids, the fat. So it is in the detergents. It is in the detergent formulation, and it helps in removing the oily stain. So highlight this part. Lipases will remove the oily stain. Isn't it? It will remove the oily stain, right, bache? Now you might have seen the bottled fruit juices. They are so clear, right? Why? Because pectinase is added there. Okay, so clarified agents, the agents which will clarify the fruit juices, you will talk about the pectinase. Remember pectin, the part of cell wall. So pectinase and proteases are added. So one question will come from this part. This is that important. Okay, so next is your streptokinase. Streptokinase. Okay. Next is your streptokinase, which is a clot buster. Which is a clot buster. Clear, bache? Which is a clot buster. You know that in our body, what is not going to happen? You know that in our body, what is not going to happen? In our body, blood vessels are there. Blood will flow in that blood vessels. It will not clot. Okay? I hope you know that. It will not clot. Right, so it will not clot. Why? Because we have heparin in our body, right? So heparin is the natural anti-blood coagulant that will not let the bloods to clot in our blood vessel. But what if a blood will form the clot in blood vessel? It will block the blood flow, right? Maybe it can block the blood flow to brain, to the heart. So if it is blocking that blood flow to the heart, if this clot is formed in the intact blood vessel, firstly we will use the word thrombus for it. Right, which word do we use for it? Thrombus. Thrombus is that blood clot which will form in the intact blood vessel. So imagine, you know that blood vessels are also giving blood to our heart. They are also giving blood to our heart, to the heart muscles. So what if this clot is there? That heart muscles will not get the blood. So myocardial infarction will be there. Right, but it is, this disease is thrombosis. So in that case, if any person is having heart attack, they are treated with the streptokinase. Why? Because it is a clot buster. Clot buster means it will just dissolve that blood clot, right? It will just dissolve that blood clot. So you can see it is given here, streptokinase, which is produced by the bacterium Streptococcus. Okay, it is modified by genetic engineering. The streptokinase is modified by genetic engineering and will use as a clot buster for removing the clots from the blood vessel of the patient undergoing that myocardial infarction. Now the next point is you have cyclosporin A. Cyclosporin, sporin, Trichoderma polysporum, isn't it? Trichoderma polysporum. Here also sporum word is there, na? Trichoderma polysporum, which is a fungus. Okay, it is a fungus. It also don't let a plant infect the a root pathogen infect the plant. It's a fungus. So what is the function of this cyclosporin A? It's an obvious question. So it is an immunosuppressive agent. It will suppress the immune system. So when do we need to suppress the immune system? When there is an organ transplantation. When there is an organ transplantation. Right, bache? So Trichoderma polysporum. Then bache, you are having the statin. So what is the statin? Statin is basically used to treat the, right? Statin is basically produced from the fungus. Statin is basically produced from the fungus, and that is Meniscus purpurus. That is Meniscus purpurus. Okay, bache, that is Meniscus purpurus. What is it? It is the fungus. That is Meniscus purpurus. So it is blood cholesterol lowering agent. What is it? It is blood cholesterol lowering agent. Okay, it is blood cholesterol lowering agent. Clear, bache? Clear. It will lower the blood cholesterol. How? Because it will show the competitive inhibition. Dekho. See, it is written, it acts by competitively inhibiting the enzyme responsible for the synthesis of cholesterol. So which enzyme is there? Which enzyme is there? It is HMG-CoA reductase, right? So it will not let this enzyme to bind with its substrate, hence the cholesterol will not form. That is how it is used. Understood? That is how it is used. Then there is the topic of sewage treatment. So the very first thing is, what is sewage? See, basically wastewater is generated every day, and main thing in that wastewater is what? It is the human excreta. It is the human excreta. So the municipal wastewater is also called the sewage, and if it is having the human excreta, what is the meaning of having the human excreta? Means the organic, hai na? Organic substances are there, excess of organic substances are there, right, bache? So see, it is clearly mentioned when you are talking about the sewage, you are talking about the wastewater, you are talking about the municipal waste having the human excreta. You are talking about the municipal waste having the human excreta. So it contains a large amount of organic matter and the microbes. And these microbes are nothing but they are the pathogenic. They will spread the disease. What are pathogen? The living organisms that spread the disease. The living organisms that spread the disease. Again I'm repeating, the living organisms that spread the disease. Right bache? So if the sewage water without treatment, if it will be discharged in the rivers, in that lakes, so let's say that rivers are also making our water source. So obviously even we will get it. Even we will get it, isn't it? Isn't it? Yes or no? Isn't it? Isn't it? Yes or no? So obviously that will be pathogenic for us also. So if we have to discharge this waste water, we have to discharge it after its treatment. Otherwise we cannot. Otherwise we cannot. So that is why there are STPs, your sewage treatment plants, that will treat the sewage water. They will decrease its BOD. So the one thing that we need to understand here first is BOD. That is your biochemical, biological oxygen demand. That is your biochemical or biological oxygen demand. This is what BOD is. This is what BOD is. Biochemical or biological oxygen demand. Right bache, this is what BOD is. It is a demand. So dekho, it is amount of oxygen in milligram per liter. What is this BOD? Define BOD everyone. Right, define BOD everyone. We are about to finish this chapter, so you better focus here. What is BOD? It is the demand of, right bache, it is the demand of oxygen. It is the amount of oxygen that would, right, so it is the amount of oxygen, obviously somewhere in milligram per liter, okay, that is it used by microbes to degrade the organic matter. Jaise I told you the sewage water, let's say it is that sewage water, right, it is having that organic matter. Along with that organic matter there are microbes. So jaise here what is going to happen, our waste is their food. ठीक है, our potty is their food, right, our potty, our waste is their food. ठीक है बच्चे. So now when you talk about this, okay, these microbes, they are going to feed on the organic matter. They need the oxygen to decompose this organic matter. They need the oxygen to decompose organic matter. Yes or no? Yes or no? They need oxygen to decompose organic matter. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? So of course, if there will be high organic amount here, then it means they will have more demand for oxygen. They will have more demand for oxygen because they are having high organic matter here. They are having high organic matter here because they are having more demand for oxygen, right? So what is going to happen here? What is going to happen here? So these microbes, they are going to, these microbes, the oxygen is there which will degrade these microbes. The oxygen is there which will degrade these microbes. These microbes, they need the oxygen to degrade the organic matter. So if they need more oxygen, if they are demanding more oxygen, means there is more organic matter here. So that demand for oxygen is your BOD. Okay, so it is the amount of oxygen required by microorganisms, required by microbes, yes bache, required by microbes, right, to oxidize the organic matter, to oxidize the organic matter present in water. So if there is high BOD, then can I say that the pollution level is also high? The water pollution level is also high? Yes or no? If there is high BOD, can I say that, if there is high BOD, can I say that the water pollution level is also high? Of course I can. Of course I can. So high BOD means that microbes, they need more and more oxygen so that they can decompose the organic matter. So that they can decompose the organic matter, right? They can decompose the organic matter present in that water. Okay? So when they will keep digesting that organic matter, obviously the demand for BOD will decrease, and when that demand for BOD is less, means water is less polluted. Water is less polluted. So that's the thing. So in the sewage treatment plants, it is done, right? We have to decrease the BOD. So in sewage treatment plant, you will talk about primary treatment, which is also known as physical treatment. You will talk about secondary treatment, which is also known as biological treatment. Why is it the biological treatment? Because you will use microorganisms here. Then when BOD is down, you will discharge that water, and either you can go for the tertiary treatment where chemicals will be added. So now I will be making a flow chart to discuss it. Okay, I'm not going to read it from NCERT. I will make a flow chart, and I believe that flow chart will be helpful for you. So the first thing is primary treatment. So what is the another name of that primary treatment? What is the another name for that primary treatment? It is also known as physical treatment, right? Just say, let's say today you have decided, that you are going to clean something. You are going to clean a water body. So what will you do? You will see that if there are any plastic bottles floating there, you will remove them. If there are any wrappers there, you will remove them. Same is the case here. The very first thing is the primary treatment. And what is going to happen here in the primary treatment? This is the sewage. Okay, so when you people talk about the sewage, the very first thing will be the filtration. We have to filter it. Its filtration will be done, right? Normal filtration. In the NCERT, sequential filtration is there, na? You have to filter out that water, right? So that you can just, whatever is the floating debris, so that you can remove that, right? That filtration will help to remove the floating debris. Whatever is floating in that water, it will be removed with the help of this, right? It will be removed with the help of this filtration. After filtration, what will be done? Sedimentation, right? Sedimentation means we will allow that some, you know, sand, pebbles and all to settle down. Just for an example, look at this. Just let's say you are flowing the water like this. Let's say here you have placed, you know, some wire gauze. Yeah, here there is a kind of, you know, sieve. From that sieve, when water will flow, obviously whatever the debris are, if there is any plastic bottle, if there is any you know, the plastic wrapper, it will stay here, then further water will go. Now second step mein I just said go for the sedimentation. What is that sedimentation? Let the waste settle down, right? Whatever is that sand, the waste, right, the stone, the pebbles, they will settle down at the base. So now whatever is settled down at the base, you will use the word primary sludge for it. So it can be used for land as a compost, for the land filling. Now whatever is remaining, that water is known as effluent. So the effluent of primary treatment will go for the secondary treatment. I'm covering each and every topic. So sedimentation mein you will form your sediment. It is also known as primary sludge. I told you it is also known as primary sludge. So then it can be, right, it is subjected to composting or land filling. And what happened to that effluent? That effluent will go for secondary treatment. Clear bache? That effluent will go for secondary treatment, and this secondary treatment is also known as biological treatment. Why? Because here the microbes will be used. Okay? Here the living organisms will be used. Understood? So what is the word effluent? So effluent, where will that effluent pass? That effluent of primary treatment will go to the secondary treatment, and it will go to an aeration tank. Where will it pass? It will go to the aeration tank. Air. So basically we are providing the air here, right? Aeration tank it is. Isn't it? Okay, aeration tank it is. So here mechanical agitation and flock formation will be there. What will be there? And flock formation will be there. Now what is the meaning of this? Just say you are going to pass this effluent to the secondary treatment. Here you are having a tank where continuously you are pumping the air, right? Oxygen is there. So if oxygen is there, don't you think aerobic bacteria will grow here? of course that aerobic bacteria will grow. So here some fungal filaments, right? Here you can see some fungal filaments, right? Obviously they all are aerobic. Some fungal filaments along with some aerobic bacteria. These fungal filaments along with some aerobic bacteria, they are forming some meshwork like thing, some mesh like structure. We use the word flock for it, right? So obviously they are aerobic because we are pumping the oxygen here, then they are growing. So now you know what that flock is going to do. That flock will feed on that organic matter, and that flock will decrease the BOD. That flock will decrease the BOD. Okay? So now in the paper they can ask you what flock is. Okay, in the paper they can ask you what flock is. That's what you have to remember. Okay, so when BOD will decrease, what is going to happen? When BOD decreases, now BOD is less, so what will be done here? Because BOD is less, they are feeding on the organic matter, so we are going to pass it to the settling tank. What will we do? We are going to pass this to the settling tank. Okay, just let's say, look at this image here. What is happening? These bacteria, these flocks, they are feeding on the organic matter. Once the BOD is less, they will be like, chalo, let's pass it to the next tank. Okay, let's pass it to the next tank. So when they will pass it to the next tank in the settling tank, so the word is settling, so obviously here also sedimentation will occur, right? Here also sedimentation will occur. So now here that sediment which will form due to this is known as activated sludge. Activated sludge. It is that activated sludge. So this activated sludge is having what? Just imagine, this is that tank. So sediment is nothing but these are the flocks. Now because they have digested the organic matter, they will settle down here. You will call it as activated sludge. Okay, and what is the fate of this effluent here? This effluent, because now its BOD is less, either we can discharge it directly into the river or streams, or it can be used for, right, tertiary treatment. Tertiary treatment means nothing, the chemicals will be added. Okay, so either we will pass it to the river or streams, or we will take it for the tertiary treatment. Now what is the fate of activated sludge? This activated sludge is having that aerobic microorganisms. So now we will pass it to the anaerobic sludge digester, right? You will pass it to the anaerobic sludge digester. Where will you pass it? You will pass it to the anaerobic sludge digester. So it is anaerobic sludge digester, means it doesn't have oxygen. So do you think if it doesn't have oxygen, then these microbes which are present in activated sludge, they can survive? No. And obviously here anaerobic microorganisms are there that will destroy them. So obviously biogas will be produced, manure will be produced, and some amount of this activated sludge is again added to aeration tank for inoculation. So this is the flow chart. So don't you think with the help of this flow chart you can revise the chapter in a better way? Yes. Don't you think you can revise this topic in a better way with the help of this flow chart? Done, bache? Sure? Are you sure? So this is what sewage treatment is. Okay, this is what sewage treatment is. So primary treatment, where primary sludge will form. Secondary, so we have to decrease this this, what we call it, the BOD. Okay, so now this biogas, you know that it is nothing. So during the digestion, during anaerobic digestion, anaerobically biogas is produced. This is a PYQ. So bacteria produce a mixture of gases having methane, having hydrogen sulfide, having carbon dioxide. So this mixture of gases, right, in which majority is methane, it is your biogas. It is inflammable. Okay, bache, it is inflammable. Understood? Understood. So rest you know that we are aware that due to increasing urbanization, sewage is being produced in much larger quantities. So number of sewage treatment plant, they should be more. So here you need to remember this: Ministry of Environment and Forest. right? The Ministry of Environment and Forest. This is MOEF, Ministry of Environment and Forest, right बच्चे? They have initiated initiated Ganga Action Plan and Yamuna Action Plan to save major rivers of our country, right बच्चे? So they have made the sewage treatment plant on these rivers. Is that clear? Right. So now when it comes to the biogas, you already know it's a mixture of gases. Which gases are there? You have your methane, you have hydrogen sulfide, you have CO2, but predominantly it is methane. Okay, so it is produced due to the microbial activity and it is produced anaerobically. Do not forget this word, anaerobically, right? It is produced anaerobically. Understood? Anaerobically. ठीक है बच्चे? So what is going to happen, that all that kitchen waste, that dung, right? Why dung? Why? Because it is biogas. It is also known as gobar gas, right? Here dung is used. Why बच्चे dung? Because that dung is the source of methanogens. You know ना ruminants, right? जैसे cow, it's a ruminant. The stomach is divided into chambers. So in their rumen, the bacteria is there. This methanogens are there, right? The methanogens are there because they need to feed on cellulose. They feed on plant material. So methanogen will help in that digestion. So in the gobar, in that dung, methanogens are present. Okay, okay. So you have learned that microbes produce different type of gaseous end product during growth and metabolism. So gas produced depends upon the microbes and the organic substrate. Just let's say when there is the fermentation of dough, cheese making and production of beverages, the main gas produces CO2. Yes bache, certain bacteria which grow anaerobically, I have just given you the example, on cellulosic material, they will produce nothing but the methane with CO2 and H2, right? So these are methanogens, so they are anaerobes. So example is methanobacterium. Okay, okay. So in anaerobic sludge digester also you will see these methanobacterium, these methanogens, right? These methanobacterium, these methanogens. Clear bache? So these bacteria are in the rumen part of the cattle. So the right bache? So they will help in breakdown of cellulose. Okay, so excreta is also rich in this methanogens. That is why we are using it. So biogas plant may, it is, you know that it's a concrete tank of 10 to 15 deep in which bio waste are collected and slurry of the dung is fed, right? The slurry of the dung is fed. So see this, a floating cover, it is placed over the slurry. Can you see that? Right? So this is the dung water. So dung water mixed in, this is the dung water. So it will be passed here, right? This is that digester. It is having methanogens. Okay, bache. And anaerobically, what is going to happen? They will digest on it and it will remove. So that remaining part, it will be collected here, right? This is the sludge. It will be used in fields. This is the manure basically. Okay, this is the manure. So it is supplied to the kitchen, right? So obviously it is flammable. That's how it is used. Understood? That is how it is used. So technology of biogas production, this is the next question. It was developed in India mainly due to the efforts of Indian Agriculture Research Institute. So let me tell you, IARI, Indian Agricultural Research Institutes, they also, right, in Indian Agricultural Research Institute, they are also having an entrance examination for the UG courses. You can check that. Okay, you can check that. And Khadi and Village Industry Commission, KVIC. So in our school, so that is it. So this is another question. Okay, so in next 10 minutes, let's finish it. So next part is the biocontrol agent. Why are they biocontrol agent? When one living organism is feeding on another, so without creating the pollution, in a controlled way, they can control the other pests, right? So biocontrol agents mein, jaise let's say one organism is controlling another. For an example, your dragonflies, they will feed on that mosquitoes. They are decreasing the population of mosquito. You know that mosquito is a vector. It is a vector, right, bache? So that is how it is. Okay, gambusia fish that feed on mosquito larvae. It's like that. It's like that. Okay, it is like that. So biocontrol refers to the use. It refers to the use of biological methods for controlling plant disease and pests. Right, for controlling plant disease and pests. Right, bache? Right, bache? And that is used by the use of insecticides and pesticides. So these chemicals, they are the toxic. They are extremely harmful. Right, they can pollute, they can pollute the environment. So instead of that, if we will use the biological agents, the pollution will not be there. So here they have given us the examples. Okay, they have given us the examples. But remember, when we go for these biocontrol agents, because it is all about the food chain, one organism is dependent on another. So it will be in a just even if you talk about the predator-prey relationship, right? The predator has to be prudent. Why? Otherwise that predator can destroy the prey population and that predator will have nothing to eat then. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? So that's why natural ways are preferred. Okay, natural ways are preferred. So in agriculture there is a method of controlling pests that relies on natural predation rather than introduced chemicals. Right? Clear. So organic farmer, they work to create a system where the insects that are sometimes called pests, they are eradicated, right, but in a manageable levels. Okay bache, but if we will use directly that pesticides and all, they will create the they are responsible for the pollution. Clear bache? Clear. Okay, so they are saying ki if we will destroy the pests, okay, so because of that, what is going to happen? For without them, for beneficial predatory and parasitic insect which depend upon them as food or host. Let's say if you will destroy the pest, maybe that pest is having a predator that is beneficial for us, even that predator will also die. So everything should be in a sustainable way. Everything should be in a sustainable way, right? So important part of the biological farming approach is to become familiar with the various life forms that inhibit the field predators as well as pests, and also their life cycle, pattern of feeding, and the habitat that they prefer. Because if we will learn all that things, right, we can develop ways to control it naturally without damaging our earth. Okay, bache? So they have given us the example. You might know about the ladybird beetle. So ladybird beetle and dragonflies, they are used to get rid of. Ladybird beetle is used to get rid of, this is my favorite beetle, do check the images, to get rid of aphids, and dragonfly is for the mosquitoes. So they are not the example of microbes because they are not the microorganisms. Okay, they are not the microorganisms, it is they have just given you the example. Now Bacillus thuringiensis, I told you we have completed the biotechnology. So BT, it is going to, during its lifespan, it is going to produce a prototoxin which is inactivated. So when this pest will ingest that toxin, right, the alkaline pH will activate that. Okay, alkaline pH will activate that. So in the market there are sachets which are available, and that sachets contain the dried spores of this Bacillus thuringiensis. It's a rod shaped bacteria. So in that sachet, right, it will be mixed in water, it will be sprayed onto the vulnerable plants, right, just brassica, fruit trees, where these are eaten by insect larvae. Clear bache? So in the gut of the larvae, the toxin is released bache, and larvae get killed. So bacterial disease will kill the caterpillars but leave other insects unharmed. Okay, so you know that even in genetic engineering, we will just take out that gene, we will introduce in plant, and that's how we can make the transgenic plant. So I hope you are aware of it. Bagi, I told you about the fungus Trichoderma. It is basically a free living fungi that is very common in the root ecosystem. So it is biocontrol agent of several plant species. You remember the Trichoderma polysporum which was giving us cyclosporin A. So that's the thing. Then bache, baculovirus, they are pathogen that can attack insects and other arthropods, right? But they are used as biological control agent. They are we have baculoviruses. They are pathogens that attack insect and other arthropod. So in that baculoviruses, we use the genus Nucleopolyhedrovirus because it is something manageable, right? These viruses are excellent candidate for species specific narrow spectrum insecticidal application. What is the, just say you know about integrated pest management thing. Now the word here is narrow, right? The narrow spectrum. Why? This is some pesticides, yeah, some, let's consider that let's say some medicines, they are very specific, they are for that particular thing only, they are not for anything else, they are for that particular thing only. So here the point is, when you are saying narrow spectrum insecticidal application, means that particular, right, that particular insecticide, right, narrow spectrum insecticidal infection, because it is going to, okay, it is going to destroy that particular insect only, it is going to destroy that particular insect only, it will not harm other insects, okay, it will not harm other insects. So they are having no negative impact on plants, mammals, birds, fishes, or even on non-target insects, because they are of narrow spectrum. If there will be broad spectrum insecticide, they will kill the targeted one, but they can also destroy the another one, okay. So they are very desirable when beneficial insects are being conserved, right, to aid in an overall integrated pest management program. So this example is important. So when it comes to the biofertilizer, you have many examples again. You have many examples again. You even know about the bacteria that will increase the nitrogen content in the soil. So they are also, right, they are also increasing the fertility. Clear bache? Clear bache? So organic farming may, of course, the use of biofertilizers are preferred. So biofertilizers are nothing but they are the organism that enrich the nutrient quality of the soil, right? Just say you have different bacteria, the fungi and cyanobacteria, okay. So very famous example is of rhizobium. You know na, rhizobium, in the root nodules of leguminous plants, right, in the root nodules of leguminous plants. So when you talk about their root nodules, right, when you talk about their root nodules, right, so here you will see the bacteria. What will you see? You will see the bacteria here. Which bacteria? That is rhizobium. Which bacteria? That is rhizobium. But this bacteria, when it is free living, then it doesn't fix nitrogen, okay, then it doesn't fix nitrogen when it is free living. But when it will come here in the symbiotic association, it will start fixing the nitrogen. How is it possible? Let me tell you. How is it possible? I will just give you one example, because this portion is deleted from your syllabus now. Do you remember leg hemoglobin? Leguminous hemoglobin. So that leguminous hemoglobin is an oxygen squenger, right? That is an oxygen squenger, if you people know. That leg hemoglobin is nothing but that is an oxygen squenger. So that will eat the oxygen, and these rhizobiums, they are having, means these nitrogen fixing bacteria, they are having nitrogenous enzyme. So that nitrogenous enzyme needs anaerobic condition to fix the nitrogen, okay? So that is how in their case the nitrogen will be fixed. So obviously it will increase the fertility of the soil. So another example given here is, right, see, another example of the atmosphere of the bacteria which can fix nitrogen when they are free living. Free living means they are living individually, they are not in symbiotic association with another, right? Just azospirillum is there, azotobacter is there, okay? So it enriches the nitrogen content of the soil, it increases the nitrogen content of the soil. Clear? So these examples are important. Baki, mycorrhizae, do you remember mycorrhizae? So it is again the example of symbiotic association. It is again the example of what? It is again the example of symbiotic association, okay, symbiotic association. So when you talk about these mycorrhizae, the symbiotic association, so here what is happening? The roots of higher plants, okay, the roots of higher plants, what's that? The roots of higher plants plus fungal hyphae, right, they will form the symbiotic association. Roots of higher plants and the fungal hyphae, they form the symbiotic association. Clear bache? Right. So these higher plants, they cannot, right, because they are growing in such soil where nutrient amount is less, and with the help of their roots they cannot just absorb the nutrients there. They need these fungal hyphae. So fungus will absorb the nutrient, will provide it to the plant, and in return fungus is also getting the food. So this is the symbiotic association that we see in the case of pinus. So pinus, pine tree, cannot grow if there is no fungal association, and the fungus of genus Glomus is used there, right? The fungus of genus Glomus is used there. Are you getting it? The fungus of genus Glomus is used here for the mycorrhizae. Clear bache? Clear, right? So plants having such association, they will show other benefits. They are resistant to root-borne pathogen, tolerance to salinity and drought, and an overall increase in plant growth and development will be there. Okay, then bache, cyanobacteria, blue-green algae, you know that they are photosynthetic also, right? They are photosynthetic also. So they are also used in aquatic and terrestrial environment to fix nitrogen. So Anabina, Nostoc, oscillatoria is the example. So see bache, these are the bacteria, right? Azospirillum, azotobacter. You need to know that they are the bacteria, not the cyanobacteria. When you use the word cyanobacteria, means they are photosynthetic like your Nostoc, like oscillatoria, like your Anabina. So in paddy fields, right, the cyanobacteria serve as an important biofertilizer. It also add organic matter to the soil, increase the fertility. Clear bache? So yes, examples are important. Then let's move to the next chapter where we need to talk about the population only. Again, this chapter is also, we are going to finish it in 1.5 hours again, right? So here also we don't have anything here might be you will take 2 hours. Here also we don't have anything difficult. So attributes of population, that curves, right, that interaction, main topics. Graphs are also there. So 3 questions, minimum 3 to 4 questions you guys can expect. Okay, right? So in 90 minutes we have finished it. खुश तो बहुत होंगे तुम, ठीक है? So okay, if you want break, so it's break time is till till 20 minutes, ठीक है ना? Till 1:30 PM. Okay, till 1:30 PM. Hi everyone, can you see me, hear me? Chalo, I'm done with my lunch. Now you tell me, are you all done? Are you all done with your lunch? And it was a good break. It was for 20 minutes, it extended to 30 minutes. Because I thought that I should also eat something. That I should also eat something. Hello. Okay? Chalo. Done. So microbes in human welfare, 12 marks in 90 minutes sorted. 12 or 12, and it can be more than that. It's sorted. It's sorted. Okay. So the next chapter is the organism and population. Next chapter is organism and population. This chapter is also a very easy one. Why? Because majority of things are deleted from this chapter. Interaction, very simple. If you know that table, everything will be sorted. If you know the examples, everything will be sorted. Curves, too simple they are. Attributes, very, very, very simple. Okay, they are very simple. So let's continue, but before that, tell me, what do you understand by the word population? What do you understand by the word population? Yes, what do you understand by the word population? But yeah, before population, tell me, what do you understand by the word ecology? See, the word is ecology. Logy means study. Okay, it means what? It means study. So it is the study. It is the study. What is it? It is the study of. It is, ecology is what? It is, firstly, it is the branch of biology. It is the branch of biology, and it is that branch of biology that deals with, right? It is that branch of biology that deals with what, right? That deals with the study of interactions, right? It is the branch of biology that deals with the study of interaction between organisms and between organisms and their environment. Between okay, it is a study of interaction, right, among organisms and with their environment, right? So what is it? It is the study of interactions between organisms and their environment, or you can say that among organisms and their environment. So you consider everything here, right? You are going to consider everything, like how two organisms they are. Okay, let's make it very easy. Okay, let's make it very easy, right? So how two organisms they are interacting between, right? How two organisms are interacting, plus how are they interacting with their environment. So bache, when I'm using the word environment, obviously I'm talking about the abiotic factors, right? What am I discussing? I am talking about the abiotic factors, isn't it? What am I discussing? I am talking about the abiotic factors, isn't it? Isn't it? That is what ecology is. So we have to consider everything. How me and you are interacting, how are we interacting with the environment, how are we dependent on our environment, how different population they are interacting with each other, how the organisms of different species they are interacting with each other. Everything will be discussed when you talk about the ecology. So it is the branch of biology. Okay, it is the branch of biology. Clear bache? Clear bache? And father of ecology in India. Okay, who's the father of ecology in India? And that is Ram Dev Mishra. That is Ram Dev Mishra. Right, that is Ram Dev Mishra. Clear bache? Clear bache? So now let's talk about the levels here. Okay, then we will jump to the population part. Now let's talk about the levels of organization here. What we need to discuss here? We need to discuss the level of organization here. In general, when you talk about the living body, you know that we all are developed from a single cell. ठीक है, sorry, when you talk about the living body, you know that cell is the basic structural and functional unit of life. If you talk about the cell is having the protoplasm, and you know this protoplasm is made up of what? Organic and inorganic constituents are there. Now the cell is going to form the tissue, right? The group of cells having similar function, having similar dissimilar structure, similar dissimilar function, but having similar origin. They are basically the tissues, right? Tissues together they will form organs together will form organ system, right? And then when you talk about that organ systems, many organ system together, they are going to make organism. Clear bache? So now this organism is going to, when you talk about the ecology, you start from the organisms, right? You start from the organism. Is that clear? So it is the basic unit of study in ecology. Okay, it is the basic unit of study in ecology. Clear bache? So after it, what do we have? Organism and population, and right, so many different populations. I'll explain all the word: community, ecosystem, biosphere. That's the point. That is the point. Yes or no? That is the thing. That is the point. Yes or no? So level of organization. Right, what is the first word? The first word is the level of organization, right? It is the level of organization. Clear bache? So organism, population, community, ecosystem, biosphere. Organism is the basic unit of study in ecology. See bache, when organisms, right, focus on this thing, when organism of same species, they start living in an area, okay, right? Organisms of same species, when they are living in a particular area, that is something very important, right? So when organisms of same species, they are inhabiting a particular area, particular time, they are making the population of that area. So when you use the word population, okay, when you use the word population, it is the group of individuals, right? It is the group of individuals of same species. This is the key word here, right? Group of individuals of same species, it is the key word here, right? So group of individuals of same species inhabiting a given area, right? Inhabiting a given area, they are living in a area at a time, right? At a particular time. So this is what population is. Are you getting it? Yes, Leharika, this is what population is. Guys, I don't think that today you are in the mood to revise the topic, है ना? You want chit chat, isn't it? So let's chit chat, let's end the class. What say? Let's chit chat, let's end the class, है ना? Even I have so many things to do. Even I have work, I have classes. I'll take that classes. I'll teach in my batches. Why am I wasting my time here? है ना? Focus mode on. है ना? You are not a machine where you can decide focus mode, not so focus, right? Masti, chilling. No. Of course not. Right? And I know you are exhausted. You have so many classes, sometimes physics marathon, biology marathon, this marathon, that marathon. Yesterday you attend HSP sir's marathon, today my marathon, then next class will be there. So I think, right, so I really think that we all need a break. है ना? We all need a break and we should take it. We deserve it. So guys, this is the last warning that I'm giving you. After this, if I will see the random chats, I will end the class without giving any warning. I have another important things to do as well. Okay? Okay? So organism, population. So the word is group of individuals of same species. Let's say in an area you are saying some dogs are there, cats are there, humans are there, plants are there. They are not making the population. Whenever you will talk about the population, you have to discuss the individuals of same species. As a human population, dog population, cats ka population. It should be like this. Okay, it should be like this. Keep it in your mind, guys. Okay, so now when you know that, but it is not possible in the environment, you will see that there are different populations also. Let's say there is a plant population, animal population, microbial population. When all that populations together, right. Next is what, when you say there are different kinds of population which are living under same set of environmental conditions, right. This is the different so this is a different type of population. They are the different populations. They are living under same environmental conditions. They are interacting with each other. So they are basically making the community. So what is community? The different populations which are living under same set of environmental conditions, plus they are interacting. Right, that is what the community is. Now obviously you know that different communities, they are in the same set of environmental condition. So in different ways they also interact with the environment. They are already interacting among each other, but they are also interacting with the environment. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. So when you talk about a community which is integrated with its physical environment, when you talk about a community which is integrating with its physical environment, and there is an exchange of nutrient, recycling and everything is there, then you will call it as ecosystem. What will you call it? Then you will call it as ecosystem. And so many ecosystems together, they will form the, yes bache, what will they form? Biome or biosphere? What will they form? Biome or biosphere? Right, so you have organism, you have single organism. So the organism of same species, they will make the population. Then you have the community, then you have the ecosystem, then you have the biome, right? Then you have the biome, and then finally you will have the biosphere. Finally, you will have the biosphere. So this is what we discuss in the ecological hierarchy. So now organism and population is our topic. We will talk about the population. So one thing is very clear, one thing should be very clear in our mind, that population may individuals of same species will be considered. So come to this part. So we have to start with the population attributes. So you got it, what is population? Now we have to start with what? We have to start with the population attributes. What we need to do? Population attributes, that's what we have to discuss. So when you are talking about the attributes, means you are talking about the important characteristics, right? You are talking about the important characteristics, isn't it? What are you discussing? You are talking about the important characteristics of this. Okay, so the word is population. So here you are talking about the population attributes, means population characteristics. So when you talk about the population characteristics, you will be discussing about the birth rate, death rate, right? You will be talking about the sex ratio, age distribution, age pyramids. That's what we have to discuss, right? So birth rate, death rate, sex ratio, right? The age distribution, that age pyramids, everything we have to discuss. So now focus on the NCERT. You know that in nature we rarely find isolated single individuals of any species. They all live in groups in a well-defined geographical area. They share or compete for the resources there. They are potentially interbreed and thus constitute a population. So this is the definition of population given in NCERT. Okay, so obviously they can interact. Individuals of same species, obviously they are going to interact with each other, isn't it? Isn't it? So now here there is a very, very interesting thing. They are saying the term interbreeding implies sexual reproduction. Yeah, when you use the term interbreeding, right, two organisms, obviously they are breeding. Interbreeding is the term that you use. So basically interbreeding implies sexual reproduction. But obviously you know that we are having the bacteria also. Right, so bacteria, when they are living together, they are also making the population, but they show what? They show the asexual reproduction, right? What do they show? They show the asexual reproduction. So interbreeding implies sexual reproduction, a group of individuals resulting from even asexual reproduction is also a population. So here they are just clarifying it. Okay, fine, we have used the word interbreed, right? Interbreeding is indicating the sexual reproduction, but still bacteria which are living together, which are increasing their number by asexual reproduction, they are also, right, they are also making the population. Any doubt here? Any doubt here? Any doubt here? Yes, if you have any doubt, do let me know, guys. Do let me know. If you guys are having any doubt, do let me know. Quick, do let me know. Right? So all the cormorants, birds, they are in a wetland, rats in an abandoned dwelling, teakwood tree in a forest tract, bacteria in a culture, they are the examples of population. And in this chapter, that is what we have to discuss. So in this chapter, you will see that individual organism is the one that has to cope up with the changed environment. It is at the population level that natural selection operates to evolve the desired trait. So I am relating it a bit with the evolution also. Evolution mein, today we will discuss it. We talk about the natural selection. We talk about the natural selection in the evolution, yes or no? We talk about the natural selection in the evolution. So natural selection is also not applicable on single individual. Nature is not going to prefer single individual. Nature will prefer the population of the organisms which are more selective, which are fit. So it is also about the population. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? So this can also be asked as a question, that natural selection also operates on what? It also operates on the population, not on the single individual. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? So as I said, the population is having certain attributes. Attributes means characteristic feature, right? And these characteristic features are of the population only, they are not of an individual. So can I ask this thing as a question? Definitely I can ask this thing as a question. Ki if I'm talking about the sex ratio, if I'm talking about the age distribution, if I'm talking about the birth rate, death rate, am I only talking about a single individual? Of course not. I am talking about a population. Yes, people, what am I talking? I am talking about a population. Yes or no? I am talking about a population. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? Yes? Yes? So that is what you have to remember. Okay, so population has certain attributes whereas an individual organism doesn't. So individual may have births, they may have deaths, but a population has birth rate and death rates, right? Birth rates and death rate. When you are talking about the rate, birth rate, newborns, N, natality is the word. Death rate, death, that is mortality, right? That is mortality. And bache, B minus D, it is also denoted like this, is equals to R. This is what you have to remember. B minus D is equals to R, and R is what? Intrinsic rate of natural increase. Intrinsic rate of natural increase. So it is also known as biotic potential. It is also known as biotic potential. Clear, bache? It is also known as biotic potential. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? Right? Right? So B minus D is equals to R. B minus D is equals to R. Birth rate minus death rate will tell us about the natural increase. Just for an example, understand it in a very simple way. Just say R is the intrinsic rate of natural increase. It is also the biotic potential. I'll give you one example. If you talk about an organism, a female will be fertile when she will attain the puberty. Right? A female is going to be fertile when she will attain the puberty. After the age of puberty, yes, she can, because her reproductive organs are functioning well, she can give birth to the individuals. We know it very well, isn't it? She can give birth to the individual. Yes, obviously. So, and she can breed or she can reproduce up to the age when she is not getting the menopause. So in that time period, she is fertile. But do you think that females after attaining the puberty, right, they reproduce every month, every year? Of course not possible for a human body. So when you say that a human has achieved The maximum biotic potential means the maximum number of individuals they can form. This is also the way to understand it. Okay? The maximum number of individuals they can produce in their lifetime. That will be their biotic potential. But you know that there are many constraints. If let's say female if let's say a lady is pregnant, the 9 months is for the gestation period. So obviously in that 9 months she is not going to get her periods. The eggs will not release. Further pregnancy will not occur. It will only occur after the childbirth. So our biotic potential, you can say that that maximum ability, that maximum birth an individual can give. This is also the way to understand it. Plus you also discuss it in the plant growth and development chapter, right? There also you understand it, right? There also you relate it. So here I'm simply trying to say, just say, let's say if I'm talking about the population, if I'm saying that 10 individuals, right, they died and 40 individuals they took the new birth. So net gain is what? For me it is 30 individuals are added, right? So that is basically the increase in that population. So that is how you relate the things. You study the different parameters, you focus on the different attributes, and then we say the things about the population. That's the point here. So population has a certain attributes, whereas an individual doesn't. So individuals may have birth, may have death, but population has birth rate and death rates. So in population, these rates refer to per capita birth and death. That's what you have to remember. It is per capita birth and death. So basically it is the increase in number because of birth with respect to the number of individuals in a population. What is birth rate? The new individuals that are added there, right? The new individuals that are added there. But you are talking about the population. So basically you will say increase in the number of birth with respect to the number of individuals. When you are saying a per capita with respect to the number of individual in a population, what is that rate? Okay, what is that rate? So it is expressed as change in number. It can be increase or decrease with respect to the members of the population. So that is the meaning of per capita births. Okay, so there is a pond that you have, 20 lotus plants are present there last year. 28 new are added. Now if you have to, just say, let's say in 2023 20 plants were there. In 2024 new 8 are added, so now it will be 28. It will be 28, yes or no? Now if you have to check the birth rate, you will go like this, 8 by 20, because you have to see per capita birth, right? Per individual, new individuals that are added. So it will be 8 by 20 means 0.4 offsprings, है ना? So look at it. So see this. So it will be 8 by 20, 8 newly added, 20 of last year. So it is 8 by 20, not 8 by 28. So it is 0.4 offsprings per lotus per year. So this is what you are, when you are saying that you are talking about the birth rate in population, you are saying you are talking about the per capita birth. Okay, so if 4 individuals in a lab of 40 fruit flies, they died during a specified time, let's say 1 week. Okay, so death rate in that week will be 4 by 40, 0.1 individuals per fruit fly per week. Okay, so you are considering that time as well. Any doubt? Any doubt? So next is, so birth rate, death rate, then comes what? Then comes the sex ratios, right? Then comes what? Then comes the sex ratio. Birth rate, death rate, next is the sex ratio. So individual is either a male or a female, and population is having a sex ratio, of course. 60% let's say female, 40% are males are there, like this. Like this. So now next is the population at any given time is composed of different ages. So this is the age distribution. What is it? It is the age distribution. I think you people can understand it in a better way. Just say we have pre-reproductive age group. Pre-reproductive age group. Because I am talking about the distribution. Obviously, the one that are not haven't attained the puberty, pre-reproductive age group. Then you have reproductive age group. Then you have post-reproductive age group. Okay, this is the age group. So pre-reproductive, the one that are not reproducing. Reproductive, that are reproducing. Post-reproductive, right, they have reproduced but now they are not. Right, so this is the age distribution. So you know that puberty is also going to play the role here. Puberty is also going to play the role here. You know that. right? You know about this age. So pre-reproductive, this is the ecological ages: pre-reproductive, reproductive, and post-reproductive. Right. Pre-reproductive, reproductive, and post-reproductive. Now when you talk about this is the question, this is the part from where question can come, bache. Now when you talk about the graphical representation of these ages, right? When you talk about, these are the ecological ages, so when you talk about the graphical representation of this, it will show us the age pyramid. Are you getting my point? So graphical representation of different age groups which are in a population, right bache, they will form the age pyramids. Clear bache? They will form the age pyramids, right bache? So graphical representation of different age groups is basically what? In a population, it basically shows what? Age pyramids. Age pyramids. Are you getting my point? It is basically the age pyramid. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? Yes or no? Are you getting my point? Yes or no? Yes, it is the graphical representation of, different age groups in a population. Graphical representation of different age groups in a population. So firstly, you have the growing population, stable, and declining. We have three things, right? Growing population, that's the thing. Okay, so obviously, firstly, see, at the base there will be the pre-reproductive age group, then there will be the reproductive age group, then there will be the, right bache, then there will be the post-reproductive age group. When this is the thing, when this is how it is present, right? When you have more individuals in pre-reproductive age group, just in the countries where youth is more, just in India, youth power is more, right? More people are in this age group. Okay, more people are in this age group. Obviously, they have the potential to change the many aspects of that country, right? But in our generation, you know what is going on. Okay, so pre-reproductive age group, then comes the reproductive age group, right? So pre-reproductive will be at the base, and then comes the post-reproductive age group. So when it is the thing, pre-reproductive age group, these individuals are more in comparison to reproductive and post-reproductive. So it is the triangular age pyramid. It is showing the positive growth to us. Clear bache? Positive growth to us, right? So now when you are saying that somewhere you will see ki pre-reproductive and post-reproductive, when it is almost same, then comes the, sorry, pre-reproductive and reproductive is almost the same. Okay, it is almost the same. Let's say this is your pre-reproductive, this is reproductive, this is your post-reproductive. So when they are same, so you will get some, right, bell-shaped growth pyramid. So zero growth is there. In that case, there is zero growth. In that case, there is zero growth. So it will be bell-shaped. It will be bell-shaped. So when number of reproductive individual is more than pre-reproductive one, come to this. So this is expanding. This one is expanding. It means it is triangular. What type of, right, shape is there? Triangular. So stable may you will see bell-shaped. You will see bell-shaped. And when it is declining, what's the story here? Pre-reproductive. Reproductive is more than pre-reproductive, right? There's a new, young individuals are not there. Yeah, you can say that newborns are not that much, but reproductive is more. Post is somewhere less, obviously. So this is declining. It shows that population is not increasing, it is decreasing. Okay, so that's what you have to remember. 4 marks confirmed. Any doubt? 4 marks confirmed if you know this. Yes, 4 marks confirmed. Any doubt? Any doubt? Sure? Are you sure? So next is the population size. So see this, right? Age distribution is given A, B and C. So I told you already about it. Now they will talk about the population size, but before that I will tell you about the carrying capacity. Right, before that what will I tell you? I'll tell you about the carrying capacity. So you tell me, what is carrying capacity? Yes guys, I'm reading your charts now. Tell me about the carrying capacity. Carrying capacity, that also somewhere comes under the attributes of population, but okay, we will discuss it later. Carrying capacity, which is denoted by K. Carrying capacity, which is denoted by K. Yes, yes. देखो, जैसे let's say it is basically the number of individuals that can live in a particular area for a particular time period, not for a particular time period, but you can say that, right, the individuals that can sustain indefinitely, right? I'll say the individuals that can sustain indefinitely in a given habitat. For an example, just say, let's say there is a place, there is a room, that room can accommodate, there is a apartment that can accommodate 5 people only or 10 people only, right? It is having the facilities for 10 people. Okay, so its carrying capacity will be 10, means it is maximum number of individual, yeah, maximum number of individuals of a population, right bache, that can live in a particular habitat, right? That can live in a particular habitat indefinitely, right? That can live in a particular habitat indefinitely, right bache, that can sustain there indefinitely. So it will be the carrying capacity. So obviously if it is less than K, then still there are chances that in that particular place the population growth will be there. But if let's say if K is equals to population size, means carrying capacity, let's say carrying capacity is 100 and population size is also 100, right? Carrying capacity is 100 and population size is also 100. I'll tell you what is the population size. Population size is denoted by N. You also call it as population density, right bache? Right bache, it is the population size or density. So when your carrying capacity is equals to population size, there is no growth in that situation. There is no growth in that situation, and you will call this, right, this condition is known as asymptote. Asymptote. If population size is less than K, growth will be there. If population size is beyond K, population will decline. But if K and N is what? N is the population size. It means asymptote, no growth is there. Let me explain this, come to this point. So they are saying size of population. The size of population will tells us a lot about the status, about its status in the habitat. Right. So whatever ecological processes we want to investigate in a population, whatever it is it the competition with the same species, competition with the another species, or if there is any predator there, if any pesticide is applied there. So what will we check? We will check any change in the population size. Just say, let's say you know the plant population in a particular area. You have started, right? You know the plant population in a particular area. You have started applying the pesticides there. Then you will see the growth there. If you will see the growth there, right, you will study the things there. You will study that population size is increasing or decreasing. If it is increasing, means now pests, they are destroyed, right? The plants, they are further growing. It can be like this. Okay, so basically the effect of things, the effect of competition, right, the effect of these pesticides, yeah, whatever it is. So what we have to study, students, we use all that things, and if we want to study the impact of these things, what do we check? We check the population size. Okay, so the size of the population can be very low, it can be very high as well. High ke case mein you have the example of Chlamydomonas, which is a unicellular, right, which is unicellular organism. So obviously it can grow in millions. Some species, some population, some, just let's say birds, their number is not more than 10. Just here we have the example, the size in nature could be as low as 10. Just Siberian cranes at Bharatpur wetlands, right? Siberian cranes at Bharatpur wetlands in any area, or it can go into the millions, just like Chlamydomonas in a pond. So population size, which is also the population density, it is designated as N. Clear bache? Clear? So it is not mandatory that you will always check the number. No, it is not like that. You can check the number, the volume, the biomass as well, right? The biomass as well. So total number is generally the most appropriate measure of the population density. When you check the total number, obviously it is the most appropriate thing, but it is not always the thing that we use. Just see, remember the example of 200 carrot grass. You know na, carrot grass, Parthenium hystrophorus, it is the carrot grass, it is an invader, it is an intruder, right? So what are you going to prefer? What will you see? Just let's say you are having a banyan tree having more biomass, right? In its let's say there also Parthenium, the carrot grass, is growing. So you know that, right, that most important is this banyan tree. So a single huge banyan tree with a large canopy, stating that the population density of banyan is low relative to the carrot grass, but right, the role of this banyan tree is more. So in that cases we go for percent cover. What is it? It is the biomass. It is the biomass. So obviously you know that the ecological role of banyan tree is more than the Parthenium. So in that case we will go for the biomass, and right bache, we go for the biomass. And it is not always mandatory that you can check the number, right? Sometimes you have to just take a measure of it. How? Just a total number is again not an easily adoptable measure. If the population is huge, counting will be impossible, right? So for some certain ecological investigation, there is no need to do the absolute population density. It's not like that you will count each and every individual, but we prefer the relative densities, right? Just suppose you are going for a fishing, okay? In a lake you will see that a lot of fishes are there. So you can judge ki that lake is basically filled with. Obviously other factors are also there. Maybe that is the point only where, you know, population is high. Overall in lake the population is not high. Anything can be there. But let's say you are going for fishing and you will see that, okay, fine, in that lake so many fishes are there, right? So this is what you are going to assume ki, okay, this place is rich, right? This place is rich with that particular species of fish, like this. Just a number of fish caught per trap is good enough measure of its total population density in a lake. And we are mostly obliged to estimate population sizes indirectly without counting them. Just a tiger census in our national park and tiger reserve is based on the pug marks and the fecal matter. So here you are not just you will go and you will be like one tiger, tiger number 2, tiger number 3, tiger number 4. No, you will focus on pug marks and the palate. So again, the important question. Again, it is an important question. Clear bache? Clear bache? So size is not a static parameter. What is the meaning of static? It is not stationary. It is not something which is fixed. Okay, the size of the population, Nandini focus here, the size of the population, right, it is not a static parameter. It will change with the time. It depends upon the source availability. It depends upon the competition. It depends upon the environmental disturbance. It depends upon the carrying capacity, right? So it is not something static. It depends upon the availability of food, predation, pressure, weather condition, everything will be considered. So all that things are going to decide whether it will flourish or it will decline. Whether it will flourish or it will decline. So density of the population in a given habitat during a given period fluctuates due to these things. These things are going to decide your population size. Okay, natality, again you know that birth rate, death rate, but here you are considering immigration and emigration. Immigration in, exit. So these 4 factors are going to decide a population size at a particular place. Okay bache? Okay bache? So you know that natality, N is the word, natality, newborn, right? So number of birth given in a during a given period in a population that are added to initial density. Just initially 100, right, then 10 more are added. So you will talk about the natality. And let's say initially 100 were there and 20 they died, then 80 will be the population size. This is your mortality, number of deaths in population during a given period. So immigration, just say, let's say you move to a new place, right? You moved to a new place, you started living there, you are the immigrant there. Now you are making the population of that area, you are increasing the population of that area. Now let's say you were So देखो, it's very simple. A, you were living here. A, you moved to B place. So obviously, what have you done from A? Emigration. You left that place and now you have started living here. This is the immigration. So here you decline the population in area A, but in B you are the part of that population. So immigration and the natality, that is denoted by capital B, it is denoted by I. So obviously they are contributing in the population density. They will increase the population density, isn't it? That is why here in the arrows you will see plus sign. Just simple it is. Let's say total 1000 individuals were living there. Now newborn are 200, immigrants are 50, right? Let's say your emigrants are 40, okay, right? And when you talk about the death is also 200 individuals, they died. So tell me about the population density. Tell me about the population density. Tell me about the population density. Yes, students, please tell me about the population density. Quick. Tell me about the population density. Harshit Bache, I don't know, but for many students my voice is fine. I don't know what's the issue. Right? Total population density. Total number of individuals, they were 1000. 200 plus 50, they increased there. Right? 250 new individuals were added, but 240 means 240 they, जैसे 40 they left, 200 they died, so obviously only 10 extra they are added. So the final answer will be 1010. You are right. So natality will obviously, it is contributing in the population size. Immigration also. Mortality means death, negative. Emigration is also negative. Emigration is also negative. Clear bache? Clear bache? So if n is the population density at a time t, right? N t means population density at time t, then its density at t plus 1. Just let's say nt means population size in 2023. What will be the population size in 2024? How can you check it? You have to consider the population of 2023 plus you have to add this ki birth plus immigration minus death plus emigration. Okay, that is how you are going to check it. Simple. That is how you are going to check it. So another sure shot. Okay, this question is another sure shot. Okay, so mainly it is the natality, mortality that is going to decide the population size. But when there is a new habitat, okay, well, let's say there is a new habitat form, so in that new habitat the immigration will be the main factor, right? Immigration will be the main factor. If more and more individuals will come there, they will increase the population size. So you can see here that population density will increase if number of birth plus the number of immigrants, b plus 1, is more than the number of death. Okay, okay, so if b plus I is more than the number of d plus e, population is increasing, right? So birth and death, they are the most important factor under the normal condition. But bache, when there are any you can say that when only under special conditions means when, let's say, new colonies forming, then immigrants may contribute more, right? Immigrants may contribute more. So it is also something very basic. Clear bache? So let's come to the growth models. Let's talk about the growth models. So tell me, what do you know about the growth models? Hanji, tell me, what do you know about the growth models? You know now we have two type of growth model. One is J-shaped, right? One is J-shaped, which is also known as exponential, isn't it? Isn't it? One is your J-shaped, which is also known as exponential growth form, right? One is your J-shaped, which is also known as exponential growth form, and another one, the realistic one, right? Another one, the realistic one, is your S-shaped growth form, right bache? That is your sigmoid, that is your sigmoid growth curve, that is also known as Verhulst-Paul logistic growth model. देखो, this one is something imaginary. I'll tell you why. Right? I believe that this one is what? This one is it is like this. It is like this. Okay? What's that? It is like this. Here you are considering the time t. Here, like this is the x-axis, hai na? So x-axis pe there is the time, y-axis is telling you about the n, population size. Now this is, if you will ask me, I'll mention it as unrealistic one. It is not possible in the nature. Why? Because it is saying that unlimited food and space is there. As per this model, when organisms, okay, as per this model, when organisms, they are getting unlimited, what are they getting? They are getting unlimited food, they are getting unlimited space, right? What are they getting? They are getting unlimited food, they are getting unlimited space. So what will they do? They will just reproduce, they will just increase their number. Don't you think they will, right? Don't you think they will attain their maximum biotic potential? Of course, yes. Of course, yes. So that's why I'm saying that this is the unlimited, this is the unrealistic one, because it is saying that unlimited food and space is there. So obviously if the food and space is unlimited, the organism will keep reproducing, right? Will eat, will sleep, will reproduce, and obviously in that case the organism will attain maximum biotic potential. So how do we consider it? It is dn over dt. Dn over dt, it is differentiation na, change in population size in time t, so it is considered as Rn. So you know that what is R, right? It is the intrinsic rate of natural increase. ठीक है बच्चे? It's a very important parameter. So obviously in that case, right, when unlimited food and space is there, people are just reproducing. So if you have to check the biotic potential, that will be B minus D. That will be B minus D. So देखो ना, it was like this, dn dt. If you have to check the change in the population size, you will do this now, B minus D. Yes, this will be your thing. Yes or no? Now you know that unlimited food and space is there, people are just reproducing, so obviously some are living, some are dying as well. So if you have to check the population size, you will subtract the death one from the, right, the death individual from the new one, hai na? That is your R. So here dn over dt is equals to Rn. So you are not talking about no k here. Sorry, because unlimited food and space is there, you are not going to talk about the carrying capacity here. Moreover students, you are not talking about any environmental resistance here. You are not talking about any environmental resistance here, right bache? So that's why I'm saying it is unrealistic. Now the another one is this. S-shaped growth curve model. S-shaped growth curve model. Here the food and space is limited. Here food and space is limited. Food and space is limited here. It is not too much, it is limited here. So obviously here you will consider carrying capacity, and here you will also talk about the environmental resistance. Why bache? Why? Because food and space is limited, so there will be the competition as well. There will be the competition as well. There will be the struggle for existence as well. The better one will get their food. So environmental other factors will also be there. So here you will consider environmental resistance, and environmental resistance is denoted by this. Environmental resistance is denoted by this K minus N over K. What, right? What is environmental resistance? This K is the carrying capacity, but this is your environmental resistance. So here what are you going to consider, students? Obviously this is the time, this is the population size. So it is S-shaped. Why? Because initially the organisms, they are adapting in that environment. They will start reproducing. So initially it is the lag phase. Then suddenly it will increase. this will be the log phase, also known as exponential phase, because here they have attained their maximum reproductive potential, their biotic potential, they are reproducing. But obviously, because limited food and space is there, there will be the struggle, there will be the fight. That's why there is a stationary phase as well. Okay, that is why there is a stationary phase as well. Clear bache? There is a stationary phase as well. So stationary phase means it has touched the carrying capacity. It has touched the carrying capacity. Clear bache? Clear. It has touched the carrying capacity. So no growth will be there beyond the carrying capacity, of course. So here you will consider the, right, here you will consider the environmental resistance. Here you will consider the carrying capacity also. So obviously it will be dn over dt, means the number change in the population size in time t, that will be equals to any one. Here you will not consider the n only, you have to consider the environmental resistance as well. You have to consider the environmental resistance as well. So it will be Rn this. So it is denoting the environmental resistance. Okay, right? So here, that's why I am saying when k and n, they are equal, there is no growth. When population size, you imagine carrying capacity and population size, it's all same. How can you say that growth will be there? Individuals, they will fight, they will struggle. So it is, for this, you use the word asymptote. Again, it's a PYQ, right? There is no growth here, right? There is no growth here. No further growth is there. Okay, no further growth is there. Clear? No further growth is there. So it is Verhulst-per logistic growth curve model, S-shaped sigmoid growth it is. So one more thing that you have to remember here is this. Okay, firstly this, mark this. Okay, so right, so if you are familiar with the basic calculus, you can derive the integral for form of exponential growth. So it is nt is equals to n naught ERT. Okay, nt is equals to n naught ERT. That's what you have to remember. Okay, so nt means population density after time t, population density at time 0. R is the intrinsic rate of natural increase, E is the base of natural logarithm, which is 2.71828. Okay, it is also a PYQ if you remember. It is also a PYQ if you remember. So any species which is growing exponentially under unlimited resources condition will reach population density at enormous population density in a short time. And you know that it is not possible because nature will always put some checks. Okay, so here one more example is given. Just a magnitude of R values for the Norway rat, R is this, and for the flower beetle it is 0.14. So in 1981 the R value of human population is 0.020205. Okay, so these are some values. Okay, so now Mr. Darwin is saying something. And you know this, right? You know this. So Darwin showed how even a slow growing animal like elephant, the slowest breeder, could reach enormous number in the absence of checks. Even in the case of elephant, if there is no check on the population size, if unlimited resources are there, if there is no such constraint, bache, even it can achieve its enormous potential, means it can achieve the maximum value of R. Okay. So obviously population size will increase too much, right? When obviously the n will increase when exponentially population is growing. So logistic growth curve mein no population of any species in nature has its disposal at its disposal unlimited resources to permit the exponential growth. So this leads to the competition between individuals. Okay, so the fittest one will survive and reproduce. Okay, that will survive in that struggle, will reproduce also. Clear bache? Clear. So this is what you have to remember. Hope it is clear. So it is logistic growth curve model. So N, R and K, it's all done. It is the realistic one. Okay, so next this is the another important topic. Okay, so from this table only, table and example, the topic will be over. Table and examples, the topic will be over. So that's what we need to discuss. So after finishing it, let's start the ecosystem. That will also complete very quickly. Okay, so life history variation, obviously it varies. Life history, it varies. नहीं. Or even if I will relate it with the parental care, जैसे suppose the organisms in which parental care is more, right, we humans, the number of organisms produced are comparatively less, right. Just let's say when there is the external fertilization, right, in the case of frog also you can consider the example. So if you talk about the external fertilization, you know that what is going to happen in external fertilization. You know that what is going to happen in external fertilization. So in the case of external fertilization, the story will be people, the story will be in the case of external fertilization, key the individuals, they have to produce more gametes, okay, because parental care is not there. So population evolved to maximize their reproductive fitness. Obviously it is the R value. So all the organisms, they evolved to have high R value, which is the reproductive fitness. So obviously they will reproduce, they will add more member, then only they can propagate now. So it is the high R value. This is what organisms want to achieve, and it is the Darwinian fitness. Okay, so under a particular set of selection pressures, they evolve towards the most efficient reproductive strategy. They know there are different pressures and we have to survive, because we have to live, right, we have to reproduce. So they will evolve in such a way, they will make such strategy so that they can have the maximum reproductive fitness, right. So some organisms, they breed only once in their lifetime. Just in the animals, Pacific salmon fish, you know about the bamboo, right? You know about the bamboo. It is monocarpic. It is monocarpic, you remember? So even in the case of animals, this is the example that you have, Pacific salmon fish, right? It will breed only once in its lifetime. So other breeds many times, birds and mammals. So some produce a number of small sized organisms, जैसे oyster, pelagic fishes, but some will produce only small number. Okay, so which is desirable for maximizing fitness? So ecologists suggest that life history traits of an organism, they evolved in relation to the constraints imposed by abiotic and biotic components of the habitat, right, in which they live. So I have already given you the example of it. Okay, so evolution of life history traits in different species is currently an area of research. Now the population interaction. So different populations, when they are living together, when they are interacting, we use the word community. And in general, you know that it is not possible for us to live by self, right? We cannot say that only we want to dominate this planet. We are dominating it, but we need other species also. If we will not get the food from plant, how are we going to survive? How are we going to survive? Right, so we are dependent on fruits as well. So even we are dependent on microorganisms, because after the death they will decay that body, and further they will add the nutrient to the cycle. So this is how everything is related, right? This is how everything is related. So there is no such habitat and such a situation is seen which is conceivable. So for any species, the minimal requirement is one more species on which it can feed. You know the food chain, you know the food web. Even like I am a vegetarian, I am dependent on plants. If I will not get plants, how am I going to survive? How am I going to survive? So you know that there is a chain, there is a web, one organism is dependent on another. And here you are talking about it in the context of species. Why? Because you are talking about population, and group of same species, they form the population. Group of same species, they form the population. Clear? So even a plant species which makes its own food cannot survive alone, right? It needs the soil microbes to break down the organic matter in the soil and return the inorganic nutrients for absorption. Clear, bache? So in nature, animal, plant, microbes, they do not and cannot live in an association. We all isolation, we all need to interact, right? That is how we form the biological community. Okay bache? So interspecific interaction means how different species are interacting. It arises from the interaction of population of two different species. ठीक है? How two different species they are interacting. Okay, so it can be sometimes beneficial, detrimental, or neutral. So you can see this table. If both the species are getting benefited, it will be mutualism. If one is getting harmed, detrimental, another is also harmed, that will be competition. Both are having the loss. When one species is getting profited, जैसे predator, and it is feeding on prey, but prey will, of course, prey will die, predation. Parasitism में one is getting benefit, that is your parasite, and which one will be affected host. Commensalism में one positive, one is zero, neutral. जैसे it is not getting affected. जैसे let's say you are having the now you are grown up now. You are not able. You are not using your certain clothes. Your mother is like, I will give that clothes to your sibling, right? Because it is of no use for you. So you are like, ठीक है, I'm not able to wear. I'm not able to wear them. So you can give that clothes to him or her. ठीक है, I don't have any problem. So that person, the sibling like me, is getting benefited. The another person is like, yeah, it's fine for me, right? It's fine for me. So it's like that, right? It's like that. So one is a mensalism, another is one is detrimental and another is neutral. So that's what we have to discuss. So when it comes to the mutualism, I think we have multiple examples. We have multiple examples. Just say, I'll give you the example of mycorrhiza, where both are getting benefited. I'll give you the example of lichen. You know the lichen, algae plus fungi. They are the natural pollution indicators also. They are the pollution indicators also. Lichens cannot grow where sulfur pollution or pollution is there. So algal component is known as phycobiont. Fungal component is known as mycobiont. So fungi will absorb all the essential thing, will provide it to algae, and algae will do the photosynthesis. So algae, right, so that is how they are dependent on each other. There are many. So mycorrhiza, lichen. Do you remember Pronuba moth and yucca plant? Right, they are also dependent on each other for their life cycle. Right, they all, both are benefiting each other. So that is also the mutualism. And when there is a competition, obviously both will lose. So in parasitism and predation, the only one species benefits and the interaction is detrimental to the another. Right, now you will be like, ma'am, what is the difference in predation and parasitism? Anyone in the class who can explain this to me? What is the difference in parasitism and predation? Answer it to me, quick. Answer it to me. Answer it to me. Anyone, what is the difference? Predation is hunting, predation death of prey. Okay, Shrish. Parasitism living in or out. Seriously, transfer of energy and getting nutrient. No. Try to explain it in a better way. Try to explain in a better way. Yes, देखो, parasitism and predation. As you said, when it is predation, one is a predator that is going to feed on a prey, right? Because that prey is the food, right? So when predator will eat the prey will no longer be living. ठीक है? But in nature, predator has to be prudent. What is the meaning of being prudent? Predator cannot be something which is like, okay, I have to destroy all the prey. No. If it will happen, what predator is going to eat? That's the first question. So it should be balanced. It should be balanced. This is the thing that you need to understand. Now when it is the parasitism, right? When it is the parasitism, so it's host and parasitic relationship. Host and one is parasite. So parasite is going to feed on host, right? So here parasite doesn't want the parasite. It is like, yeah, host should survive, host should not die. Why? Because parasite is totally dependent on the host. So death of the host means death of the parasite as well, right? So it is like host will also try to kill the parasite. Parasite will also develop the mechanism to survive, right, from all that things, right? Because parasite is like, yeah, even for my survival I have to protect myself from the enzymes of host, from the immune system of host. Are you getting it? So here you will also see a kind of co-evolution, right? You here also you will see a kind of co-evolution. ठीक है बच्चे, ठीक है बच्चे. So parasite is like, I don't want my host to die because I have to feed on it. ठीक है. Here also it's not like that कि prey will not do anything for its survival. Prey will also do, right? You know the things like mimicry. You remember the example of camouflage? Do you remember the example of camouflage? So these are basically the adaptations to protect ourselves from the predators, right? Right? So let's talk about it. So one is commensalism and amensalism. So let's start with the predation first. Okay. So so you can think of predation as nature's way of transferring the energy to higher trophic level. जैसे you know that the first trophic level, plants, then second trophic level where there will be the herbivores. ठीक है, this is a food chain, no? Then there will be the primary carnivore, then there will be the secondary, then there will be the top carnivore. So energy is getting transferred, and you know that this is getting transferred in a unidirectional way. ठीक है, how is it getting transferred? In a unidirection, in a single direction, right? So energy will be transferred, and let me remind you, right? जैसे let's say if plants are having 1000, right, 1000 joules of energy, so they will transfer only 10% of that, only 10% of that. So this is what you know now, that so predation is also the nature's way to transfer the energy from one trophic level to another, one trophic level to another, right? Just say let's say a tiger is a predator, deer is a prey, right? Sparrow, which is eating any seed, right, is no less a predator. Even the sparrows, they are eating the seeds, they are also the predators. So animals eating plants, we human being, we are also the herbivores, we are also the kind of predators, right? So besides acting as a conduits for energy transfer, right, means in addition to acting like a channel for energy transfer across the trophic level, predators are also very important. Why? Because they will maintain the population of that prey. Right? If no predators are there, that prey, they will reproduce a lot, right? They will reproduce, they will increase their number, which is again not good. So that's why I'm saying it has to be that prudent thing. That is why I considered there. So they keep prey population under control, but for predators, prey species could achieve very high population density and cause ecosystem instability. Right? So we do not want that instability. That's why these type of relationships are there. So when you talk about certain exotic species, when they are introduced into the geographical area, exotic species, let's say you have introduced a species from some other country, from another place to a particular place, that species will proliferate, right? It will just proliferate. Why? Because it is not having any natural predator there. Just say I'll give you the example of your invasive species, right? I'll give you the example of one of your invasive species, that is your Ecornia. You remember this Ecornia, right? Do you remember this? This is the terror of Bengal. Terror of Bengal. It is your water hyacinth. It is your water hyacinth. So if you remember this water hyacinth, you know that it is an invader. Why? Because it is having beautiful leaves and flowers, right? It was an intruder. It was introduced from some other place here. So it was not having its natural predator. It proliferated. Moreover, it is having that adaptation offset is there. So it can increase its number too much. So when it is growing in a water body, right, what is happening? It will use all the dissolved oxygen of that water body, right? The aquatic animals, they are not going to get that oxygen, right? They will die. Okay. So this is the example that I'm giving you. Now here they have given you the one more example. Just say the prickly pear cactus, which is introduced into the Australia in early 1920s. They have caused havoc by spreading rapidly into millions of hectares. Okay, so finally the invasive cactus was brought under the control only after introducing its predator. Clear, bache? Clear. Right. So predators, they help in maintaining the species diversity in a community by reducing the intensity of competition among competing prey species. Jैसे some prey species, they are increasing their number, they will also have the competition. If they don't have the predator, they are increasing their number, they are also competing for the same resources, even they can die, right? Jैसे here they have given one example. So question will come from examples, right? The question is going to come from example, जैसे in the rocky intertidal communities of American Pacific coast, a starfish pesistrus, it is an important predator. Why? Because there was a field experiment where we observed that when all the starfish were removed from that intertidal area, more than 10 species of intervertebrates, they become extinct. Why? Because they will fight with each other. They will fight with each other. Why? Because they need the same resources. So the one that will that is fit enough will survive there, right? So interspecific, like two different species are competing. So when they have the predator will maintain their number. So they will not reach to that level. Okay, so that is why देखो, predator is too efficient and overexploits its prey, then prey might become extinct. So predator will also become extinct for the lack of food. That's why predator in nature they need to be prudent. Okay, so that is why in nature prey species are also having the mechanism so that they can ditch their predator. जैसे camouflage है ना, blending with the surrounding, या cryptically colored, right, so that they are not detected by their prey. जैसे some are poisonous, therefore avoided by their predators. The monarch butterfly, it is highly distasteful to its predator. It's not at all tasty, so predator will be like, I'm not going to eat it. Okay, butterfly acquires this chemical during the caterpillar stage by feeding on a poisonous weed. So again I will mention examples are important. Examples are important, you know the basics here, right? Kirti, any doubt? Laya bache, any doubt? Laya bache, thank you so much for being so consistent and right, and thank you so much for being focused here, for staying focused here. Okay. So next is for plants, herbivores are predators. So 25% of all insects, they are phytophagous. Phytophagous means they will feed on plant sap. Okay, so that they can also control that. So they are phytophagous. So problem is plants that they cannot move here and there, na? Plants they cannot move here and there. So obviously they have developed the mechanisms, right, by which they can survive. Okay, by which they can survive. Just I'll tell you, plants therefore have evolved an astonishing variety of morphological and chemical defenses. They cannot go here and there. They have the spines so that they can protect themselves from the grazers. Okay, they release some chemicals, right, due to which some browser animals, they don't eat it, right? So these examples are important. Just thorns in the case of acacia, cactus, they are the morphological means of defense. Just chemical means में you have the example of calotropis. You know na, calotropis, right, it is growing in the abandoned field. So it produces a highly poisonous cardiac glycoside, right? So you will never see any cattle or goats browsing on it. Okay, जैसे now some plants, they form nicotine, caffeine, quinine, strychnine, opium, right? So they are actually for the defense against grazers and the browsers. So it is a PYQ. It is a PYQ. Clear bache? It is a PYQ. Understood? Then competition, struggle for existence. Here you will read many interesting things. So when it is the competition, so Darwin spoke of the struggle for existence and survival of fittest, right? So there will be intraspecific competition. Intraspecific, within the species also there is a competition. Why? Because we want the same resources. Interspecific competition, specific competition is also there. Two different species which are not related to each other, but still they may need the same resource. Right, that is why competition is there. So competition somewhere also help in the evolution. Why? Because the one that will survive there will evolve in a better way, will adapt. Right. So as per Darwin, interspecific competition is a potent force in that organic evolution. Please mark that. Interspecific competition is a potent force in that organic evolution. So it is believed that competition occurs when closely related species, they compete for same resources which are limiting, but this is not true. Here this thing is very important. You listen to me. Whenever there is a competition, always you will see that resources are limited, because if resources are unlimited, then obviously there will be no struggle, right? So you have to remember this. Competition means resources are limited. Resources are limited, right? Jaise, see, totally unrelated species, they can also compete for the same resources. Jaise in some shallow South American lakes, flamingos, they are coming there, and resident fishes, both of them, they want zooplankton in the lake. Jaise let's say you are a chocolate lover. Okay, that is a very bad example, but still, you are a chocolate lover, and your 5-year or 3-year-old brother, sister, right, or nephew, niece, that person is also a chocolate lover. So obviously, despite of your age, you want it, you both want it. Okay, there will be the fight, there will be the struggle. Okay, and if you think that you are going to survive, you are going to win, of course not, because that baby will cry, and you have to surrender ultimately. Okay, so here I cannot say it is a competition, because again, it is a kind of intra-specific competition. The chocolate is one, but you both are having eye on it and you want it. Okay, chalo. So this part clear, So next is resources need not be limiting for competition to occur. In interference competition, the feeding efficiency of one species might be reduced due to the interfering and inhibitory presence of the another. One thing is, in the competition, the resources should be limited, definitely. Sometimes if resources are not limited, but resources are unlimited, and you are talking about two species which are there, in their case their feeding efficiency is the problem. Just let's say you all are having same books. Okay, I'll relate it with a real life example. You all are having the same books. You know that your paper is going to come from NCERT. You all are having the same time, right? Your paper is also for 3 hours 20 minutes, but still some of you, they are going to get very good marks, some of you they are not going to get, because of their efficiency, right? They have utilized that time. They are going to utilize that 3 hours 20 minutes wisely. Okay, so time constraints, everything is same, but the issue is everything is same, but the issue is the efficiency. So sometimes two resources, okay, sometimes the resources are unlimited, but two organisms of different species, they are having their different feeding efficiencies. Are you getting my point? So obviously one will be like, okay, I'll eat quickly, the another one will be slow, right? So if resources, food and space are abundant, sometimes the interfering, right, the feeding efficiency can be the problem. So competition is defined as a process in which fitness, the Darwinian fitness of one species, which is measured in terms of R, is significantly lower in the presence of another species. Reproductive fitness of one species is less than the another species, right bache? So there is a lab experiment. So you will talk about the Gauss competition exclusion principle. So Gauss and other experimental ecologists, what they did, bache, when resources are limited and the competitively superior species will eventually eliminate the another one. Obviously limited resources, superior one will destroy the another one, but evidence for such competitive exclusion occurring in nature is not always conclusive. So you cannot say that, okay, in the lab this is what you have observed, but you cannot say that in the nature this thing is going to happen, because in the nature there is one more thing that will be the resource partitioning. Jaise bhai, you have to survive with your sibling, right? You know that you have to live in the same home, right? So you have to survive with that parasite, you have to survive with that person. So what will you do, right? If there is a struggle for the bathroom, that who's going to use the bathroom first, if there is one bathroom in your home, then obviously you have to divide the time, right? If there is one TV, one remote, obviously again. So same is the thing here, right? So they are saying strong and persuasive circumstantial evidences does exist in some cases. Jaise Abingdon tortoise in Galapagos Island became extinct within a decade after goats were introduced on the island, right? Why? Because the goats are having the greater browsing efficiency. right? So resources were limited, but here in this case what happened, one is better than another. Okay, another evidence is what? It is the competitive release. It is also the competitive release. A species whose distribution is restricted to a small geographical area because of the presence of a competitively superior species is found to expand its distributional range dramatically when competitive species is experimentally removed. Just let's say this is an area. Here you are having one hooligan, okay, that has acquired this area. You are like, yaar, I am a very innocent child, I'll survive, I will live here only. Okay, I will not go here and there, I will live here only. Right? You are taking a very small area. Why? Because you are scared of this person. You are like, nahi yaar, I will stay there only. But if I will remove this person, then you will come out of your shell and you will be like, wow, now everything is mine. This is your competitive release. Okay? If there is a competition, remove the one, the another one will flourish. Okay, so Connell's elegant field experiment showed that on the rocky sea coast of Scotland, the larger and competitively superior barnacles, that is your Balanus, it dominates the intertidal area and excludes the smaller barnacle, that is your Cathmelus, from that zone. In general, herbivores and plants, they appear to be more adversely affected by the competition than the carnivores. Okay? So is it clear? So now the next principle is very easy. Bache, we are about to finish it. Please pay attention. Competitive exclusion principle. It is competitive exclusion principle. What is it? It is competitive exclusion principle. Clear, bache? Where competitive exclusion, where two closely related species, they are fighting for the same resource, they cannot live in a particular area together. The superior one will eliminate the inferior one when resources are limited. So what is competitive exclusion principle? It says when you talk about the two species where one species is superior, another is inferior, and you are talking about the limited resources, then obviously the superior one will eliminate the inferior one. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? So this may be true if resources are limiting, but not otherwise, right? But not otherwise. Clear, bache? Clear, right? So while they do not rule out the occurrence of interspecific competition in nature, they point out that species facing competition, they can evolve another mechanism where they can coexist, and that coexistence wala is resource partitioning. That's all. So you have to remember this. Competitive exclusion principle is saying when the resources are limited, superior species will eliminate the inferior one. Rule of nature, ignore it. Then competitive release. This is suppose there is a very large area, resources are also fine, but there is one species in presence of that, another is not that dominating, right? So if you will remove that dominating one, this is the competitive release. So things are like this. So one is resource partitioning, right? Resource partitioning, ki theek hai yaar, we have to coexist indefinitely. So let's do something else. So just here you have the example of these barblers, right, living on the same tree. They were able to avoid the competition and coexist. Why? Because their feeding habits, they were different, right? They were different. Now parasitism mein many examples are there. You know that many parasites, they have evolved to be host specific, means they are obligated to their host. They want that host only. If no host, they will die. Okay, right? Okay, so host and parasites, they show the co-evolution. I hope these things are clear. So we need to focus on the example. I have already given you the example that host and parasite, how do they co-evolve. Clear, bache? Clear? So in accordance with the lifestyle, parasites evolved special adaptation, जैसे loss of unnecessary sense organ, presence of adhesive organs, suckers to cling on the host, loss of digestive system, and high reproductive capacity. So these are some adaptations of the parasites, especially of the endoparasites. Right, bache? Right. Okay. जैसे human liver fluke depends upon two intermediate hosts to complete its life cycle. Malarial parasite needs two hosts, right? right? So I don't think that we need to discuss it further because we need to focus on the examples mainly. Okay, okay. So parasites that feed on the external surface, ectoparasite, right? They are most familiar example of this group is the lice on the human and ticks on the dogs. Many marine fishes are infested with ectoparasites, copepods, and one example is of cuscuta. Cuscuta, which is also known as dodder plant. This is a very famous question, please mark it. It's a total stem parasite. What's that? It's a total stem parasite. It is having hostoria. It will take all its nutrition from the host plant. Clear, bache? Clear, clear, clear. So cuscuta is not having chlorophyll, not even the leaves, right, bache? So it takes its nutrition from the host plant only. Okay, okay. So endoparasites, you know that they will live within the host body. They are more complex, bache. They have more specialization. They have adaptations to survive in that case. So what we need to remember here, brood parasitism, right? Have you seen the movie Three Idiots? Three Idiots? Three Idiots? Life is a race. Life is a race. So a crow, the koel, cuckoo, is never going to make its nest. Why? Because it will lay egg in the, she will lay egg in the nest of the crow, will eliminate the eggs of the crow, right? And that's how the further offsprings will grow. Right, right, that is the brood parasitism. So in which the parasitic bird lays its eggs in the nest of its host and let the host incubate them. Let the host incubate them. So during the course of evolution, eggs of the parasitic birds, they have evolved the resemblance with the host egg in size and color. Right, 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 right. Okay, okay. So movement of cuckoo, koel, and the crow in your neighborhood park during the breeding season, that is spring to summer, and watch brood parasitism. Then bache, commensalism. Commensalism is what? Is it +0 or -0? What is commensalism? Is it +0 or is it -0? What is it? Is it +0 or is it -0? Quick. They go, quick. We will be free early. Jaldi. Tell me. Quick. Very good, very good. So one species benefit, other is neither harm nor benefited. So this is the relationship here. Just an orchid which is growing on a plant. So it is having the, it is an epiphyte. It will grow on it, but is not going to take the nourishment from that plant. It is having the velamen, right? The hygroscopic tissue which will absorb the moisture from the surrounding. Clear, bache? Barnacles growing on the back of the whale benefit, while neither the mango tree nor the whale derive any, है ना, benefit of, जैसे cattle aggregate and the grazing cattle in the close association. Okay बच्चे, okay बच्चे. So aggregate always forage close to where the cattle are grazing, because the cattle, as they move, they stir up and flush out insects from the vegetation. Okay, so another example of commensalism is interaction between sea anemone that has stinging tentacles and the clownfish. So clownfish will live there. Fish is getting the protection from predator, right, and animal doesn't have to do anything with it. Clear, bache? Then mutual relationship mein, I think mutualism mein fig and wasp. Wasp is going to lay the eggs in the fig, and it is getting the nutrition, and fig is getting pollinated. Right, so this mutualism thing is done. है ना, this mutualism thing is done. Both are getting benefited. So mycorrhizae example, okay, mutual relationship between fungus and photosynthetic algae. Lichens example done, mycorrhizae done, and that's all. Other examples may. So most spectacular and evolutionary fascinating examples of mutualism are plant-animal relationship, right, bache? जैसे plants, they need animals for pollination. Okay, 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 okay. So plants, they will offer rewards or fee in the form of pollen and the nectar, and juicy and nutritious fruits for seed dispersal. Done, bache? But mutually, so but some cheaters are also there, you know that, right? जैसे वो, you remember pollen robbers. So that's how you can relate. Okay, so this is also very simple. This is also very simple. So fruit ka, wasp ka example, it's all done. So they will also show the co-evolution because they are dependent on each other. Okay, they are dependent on each other. And bache, there is one example of pseudo copulation as well, if you remember. Pseudo copulation. Remember pseudo copulation? Then there is an orchid. That orchid is having one petal which looks like the bumblebee. Which looks like the bumblebee. Now this bumblebee, right? Now this, yes, this bumblebee will be like, male bumblebee will be like, will look at the petal and will be like, okay, I will go for the copulation, but it is pseudo copulation. So when that male bee will go to that orchid for the copulation, what is going to happen? The pollination will occur only, right? जैसे ये देखो, orchids, they show a bewildering diversity of floral patterns, right? And that is to attract the insect pollinators. So not all orchids offer rewards. जैसे Mediterranean orchid, Ophrys employs sexual deceit. Right, bache? One petal of its flower bears an uncanny resemblance to the female of the bee in size, color and markings. So male will be attracted to that, right? Male will think that it is the female. So it is the example of pseudo copulation, right? It is the example of pseudo copulation. Clear, bache? Clear? So here also it's the story of co-evolution. Understood? Understood? So that's it, that's all. Next chapter is ecosystem. Let's start that. So any doubt? Hanji, any doubt? So let's start the next chapter, a very basic one, ecosystem, where you will see that how environment, right? So we will see here also, we will study the interaction with the environment. So A.G. Tensley coined the term ecosystem. Okay, A.G. Tensley coined the term ecosystem. So it is terrestrial, aquatic, natural, artificial. So it is having abiotic and the biotic component. So it is something self-sustained, self-regulated. It is something self-sustained, self-regulated. Okay, so any doubt? Any doubt? Any doubt? Chalo, it's 3:10. So it's a kind of our last break. After this, ecosystem and biodiversity will be completed together. It's the second last break. Then evolution and sexual reproduction in flowering plant will be completed together. Okay. So. Hi people, I think for the first time I'm on time. You know, for the first time I'm on time. How are you? Hello. Hello. Oh ma'am, actually for the first time you are on time. Chalo. So let's start bache. Let's talk about the ecosystem. So as I said, it is self-sustained, self-regulated, functional segment of nature. है ना? It is self-sustained, self-regulated, functional, yes bache, self-sustained, self-regulated of nature, where living organisms, they are interacting among themselves, plus they are interacting with their environment as well. Right. Clear bache? So ecosystem, it varies greatly in size, from a small pond to a large forest or a sea. Right. So entire biosphere is a global ecosystem, and it is having all the local ecosystem on Earth. Got it? So you know that there are two main categories, terrestrial and aquatic. But before that, let me tell you, if you talk about the components of ecosystem, of course, here you will consider everything. You will consider abiotic factors and the biotic factors as well. Okay, bache, you will consider abiotic factors and the biotic factors. So abiotic factors may inorganic material, organic material, things like that will come, right? Our complete environment will come. Biotic may, you know that you will talk about the living organism. You will talk about that primary producer, secondary, right? Primary producer, then obviously the consumers. That's what we have to discuss here. Understood? So forest, yes, forest, grassland and desert, they are the example of terrestrial ecosystem. Pond, lake, wetland, river and estuaries, they are the examples of aquatic ecosystem. Even the crop fields, right, and an aquarium, they are also the man-made ecosystem. So these are the types of ecosystem, right bache? Okay, so we will see the productivity here, how the energy will be transferred, the output here, right? So this is what we need to discuss here. So ecosystem ka structure and function, first of all, let's start with that. So as I said, it will be having biotic as well as abiotic factor. Guys, NCERT reading in this way is fine. Yes. We are about to finish our ecology. This ecosystem chapter is a very short chapter. Biodiversity can take time, but yeah, in biodiversity and conservation, direct topics are there. Cause of biodiversity loss and the conservation of biodiversity, two very important. Patterns of biodiversity, third most important topic there. Okay, bache? Third most important topic there. So what do you want me to do? That NCERT, yes, NCERT reading is fine. The way we are teaching, the way I'm teaching, it's fine or not? Yes, the way I'm teaching, it's fine or not? Quick guys, please revert in the chat section. Okay, so like this way we can proceed. So in the ecosystem, what will be discussed? The biotic and the abiotic factor. So you have studied how the individual biotic and abiotic factors, they affected each other and their surrounding. So interaction of this biotic and abiotic component, it result in a physical structure, right? And that is a characteristic for each type of ecosystem. Okay, so identification and enumeration of plant and animal species give its the species composition. So you are talking about certain words, species composition. The name is clarifying it, right? It is having the same meaning. Species composition, species composition. Obviously you will talk about the plant and the animal present there, isn't it? You will talk about there will be the identification and enumeration of plant and animal species of an ecosystem. Identification and enumeration of plant and animal species of an ecosystem. Right bache? This is the species composition, isn't it? This is the species composition. Now the next line is also a PYQ. Okay, the next line is also a PYQ. So vertical distribution of different species, different levels, is the stratification. Vertical distribution. In general, you know the meaning of stratification. Stratification means the layering. What is the meaning of stratification? Stratification means layering, right? What is the meaning of stratification? It means layering, right? So this vertical distribution is the word. Hanji bache, guys, is there any issue with the voice? What is the issue with the voice? Now is it fine? Is it fine? Is it fine or not? Arey yaar, is it fine? Okay. Now I think it's fine, right? Sure? Okay. So I am saying vertical distribution of different species occupying different levels is called stratification, right? It is called stratification. Clear bache? It is called stratification. Okay, so vertical distribution of different species occupying the different level is called stratification. That is what you have to mark. So tree occupies top vertical layer, right? Shrubs the second, and herbs and grasses, they occupy the bottom layer. That is how this hierarchy is. That is how the things are arranged, right bache? Right. So the component of ecosystem are seen to function as a unit, and this is what you need to mention bache. What are you discussing here? You are talking about the components of the ecosystem, right? So these are the functions of the ecosystem as well. These are the important functional aspects of the ecosystem. You can write down. What are they? They are the important functional aspects of the ecosystem, or you can say that component of the ecosystem. So it is having productivity, decomposition, energy flow, and nutrient cycling, right? Productivity, decomposition, energy flow, and nutrient cycling. These are that 4 components. Now in your syllabus it is up to this only. We will not talk about the nutrient cycle because it is not the part of your syllabus. Okay, it is not the part of your syllabus. Clear bache? Clear bache? Clear? So that's what we have to discuss, and one question will definitely come from this part, 2 to 3 questions. So again, so what is it? Self-sustainable unit. And they are saying, when you talk about the aquatic ecosystem, small pond as an example, it is a self-sustainable unit, rather simple example that explain even the complex interactions which exist in the aquatic ecosystem. Jaise dekho, pond is a shallow water body, right bache? The abiotic component is the water there. It is having dissolved inorganic and organic substances. It is having the rich soil deposit at the bottom, right? The solar input is also there. Temperature is maintained. Day length, other climatic conditions are also there. So they will rate, right? They will regulate the rate of function of this entire pond. You know that. So autotrophic component mein, because you are talking about a pond, you are talking about an aquatic ecosystem. Phytoplanktons, they will be the producers. Phytoplanktons, they will be the producers. There can be some algae, there can be some submerged and marginal plants also. Now when you talk about the consumers, the zooplanktons will be there, right? So what are these planktons? Planktons are, you know, very small or passively moving, right? Passively moving organisms. Phyto means plant, zoo means animal. Okay? So they are passively moving with the water current. Right? What are they? They are passively moving with the water current. So the free swimming and bottom dwelling forms are there, right? So the decomposers, they are the fungi, bacteria, and flagellates, especially abundant in the bottom of the pond. So this system performs all the functions of an ecosystem, right, and biosphere as a whole. So conversion of inorganic things into organic material with the help of energy, right? Then consumption of autotrophs by heterotrophs, decomposition and mineralization of dead matter, then it will again come back to this reuse. So this is basically explaining that how things are going to work, right? How things are going to work in the ecosystem. So flow, firstly the light energy will be converted to that chemical energy, then it will pass to the different trophic levels. Then you know that after the death, the decomposition is also there. All that nutrients will again come back to this cycle, right? So this is how things are maintained. Are you getting it? And there is a unidirectional flow of energy. That's what you have to remember, okay? okay, towards the higher trophic level. And of course the wastage will also be there in between, right? The wastage will also be there in between. So just say energy will transfer from one trophic level to another, right? Energy will transfer from one trophic level to another, and you know that, right? During that even the wastage will also occur. ठीक है? So देखो, so obviously always firstly you are going to start with the producers, right? These are the plants, because they are having the capability to convert the light energy into the chemical energy, right? So they are making what? First trophic level. It's a very basic thing, isn't it? They are making what? They are making the first trophic level. Then you have next trophic level, second trophic level, third trophic level, fourth trophic level is there. So producer, who's going to eat the plant? Herbivores. Who's going to eat the plant? Herbivores, because they feed on plants. So can I say that they are the primary consumer? They are the consumer, na? They are ultimately feeding on the plants. Then next to it is your secondary consumer. Then comes your tertiary consumer, right? Tertiary consumer. But here what will you see? These herbivores. Who's going to eat the herbivores? Obviously primary carnivore. So secondary consumer is your primary carnivore. Then tertiary consumer is your secondary carnivore, right? Then finally the quaternary consumer will be your top carnivore. This is how the energy flows. This is how the energy flows. It is how the energy will flow. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Right? So producer, consumer, right? Like this, they all are consumer. This is the one which is going to form the food, because it is autotroph. Rest all are heterotrophs, right? So obviously when you talk about these plants, what will they do? Photosynthesis. What will they do? Photosynthesis. Yes or no? What will they do? Photosynthesis. And obviously due to that photosynthesis, they are going to convert light energy into the chemical energy. They will food the glucose, they will form the starch. Obviously now let's say this animal is going to feed on it. My animal is not looking like animal, but theek hai, is going to feed on it. So obviously plant, due to photosynthesis, it has formed the food, right? So that food which is formed in a unit time, in a given time, it will tell me about its productivity. Right? This plant, after photosynthesis, it is forming the food, right? It is forming the food. So if I will say, that is basically the production by this plant. But if I will say the rate word, if I will use the word rate, right? Just if I am saying ki, theek hai, this is a particular plant, right? And this is what I am saying, ki this is a particular plant, students, right? Imagine it like this, ki this is a particular plant in 1 hour, yeah, in a day. What is the productivity? What is the productivity? Right, sorry, in 1 day, what is it going to, how much amount of organic matter is it going to form? Yeah, how much amount of that glucose it is going to form, right? So you are talking about its productivity. So it will be your gross primary productivity at first. Gross primary productivity. So because we are starting the functional components, yeah, components of ecosystem, right? So firstly we are going to start with the productivity, right? It is again your short, it is again something very important. Okay, so a constant input of solar energy is the basic need of an ecosystem. We have to provide the energy, and sun is the ultimate source of energy. But yeah, in some deep sea hydrothermal vents, there are, right, in some deep sea hydrothermal vents, there you will not see, right, there you will not see that sun is the source of energy, but otherwise it is the sun which is the source of energy. This point clear? Ultimately it is the sun which is the source of energy. So when it comes to the primary production, to produce something, the amount of biomass or organic material produced per unit area, right, over a period of time by plants during photosynthesis. Okay? So when you are saying primary production, right, right, bache, you are talking about the firstly here what are you talking when you are saying productivity? You are talking about the production of the organic matter, that is biomass. You are talking about the production of organic matter, that is biomass. What are you discussing? You are discussing about the production of organic matter, that is biomass. Is that clear? Is that clear? Right? So biomass, or the organic matter which is produced per unit area, over a time period by plants, right? This is the primary production. So obviously in terms of weight, the unit will be gram meter per square, or energy mein, right? So this is what you have to know. So in general, when you are saying production, ki in a given time, in per unit area, the amount of biomass formed. But when you are talking about its rate, then it is the word will be productivity. Then the rate is the productivity. So see, look at the differences here in the units also. Here you are talking about the area, right, and amount, right? You are talking about the biomass and this unit, gram. Okay, amount of biomass here. When you are specifying the time period also, rate means, just say I am saying in 10 hours, how many chapters you have completed, right? In 2 days, how many chapters you have completed, how many questions you have practiced. So then I am asking about what? I am talking about your rate, right? In general, you are saying ki, yes, I have completed 500 questions, okay, okay, fine. But when I am going to ask you that in how many days you have completed this and all, right? So, right, then what is it? It is the productivity. Guys, what is the issue with the voice? What is the issue with the voice? Some students are saying there is issue with the voice. I don't know. Please tell me. What is it? Arey, what kind of problem is there? What kind of problem is there? No, I cannot give you the 10 minutes break for tea. Some are saying it's low. But I don't know. No issues? Okay, so this is what we have. So rate of biomass production. So look at the unit. When it is simply productivity, simply production, kilocalorie per meter square. But when you are talking about productivity, you will specify the time duration also, right? Right? So there are two types of this productivity. One is your gross primary productivity, another is your net primary productivity. Okay, gross primary productivity and net. So gross is the rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis. Just let's say, I'll give you one example. Your pocket money, you got 10,000 rupees. It is your GPP, gross primary productivity. It is your pocket money. Now you know your expenses, that 5,000 you have to pay to your for your stay and food, 3,000 is for books, right? But 2,000 is for girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever it is. Okay, so 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, oh sorry, you cannot go to 0. Let's say 5,000 is for your food and for your stay, 1,000 is for your books, 2,000 is for your date. So 8,000. So you are left with 2,000 rupees. So that is your savings, है ना? That is your savings. That is something that you can offer to someone else. जैसे let's say for an example, your Malik Queen is saying, right? Malik Queen is saying कि ठीक है यार, Malik Queen is having 2,000 rupees का saving, and Leharika is saying कि यार please give me the money, even I have to go for the date. So this is what she is going to offer na, 2,000 rupees. So that 2,000 rupees are for Leharika na. Right, so that 2,000 rupees, it is the savings, right? What are they? They are basically the savings. So this is what? This is all that expenses. They are basically are lost due to the respiration. And this is something which is available for next person, for next trophic level. So it is going to make the NPP. It is going to make the NPP. Okay, it is going to make the NPP. Are you getting it? So gross primary productivity means the biomass. It is the rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis. It is the rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis. What is it? It is the rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis. What's that? Again, repeat it. It is the rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis. Is that clear? Is that clear? So GPP is utilized by plants in respiration. If they are making something, of course even they are going to use it. So GPP minus R will be your NPP. GPP minus R will be your NPP. It is net primary productivity, and this primary productivity is available for the next trophic level. So you see this, right? So it is the available biomass for the consumption to the heterotrophs, that is herbivores and decomposer, right? So this is the primary productivity. So GPP clear, R clear, MPP clear, right? So now this NPP is available for the organism of next trophic level, right? Yes or no? Right? So this secondary productivity is the rate of formation of new organic matter by consumer. So the NPP is available for next trophic level. So let's say that is a herbivore. So obviously herbivore is also going to use that NPP and it is also going to make something out of it. So that NPP is just like what? It is like GPP to that herbivore, right? Just let's say you are giving 2000 rupees to someone, right? You have to manage all your expenses in it, right? So whatever that person will spend and save, right, that then accordingly that will come as the secondary productivity, like this. So primary productivity depends upon the plant species inhabiting a particular area. It also depends upon variety of environmental factors, the availability of nutrient and photosynthetic capacity, and it varies in different types of ecosystems. So I can ask you one question. Is primary productivity same for all the ecosystem? No. Is primary productivity is getting affected with the environment? Yes. Right? Is different ecosystems are having different primary productivity? Definitely yes. Is the scarcity and abundance of nutrient is going to change the productivity? Yes, it is going to change the. So annual means total net primary productivity of the complete biosphere is 170 billion tons. So it is the dry weight. So bache, when we are saying dry weight, you are not considering the water, right? You are not considering the water, because in dry weight there is no seasonal fluctuation, no water is there, okay? So despite occupying about 70% of the surface, the productivity of oceans are only 55 billion tons, right? Rest of is because of the land. So this is about the productivity. Clear bache? Clear? So coral reefs, they are having high productivity. Your tropical forests, they are having high productivity. Your sugar cane fields, they are having very high productivity, okay? They are having very high productivity. Clear bache? So deserts, deep sea, they are having very low productivity. Next is decomposition. Again the another short, right? The next short, the decomposition, to decompose. Decomposition is something very important. Why? Because the living body after the death, if it will be decomposed, all that constituents, they will again enter in the system, right? They will again enter in the system, okay? They will be reused. So it is also very important. So we will study how the detritus food chain is also very important, right? How the decomposers are very important. So decomposers are also very important component of this ecosystem. Remember this thing, okay? Remember this thing. Clear? Again, once again I am asking, is there any issue with the voice? Laya, Hiba, Lyarika, Umar? Clear now? Okay. So you may have heard of the earthworm being the farmer's friend, obviously. Why? Because it breaks down the complex organic matter as well as in the loosening of soil. That's how it helps. Okay? So it helps in breaking down the complex organic matter as well as in the loosening of the soil, right? It helps in breaking down of the complex organic matter as well as in the loosening of the soil. Clear bache? So decomposers, they break down organic matter into inorganic one. Please mark it, right? If in the paper they have mentioned that decomposer convert inorganic substance into the organic substance, then it is a major mistake, right? It is a major mistake then. Are you getting my point? Then it is what? It's a major mistake. So please remember this. Organic substance will be converted into inorganic substance. Organic substance will be converted into inorganic substance like CO2, water and nutrient. This is the decomposition. This is the decomposition. So dead plants remains, जैसे your leaves, your barks, your flowers, your dead remains of animals, right? Even the fecal matter, you use the word detritus for it, right? You use the word detritus for it. What is the word that you use for it? It is detritus, dead and decaying organic matter. It is dead and decaying organic matter, right? So decomposers, right, they will decompose this. So it is the raw material for the decomposition. So important steps in the process of decomposition are fragmentation, leaching, catabolism, humification and mineralization. So remember it like this. Right, remember it like this: fragmentation, leaching, catabolism, then comes the humification and finally mineralization. Right, finally the mineralization. Clear bache? Finally the mineralization. So it is what? It is the fragmentation, it is the leaching, catabolism, humification and mineralization. Right, fragmentation, leaching, catabolism, humification and mineralization. ठीक है बच्चे? So detrivores, that is your earthworm which will feed on dead and decaying organic matter. It will feed on that detritus, it will break it down into smaller fragments. Let me tell you, all these steps, they will occur simultaneously. So the very first thing is there is the breakdown of detritus into smaller particles. So this is the fragmentation. It's a simple thing, right, to divide something into fragments. Then bache, leaching will be there. Leaching, जैसे soil is absorbing something, so water soluble inorganic nutrients will go down into the soil origin. Please everyone, these are the points where you people make the mistakes, so kindly pay attention. So when it is the leaching, right, when it is the leaching, so water soluble is the word. Firstly, it is not the water insoluble, but they are water soluble inorganic nutrients. They are water soluble inorganic nutrients. What are they? They are water soluble inorganic nutrients. So they will go into the soil origin and get precipitated as unavailable salts. Right? So it is inorganic, not the organic one. ठीक है बच्चे? So bacteria, fungal enzymes, they all will degrade this detritus into inorganic substances. This is the catabolism. So catabolism simply means the breakdown. ठीक है? Catabolism simply means the breakdown. Done बच्चे? So all these steps, they are moving on together. Then humification and mineralization, they will occur during decomposition in the soil. So humification, humus. So humification is to accumulation of dark colored amorphous substance, humus. Okay? Humus. So this humus is highly resistant to microbial action. You please solve the PYQs. You will get 2 to 3 questions. Right? You will see at least 1 or 2 questions from this portion only. So productivity clear, very important. Then next is this decomposition. First step is fragmentation, catabolism, leaching, and then the catabolism. So humification may formation of humus, this is what we are discussing. So this humus is amorphous substance, right? It is having no form, plus it is highly resistant to microbial action. What's the point here? It is highly resistant to microbial action. Microbes cannot degrade it immediately. Okay bache? Right? So obviously, so it is not like that it will not degrade. It will, but at a very slow rate. So that being colloidal in nature, it is the reservoir of nutrients. ठीक है बच्चे? So humus will be further degraded. It will be further degraded by some microbes, and there will be the release of inorganic nutrients by the process of mineralization. Right? By the process of mineralization. Right बच्चे? Right? So decomposition. So is oxygen is required for decomposition? Yes or no? Is oxygen is required for decomposition? Yes or no? Yes or no? Is oxygen is required for decomposition? Yes or no? You have to decompose the organic matter. You have to convert it into the inorganic matter. Yes, definitely it is required. Right? It is required. And yes, the rate of decomposition by chemical composition of detritus and climatic factor. So the rate of decomposition is controlled by chemical composition of detritus, right बच्चे, and climatic factors. Yes, clear बच्चे. So in a particular climatic condition, decomposition rate is slower if detritus is rich in lignin and chitin. So the composition is also going to decide the rate बच्चे. So if it is having nitrogen, water soluble substances, it will be quick. So temperature and moisture, they are also very important. They also regulate the decomposition. Clear बच्चे. Warm and moist environment, it favors the decomposition. Low temperature and anaerobiosis inhibit the decomposition. So simple, what you have to remember, oxygen required, yes. If the humus is rich in, if detritus is rich in your chitin, lignin, will it take time? Definitely it will take time. If oxygen is not available, will the decomposition be fast? No, because right, that when temperature is low, even oxygen is less, the decomposition will not be there. Okay, okay, right. So now look at it. See this, there is a tree, right? Green leaf falls to the ground. Some are eaten by insect, other animals. Nutrient and energy will enter the food web. Okay, so some nutrients leach into the soil by chemical reaction. So they are inorganic substances. Okay, and see, leaves partially consumed by decomposers such as fungi and bacteria. Okay, so they will form it, they will make the litter out of it. So further decomposition will be done by earthworm, bacteria, soil, mites and fungi. So now your soil is organic rich and that will be used for the growth of this plant. So this is how it works. This is how it works. Clear बच्चे? This is how it works. ठीक है? So next chapter is what? It is the flow of energy. So one thing is clear, there will be the unidirectional flow of energy. Right? One thing is for sure, that there will be the unidirectional flow of energy. What will be there? There will be the unidirectional flow of energy. That is what you have to remember. And here you will also talk about the first law of thermodynamics and the second law of thermodynamics as well. Okay? Chalo, let's discuss. So except for deep sea hydrothermal vents, hydrothermal ecosystem, sorry, deep sea hydrothermal ecosystem, right? It is the sun which is the main source of energy. It is the sun which is the main source of energy, right? So you know that out of all the incident radiation, okay, out of all the incident radiation, not all the radiations are available for photosynthesis. Just you have incident radiation, let's denote it with IR, right? 100% of it is not effective for photosynthesis. For photosynthesis we have just 50%, and that is your PAR, right? Photosynthetically active radiation, that is your PAR, that is photosynthetically active radiations, that is photosynthetically active radiation. Are you getting my point? So this PAR is approximately 50%, this PAR is approximately 50%. So it will be captured in photosynthesis, yes or no, students? It will be captured in photosynthesis, yes or no? Yes or no? It will be captured in photosynthesis, yes or no? So obviously, right, so the one which is captured in photosynthesis, it is making the gross primary productivity, right? It is making the gross primary productivity. So after the respiration, so after the R, which is basically a loss, the NPP is obtained. ठीक है बच्चे, NPP is obtained. So can I say that it is nearly 2 to 10% of PAR, 2 to 10% of PAR. So if it is 2 to 10% of PAR, it will be 1 to 5% of incident radiation that will be captured in the photosynthesis. That will be captured in the photosynthesis, right bache? Right, and here remaining is reflected by clouds, absorbed right? So what happened to the remaining energy? It will be reflected. It will be reflected by clouds, scattered by dust. It can also be absorbed by gases or water vapor. It can also be absorbed by gases or water vapors. That's the point. Understood? That's the point. Clear, clear, clear? That's the point. Right? So this is how it flows. Right? So incident solar radiation, less than 50% of it is photosynthetically active radiation. Right? It is photosynthetically active radiation. Yes or no? It is photosynthetically active radiation. So plants and photosynthetic bacteria, they fix the radiant sun energy, they will make the food. So this is something very general which they have given. Okay, so now let's talk about the laws, right? That tell me, so what is the first law and the second law of thermodynamics? Tell me bhai, what is the first law and the second law of thermodynamics? Anyone in the class? First law of thermodynamics and the second law of thermodynamics. Anyone in the class? Yes, anyone in the class? Quick. So first law, energy cannot be created or destroyed but can be transferred from one state to another. Yes, it is simple na. Energy cannot be created or destroyed but can be transferred from one form to another. Yes or no? But can be transferred from one form to another. Yes or no? Energy can never be created or destroyed, but it can be transferred from one form to another. Yes, 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 yes. So you know that ultimately sunlight will be changed into chemical energy and energy will pass from one trophic level to another, right? Right? So when it comes to the second law of thermodynamics, देखो, it simply says that when we transfer the energy, right? When you talk about the second law of thermodynamics, it simply says that when we transfer the energy from one trophic level to another, you cannot say that it will go in a concentrated form. No, it will be dispersed and there will be the loss as well. There will be the loss as well, right Bache Vasu? What's going to happen when the energy will be transferred from one trophic level to another? You cannot say that it will just go in a concentrated form, right? It will just go in a concentrated form. It will dispersed as well. It will be dispersed, right? It will dissipate from a concentrated to a dispersed form, and obviously, right, some waste will also be there. Clear, clear, clear? So no energy transfer occurs spontaneously. Yes, no energy transfer occurs spontaneously. Right? No energy transfer occurs spontaneously unless energy is dissipated from a concentrated form to, yes बच्चे, to dispersed form. ठीक है? To dispersed form. That's what you need to keep in your mind. So energy is concentrated in the form of food, right? So while it is highly dispersed in the form of heat. So transfer of food energy from one trophic level to another, it is when the food will be degraded, heat is released, right? So that's the thing. So even this ecosystem is going to follow that. Even the ecosystem is going to follow that. ठीक है बच्चे? ठीक है, चलो, come to the NCERT. Let's discuss it from NCERT. So NCERT is saying that plants capture only 2 to 10% of the photosynthetically active radiation, and small amount of energy sustains the entire living world. So it is very important to know how the solar energy captured by the plant, right? How the solar energy captured by the plants flows through different organisms. So all organisms are dependent for their food on producers, right, directly or indirectly. So you find unidirectional flow of energy from sun to the producer and then to the consumer. So ecosystems, they are not exempted from the second law of thermodynamics, right? So basically, right, we have the energy in the form of food, right? That food will be degraded, heat energy will be formed. That is how it will transfer from one trophic level to another. But the thing is that ecosystem, they always have the constant supply of energy to synthesize the molecules they require. Okay, so to counteract the universal tendency towards increasing disorderliness. So you know it better than me. Okay, so green plants, they are the producer, rest are the consumer. So do I need to discuss it? Do I need to discuss it? What is the primary consumer? What is the secondary? What is the tertiary consumer? Do I need to discuss it, students? Producers, जैसे see, grass is the producer, goat is the primary consumer, man is the secondary consumer, first trophic level, second, third, like this, right? This is the herbivore, primary consumer. This is the primary carnivore. ठीक है, this is the primary carnivore. So what we need to remember here, we need to talk about the 10% law first. What will we discuss? We will talk about the 10% law. It's Lindemann's 10% law. So as per this law, what is going to happen? As per this law, 10% of energy from one trophic level to the next will pass. Okay, 10% of the energy will pass from one trophic level to another. Like let's say if here it is 1000, the 100 will pass only. Then, right, 1000 ka 10%, what is it? Obviously 100 ka 10%, it will be 10 only. So only 10% of the energy will pass to the next trophic level. Only 10% of the energy will pass to the next trophic level. So there are primary producer, secondary. So you focus here. So see this: producers, primary consumers, secondary consumer, tertiary. So this is your herbivore. Okay, this is your primary carnivore, top carnivore, like this. So there are some examples of that chains also. So phytoplankton, grass, trees; zooplankton, grasshopper and cow; bird, fishes and wolf; man and lion. Right, these are the examples. So let's talk about the food chains. Let's talk about the food chains first. Then we'll move to the next part. Let's talk about the food chain. So do you understand food chains? Do you understand food chains? It is a sequence basically. Right? Do you understand the food chain? Do you understand the food chain? Do you understand the food chain? Yes, so it is a sequence of, what is it? It is the sequence. Which sequence it is? It is the sequence of population through which, it is the sequence of population through which, it is a sequence of population through which the food and its contained energy right, the food and its contained energy passes from, right, it passes from one trophic level to another. It passes from one trophic level to another. Okay, you know that this is what a food chain is. So we talk about the grazing food chain. So I am writing it in short form. Grazing food chain, right? What is it? It is the grazing food chain, and you are even having the detritus food chain. Grazing food chain is also there, detritus food chain is also there. है ना? Grazing food chain is also there, the detritus food chain is also there. Yes or no? Grazing food chain is also there, detritus food chain is also there, right? Right. So grazing food chain. So according to you, it will start from producer, of course. Grazing food chain, it will start from producer, of course. Yes or no? Yes or no? Grazing food chain, it will start from the producer. Yes or no? And when it is detritus, means the decomposers are going to feed on detritus. So it will start from detritus. Don't you think so? This one is starting from the producer. This DFC will start from the detritus, isn't it? So here, what will be the source of energy? What will be the source of energy? Of course, the sun. What will be the source of energy? Of course the sun. And here what will be the source of energy? That is the detritus only, right? What's that? That is the detritus only. That will be the source of energy here. So it will be comparatively long and it will be comparatively short, right? So in the nature, obviously your DFC is also acting, and remember that there are right okay, clear बच्चे, ठीक है? So detritus में you know that decomposers, okay, then sometimes what happen, if I talk about this detritus food chain, let's say your decomposers are there. So after decomposition, that thing will enter in the GFC. Let's say if earthworm is the decomposer here, so some birds can also eat that earthworm. So that's how the food chain will work. Okay, that is how the food chain will work. ठीक है बच्चे, that is how the food chain will work. That is something you should know. ठीक है, I know it is not directly involved in the, it is not even in the new NCERT, but still this is something that you should know. हाँ, it is here in the new NCERT. It is here in the new NCERT. ठीक है? Okay, so detritus food chain, right? It's very important. Let's discuss how. See this. The detritus food chain begins with dead organic matter. It is made up of decomposer, right? Decomposers are the heterotrophic organisms, of course. So mainly fungi and bacteria. So they are going to feed on this detritus, right? So obviously these organisms are saprotrophs. Saprotrophs means they are feeding on dead and decaying organic matter. They are feeding on dead and decaying organic matter. So these decomposers, they will create some enzyme that will break dead and waste matter into simple inorganic materials, which are subsequently absorbed by them. Which are subsequently absorbed by them. Okay? Which are subsequently absorbed by them. So in an aquatic ecosystem, GFC is the major channel for energy flow, right? Especially in the aquatic ecosystem, please mark it. Your grazing food chain is the main conduit, main channel for the energy flow. Please mark it, people. It is the main channel for the energy flow. And as against it, in a terrestrial ecosystem, a much larger fraction of energy flows through the detritus food chain that flows through the grazing food chain, right? That flows through the grazing food chain, right? So detritus food chain may be, right, connected with the grazing at some levels. Some of the organisms of detritus food chain and the prey to the grazing food chain, right, they are like cockroaches and this and that. So everything is interconnected when you know that it is the food web. So this point clear, this point clear, this point clear, quick. The next topic, the another most important one, it is the ecological pyramids, also known as Allentonian pyramids, right, also known as Allentonian pyramids. Next and the last topic is Allentonian pyramids, also known as ecological pyramids. But before that, please remember this. Please mark this. The important point to note is that the amount of energy decreases at each successive trophic level. ठीक है? ठीक है? ठीक है? ठीक है? So when any organism die, it is converted to detritus that serves as an energy source for decomposer. Right, बच्चे? Each trophic level has a certain mass of living matter. At a particular time, this is standing crop. So standing crop means biomass, right? So you can remember it like BC. Biomass means crop, standing crop. So if it is the standing state, students, if it is the standing state, then means you are talking about the inorganic component, not the organic part. You are talking about the inorganic component. Dekho, standing crop is measured as the mass of living organism, biomass, or the number in a unit area. So biomass of a species is expressed in terms of fresh or dry weight. So measurement of biomass in terms of dry weight is more accurate. So when we measure the biomass, we should focus on the dry weight. Why? Because water is not considered. If we will consider water, there will be the seasonal fluctuations. Okay? There will be the seasonal fluctuation, and this 10% law is discussed. So look at this ecological pyramids. They are known as, also known as Allentonian pyramids. Okay, they are known as Allentonian pyramids. So please make a flow chart with me. Okay, please make a flow chart with me. Pyramids. So you will talk about the pyramid of number, okay, pyramid of biomass, and pyramid of energy. Right? So when it is the pyramid of energy, it is always upright. What's that? It is always upright. Why? Because you know that this trophic level will have maximum energy, then it will have 10% of it, 10% of it, 10% of it. So it is always upright. ठीक है, it is always upright. Now when you talk about the number, pyramid of number, it is upright. This pyramid of number, it is upright in the case of, yes बच्चे, it is upright in the case of, it is upright also, it is inverted or spindle shaped also, it is inverted या फिर spindle shaped also. So it is upright in the case of your terrestrial grassland, pond. Even in grassland it is upright, even in pond it is upright. You are talking about the number. Phytoplanktons will be more, then small fishes, they are lesser than that, then large fish, then inverted or spindle shaped in tree dominating ecosystem. Now ma'am, what is this tree dominating ecosystem? Jaise let's say you have one tree, this tree is having so many birds. On these birds, let's say if there are so many pests like this, yeah, the tree is having leaves are having insects like this. So it is inverted or spindle shaped. It is inverted or spindle shaped. Clear bache? Clear bache? And here you need to remember, when it comes to the organic matter, upright or inverted. It is inverted in the case of aquatic ecosystem and it is upright in the case of terrestrial ecosystem. It is upright in the case of terrestrial ecosystem. That's what you have to remember. Okay? So just focus on the pyramids which are inverted. Just inverted is for biomass in case of aquatic ecosystem and this. That's all. Biomass में organic matter. Obviously बच्चे plants, trees, they are having more organic matter. Here phytoplanktons are having less, but they are supporting the organisms of larger biomass. ठीक है बच्चे? Okay, so see these pyramids. So it is a pyramid of number in a grassland ecosystem. So it is upright, right? So number of individuals, they are more, producers are more, primary consumers are less, secondary are lesser, and then tertiary, they are very few. ठीक है? Then it is for the biomass. So biomass के case में this is P means producer, primary consumer, secondary and tertiary. So you are considering dry weight. Why? Because it is more accurate. Why is it more accurate? Because if you will consider the wet weight, it will have water which due to seasonal fluctuation it varies. That's why this will be the exact thing. So focus on the units as well, because diagram based question can come. Then this is also the pyramid of biomass, but it is inverted. So look at this. Right? So your phytoplanktons having lesser biomass, they are supporting them. It's like this. Okay, and pyramid of energy is always upright. It is always upright. Got it? It is always upright. So energy flow is unidirectional. 10% of the energy will move to the next trophic level, right? So no generalization we make will be true if we take only a few individuals at any trophic level. So also a given organism may occupy more than one trophic level simultaneously. Okay, one organism may occupy more than one trophic level. Just in one food chain it is at primary consumer level, maybe in another it is at second consumer level. So this is how it is. So given species may occupy more than one trophic level in same ecosystem at the same time. So these points you should read. Why? Because sometimes question can come from this part as well. Okay, so there are exceptions to this generalization. If you were to count the number of insects feeding on a big tree, what kind of pyramid you will get? The number of small birds depending on the insect, as also the number of larger birds. So this is what we have discussed. Take care, right? So biomass of fishes, it's more than the phytoplankton, and phytoplankton support this. Okay, so there are some limitation of ecological pyramid because it doesn't take the account that same species belonging to two or more trophic level. It also assumes food chain is simple, right? Something that almost never exists in nature. It doesn't accommodate a food web, right? And saprophytes are not the part of this ecological pyramid. So these are the limitations here. So this is all about this chapter. Then we have to move to the next chapter, that is your biodiversity. Okay, that is your biodiversity. So any doubt? Hanji, any doubt? Yes. है ना? 5 hours में 3 chapters done. This is not lengthy, you know that. 5 hours में 3 chapters done. ये नहीं यार, now done with the break. Now I don't think that we should consider the break. अच्छा 10 minutes का, okay, we'll think of it. Now next is biodiversity and conservation, then evolution, sexual reproduction and flowering plants. So evolution में I'll suggest you guys, when it comes to the evolution, focus on the human evolution for this particular time. Natural selection, of course, hardy wing bird, of course, your homologous and analogous organ, what is your recapitulation theory, and you should talk about the modern concept of genetic drift, sorry, and this Operon and Haldane theory. ठीक है, these are some things which if you will revise means you have covered the chapter. This is what you can, right? This is what you are going to get from the chapter. ठीक है, so next chapter that we have to start is biodiversity. So okay, fine, 10 minutes का break is, okay, it's fine, है ना? So 10 minutes का break, ठीक है, okay, you can have your tea break, but then let's continue, okay? So 10 minutes means 10 minutes, right? I'll be consistent. Thanks, chalo. Hi everyone. Hi. Hello, hello. You should be proud. Acha. Who? Who? Okay, so the next chapter is biodiversity and its conservation. Okay, the next chapter is biodiversity and its conservation. Okay, it will also take, if we will speed it up, so it will also take 1.5 hours. Good na? It will also take 1.5 hours. Hai na? Hai na? Hai na? Hai na? Guys, I don't think that you are interested. I don't think that you people are interested. Hi people. So are you people interested in continuing it? Otherwise I will end the class. I'll be very happy to end it. Okay, we are interested. Chalo, finally. So biodiversity and conservation, bio living diversity variation. You know that on this planet Earth not everything is same, not all the organisms are same, not even the plants are same, not even the bacteria are same. Diversity is there. Right, diversity is there. So in this chapter, this is what we are going to discuss. So how they start this chapter, they are like, if any alien will come to this planet Earth, that alien will be amazed to see the variety here. Okay, if any alien from a distant galaxy were to visit our planet Earth, the first thing that would amaze and baffle him would most probably be the enormous diversity. Okay, the diversity, even for humans, the rich diversity of living beings with which they share this planet never ceases to astonish and fascinate us. So you know that here what they have given, there are 20,000 species of ant. This data is also important. So yes, in this chapter database things are there. In this chapter, without any doubt, database things are there. So what are they saying? They are saying 20,000 species of ants, 3 lakh species of beetles, okay, 28,000 species of fishes, and nearly 20,000 species of orchids are there on this planet Earth. So if you talk about the ecologists and evolutionary biologists, they have been trying to understand the significance of this. Okay, so I'm not going to answer these questions, you read it please. So when it comes to the biodiversity, so in our biosphere, this immense diversity, this heterogeneity exists not only at the species level but at the all levels. So they came to the point directly. So what are we discussing? We are discussing the biodiversity, right bache? What are we discussing? We are discussing the biodiversity. So we are saying that it is at different levels. So you can write down that 3 levels at which biodiversity exists. One question can come from this part. So it is your obviously genetic diversity, species diversity. Examples are important, students. Genetic diversity, species diversity, and then comes the community and ecosystem diversity. Then comes the community and ecosystem diversity. So the very first thing is the genetic diversity, right? The diversity at the gene level. If you consider two same species, even if you consider the 2 same species. Chalo, firstly I'll give you the introduction, then I will come to this part. So what are we discussing? We are talking about the diversity, and we are saying that it exists at 2 different levels, right? It exists at 3 different levels, sorry. So in our biosphere, immense diversity or heterogeneity, different type of genes, they exist not only at the species level but at the all levels of biological organization, right? You will see that diversity from macromolecules within cell to the biome, biomes, ठीक है, to the biomes. So biodiversity is the term popularized by social biologist Edward Wilson. That's one MCQ, right? It is the term which is popularized by the sociobiologist Edward Wilson. Right? Sociobiologist Edward Wilson. What is it? It is sociobiologist Edward Wilson. Clear bache? Clear bache? Right? So it is at 3 levels. So when you talk, and yeah, if you talk about the planet Earth, let me give you this information before. So you know that there are more than, right, more than 1.5 million species, right? There are more than 1.5 million species that exist on planet Earth. More than 1.5 billion species. If you relate it with the chapter living world, what will you see there? If you will relate it with the chapter living world, what will you see there? You will see there that it has given in the range of 1.7 to 1.8 million. So bache, if I am saying more than 1.5 million species, so obviously it is somewhere touching 1.7, 1.8 also. So 1.5 million means 15 lakh species. This is what we are discussing. So more than 1.5 million species are there on planet Earth, and here bache, we are only talking about the eukaryotes. We didn't consider the prokaryotes here because we do not have that advanced the instruments, right? We do not have that advanced instruments that can say ki hanji, you know, we do not have that advanced instruments that can tell us ki yeah, it is possible, right? Yeah, it is possible to, you know, even the culture all the bacteria, because if you will talk about the bacteria of same species, still they are having many changes, right? They are having different changes when you read their you know, the composition, okay, when you discuss their composition. So the point here is that more than 1.5 million species are there on planet Earth, right bache? More than 1.5 million species are there on planet Earth, and here you are only talking about the eukaryotes. You are not discussing the prokaryotes here. You are not discussing the prokaryotes here, right bache? You are not discussing the prokaryotes here. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? Okay. So in our biosphere, immense diversity exists not only at the species level but at the all levels of biological organization. Okay. This is what I just said. So Edward Wilson is the one who popularized this term, that is your biodiversity. So as I said, there are 3 levels where biodiversity exists. So the first one is the genetic diversity at the gene level. First one is the genetic diversity at the gene level. Clear bache? So here we have the example of this medicinal plant, and this medicinal plant is nothing but your Revolvia vomitoria. This medicinal plant is no one but the Revolvia vomitoria. I'll give you one example. So you are talking about the gene diversity at the level of genes. Let's say this is, you are talking about Himalayas. The same plant which is growing here is having, right, dekho, I gave you the example of Revolvia vomitoria. I gave you the example of Revolvia vomitoria, isn't it? I gave you the example of Revolvia vomitoria. So I just said that it is a medicinal plant. From this particular plant, we got one alkaloid, that is reserpine. Okay, that is reserpine. Take a reserpine. This is what we are going to get from it. It is very important. It is used to treat mental disorder. It is used to treat the blood pressure related issues. Now, if this plant, you will see the Himalayan range. You will see that at different places. Let's say if this plant is present here, this plant is present here, right? This plant is present here, this plant is present here. They are of same species, but because they are growing on in different regions here, so you will see the potency and the concentration. The potency and the concentration of reserpine, it is different. What is the meaning of that? Just you might have seen that sometimes, just let's say you are trying to stick 2 things together, right? You are using an adhesive, right? You are using an adhesive. So in that case, sometimes what happens, ki even the 1 drop is sufficient enough, even a single drop is sufficient enough to join them, and sometimes even if it is more than 2, it is not. right? It is not. You know that, right? You know that it depends upon the potency, right? So reserpine, let's say the one that we are getting from this plant, it is, even if you are using a 1 drop of it, that is sufficient enough. And the one that you are getting from this plant, it is not sufficient enough. You have to use the 10 drops. This is how you are talking about the potency. So see this genetic diversity. So it is basically the single species that might show high diversity at the genetic level over its distributional range, right? Over its distributional range. So genetic variation shown by the medicinal plant Revolvia vomitoria growing in different Himalayan ranges might be in terms of potency and concentration of the active chemical reserpine, right? Right, bache? So India has more than 50,000 genetically different strains of rice and 1,000 varieties of mango, and that all because of the genetic diversity. So again I'm repeating, examples are important. Is it done and dusted? Then species diversity. So species diversity may you talk about two things, right? When you are using the word species diversity, you will be talking about two things, that is the richness and evenness, right? You will be talking about the species richness and you will be talking about the species evenness, that is also known as species equatability, I guess. Oh, richness and the evenness, these are the two words. Richness and the evenness, these are the two words, right? Equatability, evenness is basically the equatability. So richness and evenness, what do you understand by this? It is the species diversity, or simply you can write down it is interspecific diversity, means, right, the diversity in between two different species. So as I said, it is also known as species equatability. So can you just elaborate it? Yes, can you just elaborate it? Yes, people, can you just elaborate it? Anyone in the class? Dekho, richness means you are talking about the number of species. You are talking about the number of species, right? Right? You are talking about the number of species, isn't it? Isn't it? Number of species, species richness. Here you are talking about the abundance. Here you are talking about the abundance, right? One is number, one is abundance. Species richness may, just let's say here there is an area. In that area you can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like you are saying in this area there are total 9 species are there, 9 different species are there. You are talking about the richness, you are talking about the number of species. When it is the evenness, you are talking about abundance. Just let's say, see, let's say if here 9 species are there, right? Yeah, let's say here you have just 6 species, but all the species are evenly distributed. If one species is having 5 members, second one is having 4, third one is having 5, fourth one is even having 6, fifth one is even having 5, sixth one is even having 7. So somewhere uniform distribution is there. They are abundant as well, right? They are abundant as well. Okay, bache? So when you talk about the species diversity, so you talk about the species richness and as well as the evenness, right? So when it is the number of species per unit area, number of species per unit area, that will come under the species richness. But when it is the number of individuals of different species representing, right, the abundance, when it is the word a number of individuals of that different species. So see, almost same number of individuals of different species means the evenness is there. It's not like that one species is very much dominated, another species is not. So there is a kind of abundance here. That is what you have to remember. So what is the word? The word is species diversity. What is the word? The word is species diversity. So diversity at the species level, right? For example, the Western Ghats, they have a greater amphibian species diversity than the Eastern Ghats. So again, the example is there. Then comes the ecological diversity, also known as community diversity, right? Also known as ecosystem diversity, right? Just at the ecosystem level, India, for an example, with the deserts, rainforest, mangroves, coral reefs, wetland, estuaries and alpine meadows, they are having the greater ecosystem diversity than the Scandinavian countries like Norway. Right, this is what they have explained. So ecological diversity may, community diversity may, I can explain you one more thing. Just you have alpha diversity, you have beta diversity, and you have gamma diversity, and you have gamma diversity. Let's say this is what you have. This is what you have, alpha. beta, gamma. Beta means between, that's how I remember. So here you are considering inter-community diversity. Just say it will be intra-community, within a community, right? It is the intra-community diversity, means within a community. Within a community. This is beta, between, means inter-community diversity. It is in between two different, right, communities. And when it is gamma, G for gamma, here you are talking about the complete geographical area, right? Here you will consider everything. You will consider the complete geographical area, the diversity of habitat over a geographical area. So beta may, right, when you are talking about the species along gradients of habitats or community, okay, that is how also you divide it. Okay, next. So now they are saying it takes million of years. It takes million of years of evolution to accumulate this rich diversity in nature, but we could lose all that wealth in less than 2 centuries in the present rate of special losses. So biodiversity and its conservation, it is something very concerning, not just for our country but for internationally. It is something that we have to consider if we want to survive for a longer period, right? It's a kind of global emergency kind of thing. This is what you can consider. So how many species are there on the earth and how many in India? Dekho, I told you about more than 1.5 million, and I mentioned it very strictly that it is only of the eukaryotes. You are not taking the prokaryotes here. Is that clear? Is that clear? You are not talking about the prokaryotes here. Okay, so if you talk about the records of all the species discovered and named, right, so as per IUCN, what is IUCN? International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources. What is IUCN? International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources. For conservation of nature and natural resources. Okay? IUCN. So IUCN in 2004, the total number of plant and animal species described so far is slightly more than 1.5 million. It is slightly more than 1.5 million. Right, bache? So estimates vary widely and many of them are only educated guesses. Means many taxonomists, they guess that okay fine, as of now we know about more than 1.5 million species, but maybe there are more than that. Right, maybe there are more than that, right? So there are many guesses, but we consider the guess of, right, this is some extreme estimates, they range for 20 to 50 million, but a more conservative and scientifically sound estimate made by Robert May. So this is the another scientist name that you have to remember, right? So it is at about 7 million. It is at about 7 million, right, bache? So right, bache, and on what basis these ecologists, these taxonomists, they are guessing it? Obviously they are checking the ratio, the species in temperate and tropical regions, statistical comparisons are there, right? But the most relevant estimate is of Robert May, right? So if you talk about the Robert May, right, firstly, right, if you talk about the planet Earth, so more than 70%, right, more than 70% is your animals. More than 70% of species recorded are animals. How much? How much? More than 70%. So basically you can say somewhere in the range 22% you have plants plus fungi. Why am I saying plants plus fungi? Let me elaborate. See, more than 70% of all the species recorded are animals, wild plants. So when they are saying wild plants, they have mentioned it now. Wild plants including algae, fungi, brio, gymno, angio. So they are also considering the fungi here, right? They are also considering the fungi here. So that is why I mentioned that fungi is no more than 22% of the total. It is not more than 22%. It will be less than 22%. Right, it will be less than 22%. And out of all these animals, 70% of discovered species are animals. So out of that, right, out of every 10 animals, you will see 7 are insects. Why? You know na, phylum Arthropoda is the largest phylum of animal kingdom. Chitinous exoskeleton is there. So out of that 10 animals, you will see that 7, right, 7 are insects, right, 7 are insects. So you know that chitinous exoskeleton is also the reason, the degree of protection is also the reason. So number of fungi species in the world, yes bache, number of fungi species in the world is more than the combined number of total species of fishes, amphibian, reptiles and mammals. Please mark this, right? The number of fungi species in the world is more than, it is more than the combined total of the species of fishes, amphibian, reptiles and mammals. Fishes, amphibian, reptiles and mammals. Fishes, amphibian, reptiles and mammals. So here I'll give you one trick to remember this, because it is also a previous year statement. Fungi farm. It is the fungi farm. What's that? It is the fungi farm. Okay, fungi farm. Fungi farm means the total number of species of fungi, they are more than the fishes, amphibian, reptiles and mammals. Okay, okay, fungi farm. Done. So look at this, look at this. If you are thinking to skip it, you should not, because again MCQ can come from this part. Okay, so invertebrates, invertebrates like your phylum Porifera to even your phylum, yes, right? Chordates, nahi yaar, chordates, invertebrates, the one which are not having the vertebral column, the one which are not having the vertebral column. So majority of it insects, then other animals ka group, then mollusca, then crustaceans, right? Vertebrates mein the one having vertebral column, fishes, then amphibian and mammals, they are same, then birds, then reptile. Amphibian mammals, they are same. In their case only the extinction rate that varies, but fish, amphibian and mammals, they are same. Then come to the plants, fungi, angiosperm, right, quite dominating, then mosses, ferns and allies, this algae and lichen. Okay, algae and lichen. Yeah, one question can come from this part also. Okay, one question can come from this part also. Okay, okay. So as I said, biologists, so these figures, they do not tell us about the prokaryotes, because biologists, they are not sure about how many prokaryotic species there might be, right? Because the conventional taxonomic methods are not suitable for identifying microbial species, and many species are simply not culturable under the lab condition. So if we accept biochemical or molecular criteria for delineating species for this group, their diversity alone might run into millions, just imagine. That's why we have only considered the eukaryotes, not the prokaryotes. Now come to these. Again, I'm telling you, obviously the data is there and you should note it down. It is not difficult, it's very easy, so please understand. So India has only 2.4% of the world's land area, right? Out of the world's land area, India is just having 2.4. But if you talk about the diversity, species diversity, it is 8.1%. Means we have that much area, but our species diversity is that much. This is what they are trying to say. Okay. Okay, so that is why our country is one of the 12 mega diversity countries of the world, and nearly 45,000 species of plant, twice as many as animal, they have been reported. But now, you remember Robert May estimate? Do you remember Robert May ka estimate? So Robert May was saying 7 million. Robert May was saying, nahi yaar, estimated is 7 million, right? We have just discovered somewhere in the range 1.7, 1.8. There are many species which are waiting for us. There are many species which are waiting for you people to be the taxonomists, to go to the jungles, to go to the forest and to discover it. So basically, if we will apply the Robert May's estimate over it, so this 40,000 will not be 40,000. It will be somewhere in a range, right? See, there will be more than, they say, if we accept Robert May's global estimate, only 22% of total species have been recorded so far. Only 22%. Only 22%. So if you apply this data, so in India itself, you can say more than 1 lakh plant species are there, and more than 3 lakh animal species are yet to be discovered and described. So please mark it. Right? Right? Okay. Okay, and yeah, even this is also the case that there are many species which are still which are yet to be discovered, and maybe before their discovery they might get extinct. Why? Because the extinction rate is increasing. This is the 6th extinction which is going on. And why is it so serious? Why is it so serious? Because it is because of the anthropogenic activities, because of the human activities. And here bache, its rate is it is somewhere 1,000 times faster than the older rates. Clear? So next is pattern of biodiversity. Again, it's a sure shot. Pattern of biodiversity, again, it's a sure shot. So let's talk about this. Jaise this is our earth. Let's consider it is this imaginary line as an equator. Let's say it is dividing the earth into 2 equal halves. It is dividing the earth into 2 equal halves. Now listen to me very carefully. These are 2 poles. This is the north pole, this is the south pole, right? And this one is your equator. So obviously when you are moving like this, when you are moving like this, nothing is changing. You are talking when you are moving longitudinally, nothing is going to change. But we have to consider the latitudes here, right? Latitudinal gradient. Why? Because here you will have your sun. Here you will have your sun, and you know that it is the ultimate source of light, right? What is that sun? It is the ultimate source of light. So now we are going to discuss the patterns of biodiversity, but before that we are discussing something. So we have the latitudinal gradient here. Which gradient do we have? We will talk about the latitudinal gradients here. Latitudinal means when you are moving like this, right? You are not moving like this. No, matlab you are not taking it like this ki you are moving from this side to this side like this, right? You are moving from this end to this end. No, when you are moving from this end to this end, you are talking about the latitudes. You are talking about the latitudes. Okay, bache, because here near to your equator your sun is present. So north pole, south pole. So 23.5 degree N, 23.5 degree S, right? So see, this is what the tropical region is, right? This is the tropical region. Which region is it? It is the tropical region. It is what? It is the tropical region, isn't it? What's that? It is the tropical region. Then slowly, right? Why is this region is the tropical region? These are the poles, Arctic, Antarctic. Okay, these are Arctic, Antarctic. So we are talking about the distribution of the biodiversity. What are we discussing? We are discussing about the diversity distribution, and we know that this distribution is not uniform. This distribution is not uniform. So what is happening here, right? See now, sun is providing the energy here. Sun is the source of energy. Sun is providing the energy here. Now the region which is close to the equator, I'm telling you these latitudes, I'm giving you these latitudes, 23.5 degree S, 23.5 degree N. Why we are moving latitudinally? Because if you will move longitudinally, there will be no change. The sunlight will be kind of same there. So we are moving like this. So it is the region which will receive maximum sunlight. See, if it is receiving, if this tropical region, if it is receiving maximum sunlight, try to relate it please. If it is receiving maximum sunlight, right? If this region is receiving maximum sunlight, so it means here the temperature will be high. Even the productivity is very high here, right? Even here you will see the rainfall is also high. So the tropical regions, you know that they have more productivity. Why? Because bache, they are just near to the equator, they are receiving maximum sunlight, their conditions are constant for a longer period of time. Here you will not notice any kind of fluctuation, right? You are not going to notice any kind of fluctuation. Conditions are constant here. Same type of conditions are there. More sunlight, more temperature, high rainfall, constant condition for a longer time. So now if I talk about the species formation, what is the word that we use for it? Speciation. What is the meaning of speciation? It is the formation of species. What is the meaning of speciation? It is the formation of species. And this thing requires time. It is the function of time, right? It is what? It is the function of time. It is something which requires time. Okay, so it is the It is what? It is the function of time. So now let's say these constant conditions are available for such a long period. These constant conditions, they are available for such a long period. Don't you think, because there is no seasonal fluctuations, nothing like that is there, so obviously productivity is higher, same conditions are there, it will result in the formation of more and more species. So that is why when you talk about this tropical region, when you talk about this tropical region, we say it is having high species diversity, we say it is having high productivity, high species diversity, because you know, the conditions, because of these conditions. And here the species are also more, and there are many species which are still not discovered yet. Now when you are moving from this equator to the poles, always remember, when you are moving from equator to the poles, be it this direction, biodiversity decreases. Always remember, biodiversity decreases. Why is it so? Because बच्चे, the fluctuations will be there. जैसे let's say this is the temperate region. Now in the temperate region, what will you see? The conditions are not constant, right? Conditions are not constant. What will not be there? Conditions are not constant. You will see glaciations here. You will see seasonal fluctuations there. So if fluctuations are there, how can you think that new species will form? Right, new species will form, so the diversity will be comparatively less. Same is for this side also, right? Then poles pe to it is very less. Are you getting my point? So temperate countries mein they are not species rich, they are not rich. Tropical countries are, just say India, right? Major part of India is also in the tropical region. Okay, so because of that, what is happening? Species diversity is also there. So when you move from equator to the poles, the biodiversity will decrease, right? Or if it is written like this, ki when you are moving from pole to equator, biodiversity increases, right? The source of light will be less available there. That is how it varies. This is the pattern of distribution of biodiversity. This is something that you need to remember, okay? Right, and even if you will check the species inventory lists, right, where all that data is there, right, where they have mentioned the species, the number of species they are discovered from this region, that region. So you will see, if you will compare, because now temperate region, it is having less species, so obviously because it is not species enriched, so whatever species are there, we know them, we know them a lot. And in the tropical region, there are many species. It will take time to know about it. Just say, for an example, if let's say you are looking for something in a room which is empty, you will do it very quickly, right? Only some stuff is there, you will immediately check in and you will move. Now let's say you have to figure out something in a library, right? You have to figure out you have to find out a book in the library where, okay, it is a library, but still there are so many books, so obviously it is going to take time. Same is the case here. So in the species inventory list, more species are from the temperate region because they are discovered. Okay, so now come to the NCERT, you will understand it in a better way. Ki diversity of plant and animal is not uniform throughout the world, but shows an uneven distribution. Okay, so it is the latitudinal gradient that we have to discuss. So species diversity, it decreases as we move away from the equator towards the pole. So with very few exceptions, you will see that it will decrease when we move from equator towards the pole. So tropic regions, so latitudinal region is 23.5 degree N or 23.5 degree S, they are having more species than the temperate or polar areas. So here again the data-based question, ki Colombia located near the equator, if it is near the equator, it will have more species. 1400 species of birds are there. New York, so it is in this latitude, 41 degree N, means it is towards the North Pole, means it is away from that tropical area, so obviously it is having very less species. And Greenland at 71 degree N, only 56 species. So India, with much of its land area in tropical latitude, it is having more than 1200 species of birds. So forest in tropical region, they have given the one example, right? Forest in tropical region, they have given one example, Ecuador, it is an equatorial, it is an equator region, so it is having up to 10 to 15 times as many as species of vascular plant as a forest of equal area in temperate region like Midwest of the USA. So they are comparing one forest from the USA, one forest is in the tropical region, and what are they saying? Obviously the one which is in the tropical region, it is having more species, it is obvious. It is having more species of vascular plant, it is obvious. it is obvious. So largely tropical Amazonian rainforest, lungs of earth, right? Lungs of earth, they are in the tropical region. Still, right, still due to habitat loss and fragmentation, you know that many areas still, right, chalo, that we will discuss later. So largely tropical Amazonian rainforest in South America has the greatest biodiversity on earth. So it is the home of more than 40,000 species of plant, 3,000 of fishes, 1,300 of birds, 427 of mammals and amphibians, 378 of reptiles, or more than 1,25,000 of invertebrates. Clear बच्चे? Clear बच्चे? Clear? Clear? So scientists estimate that in these rainforests there might be at least 2 million insect species waiting to be discovered yet, right? So this is as per the distribution. So what is so special about tropical regions? We have also discussed it, कि ecologists and evolutionary biologists, they have proposed various hypotheses. One, speciation is a function of time. So in temperate region, they have frequent glaciations in the past. Tropical latitudes, they have remained undisturbed for millions of years. So that's why evolution has occurred, species diversity is there. Plus, tropical environment, unlike temperate one, is less seasonal, more constant and predictable. So that constant, because environment is constant, predictable, so obviously it promote the niche specialization. Niche, you know na, functional role of a species in an ecosystem, of an organism is in an ecosystem. Niche, जैसे habitat is the address, niche is your profession, right? It is that functional role, right? The functional role of that individual in the ecosystem. So it is because niche specialization is there in tropical region, that is why it is having the species diversity, and there is more solar energy available in the tropics, right? So higher productivity is there. Okay, next is species area relationship. So S is equals to CAZ. S is equals to CAZ. So here we talk about the scientist Alexander Humboldt. You can see that, right? So during his pioneering and extensive explorations in the wilderness of South American jungles, the German naturalist and geographer Alexander von Humboldt observed something, right? That within a region, species richness increased with increasing explored area, but only up to a limit. Let's say Alexander von Humboldt started from this point. When he moved from, right, he decided that I will go for 10 kilometers. He noticed some species. Then he increased his area to explore. Let's say B point. Okay, let's say B point. Ki, chalo, 10 more kilometers, 20. Then again he increased that area, B to C. So when he moved from A to B, he observed the species richness. When he moved from B to C, then again he was like, haan, theek hai, richness is there. But then after that, it was only up to a limit. So when he was increasing his area to be explored, right, he observed that when he was increasing it initially, right, see that within a region, species richness increased with increasing explored area, but only up to a limit. Only up to a limit. Only up to a limit. After that, it was not like that. But yeah, this is the one case. They say you are moving from A to B place, richness is there. B to C, richness is there. Then C to D, nahi yaar. No, it is not that much. D to E, it is not that much. But if you will consider a continent, now to obviously you have considered the entire continent, then to definitely there will be an increase. So this is the species area relationship which was explained by Alexander von Humboldt, right? So in fact, the relationship between species richness and area for a wide variety of taxa. So he saw different taxa. He checked the same thing in the angiospermic plants, in the birds, in the bats, in the freshwater fishes, that it is a rectangular hyperbola. Important bache, rectangular hyperbola, this. So x-axis is telling me about the area, y-axis is telling me about the species richness. X-axis is telling me about the area, y is telling me about the species richness, and what's that? It is a rectangular hyperbola. What's that? It is a rectangular hyperbola, right? What is it, bache? It is a rectangular hyperbola. Okay? So it is S, that is species, S, species richness. C, what is C? Anyone? What is C? Right, it is the y-intercept. It is the y-intercept. Right, what is that Z? It is the regression coefficient. It is the regression coefficient. Right, A is your area. Now, what is that regression coefficient? It is just like a correlation between two variables. I think if I'm not making a mistake here, this regression coefficient is telling me about the area, right? This regression coefficient, what is it telling me? This regression coefficient is telling me about, it's like a correlation between the two variables. Okay? And y is what? C is what? It is the y-intercept. So yes, in the paper they can give you this. They can ask you what is C, what is Z. Now it is rectangular hyperbola. The second question can be this. Now you have to, right, you have to check the values or something. Just say, let's say if I will take the curve, let's say this is the area. Here you are checking species richness. Now you have increased your area, the species richness will be here. Then again you have increased your area, right? But when it is the rectangular hyperbola, na, just say at this point, it will give you the kind of same results. It will give you the kind of same results. Even if you are increasing the area, if you are considering the rectangular hyperbola, you will not get the proper results here. So what will be done? That on a logarithm scale, the relationship is a straight line. So a straight line will be obtained on the log scale. And it is important because it will give us the exact value. So when it is log S, this equation will become log S is equals to log C plus Z log A. This will be the equation. So yes, you have to remember this. So ecologists, they discovered that the value of Z is in the range 0.1 to 0.2. But yeah, when you are considering the continent, the slope will become steeper. Just now this is the line. Now this is the line. So when you will consider a very large area, so the slope will get, it will become steeper. It will be more steep, right? It will be more steep. Yes or no? It will be more steep, and it signifies that number of species found increases. In the NCERT, it is given a steeper slope. Steeper slope. So it signifies that number of species found increases. Number of species found, yes bache, number of species found increases faster than the area explode in very large areas like continents. So steeper, when the slope is getting steeper, you can say that you are considering a very large area. So there you will see the species diversity. Clear bache? So steeper slope signifies that the number of species found increases faster than the area explode in very large areas like continents bache. The steeper slope. Clear? The steeper slope. Is that clear? So ecologists, they have discovered that the value of Z line is in the range of 0.1 to 0.2 regardless of the taxonomic group or the region, right? Just birds in California, mollusca in New York, the slopes of the regression line are amazingly similar. The slopes of the regression line are amazingly similar. Right bache? So if you analyze the species area relationship among very large area like the entire continent, the slope will be steeper. So steeper slope indicates a very large area like continent is considered, right? So the number of species that are increasing, right, they are more than the area that we are increasing there. Okay, so for fruit eating birds and mammals in the tropical forest of different continent, the slope is found to be 1.15. okay, so I told you already what is the meaning of steeper slope. Okay, so the importance of species diversity to the ecosystem. So do you remember that experiments? Firstly, David Tillman ka experiment which tells us about the productivity, and your Paul Ehrlich ka experiment, you know, that is what we need to discuss. So they are saying ki why that species, why it is important to be concerned about the species diversity, why we need to focus that why there is an extinction. If let's say we have 20,000 species of ant, what if they are 15,000? What is going to happen? What will be the major change that can happen here? So what are they saying? See, for many decades, biologists believe that communities with more species, they tend to be more stable than those with less species. So what is the stability? What is the meaning of that? Stable community means, bachche, one second. Okay, ठीक है. Okay, so they are saying stable community means it will not show variation in its productivity. Now you know what is productivity, right? That when the community, when it is stable, there will be no much variation. Why? Because let's say in an area you are taking a plot, you are growing different plants, different species, okay? Then obviously even if one is not, because of any reason, if one is not able to give you the better productivity, the another species can give. So there will be a kind of thing that will be balanced, it will be stable. Just say for an example, just say if you have only one source of income, and if you will be laid off from that job, obviously you will be in trouble. But if you have 3 to 4 sources of income, you will not be in a trouble. So here a stable community will not show too much variation in productivity from year to year. Why? Because it will show the resistance, it will be the resilient. Resilient means, let's say you got troubled with a problem, but you know how to bounce back, right? You know how to bounce back immediately. This is the thing. So it must be either resistant or resilient to the occasional disturbances, natural or man-made. Just I always give you the example of joint family. So when you live together, when you actually have the bonding, it should not be like that joint family should not be there. Okay, on the face they are like, oh, we are also together, but after that they are saying, I hate that person. No, proper joint family where love is there, right? Where love is there. Okay, so obviously if so many people are together, if they are having a strong bond, if there will be any problem, they will fight back. There will be a strong team. They will be a strong team. Okay, if there will be a problem, they can bounce back. Okay, they can discuss the things and they can survive in the tough situations, so that disturbances will not be there. The disturbances will not be there. If any invasion by an alien species, means if any relative, if any neighbor will try to do something, they all will be together and they will not show the disturbance. Okay, so here they have given the experiment of David Tillman's. Okay, so he used outdoor plots and he provides some tentative answers. Just Mr. Tillman was like, ki, let's say one plot, another plot, ki more species showed less year-to-year variation in total biomass. He also showed in his experiment that increased diversity contributed to higher productivity. Just in a plot, if he were in a plot, the plot in which the species diversity was there, so productivity was more. Okay? So we may not understand completely how species richness contributes to the well-being of an ecosystem, right? Right. So bache, it is not just for the ecosystem, for the survival of humans as well. So at a time when we are losing species at an alarming pace, one might answer, does it really matter to us if few species become extinct? Would Western Ghats ecosystem be less functional if frog species will be lost? How is the quality of life will be affected if instead of 20,000 we will have only 15,000 species on earth? So this can be answered with an analogy. So this analogy is Ribbit Popper hypothesis and it is given by Stanford ecologist Paul Ehrlich. I told you, na? So he compared the ecosystem with airplane. Just airplane. Take an airplane. Ecosystem with an airplane. So there is an airplane. The rivets, like nut bolts, they are connecting different parts. Let's say passengers are coming, right? Every time when they are coming, they are damaging that plane, right? But at a slow rate. Just let's say they are popping out the rivets, right? Just let's say chair was fixed, they just pop out that rivet, right? So they are doing like this. So theek hai, it is not going to affect if one passenger, two passenger, if all of them are also doing it, it is not going to affect. But after some time, don't you think the health of that airplane will be disturbed? Obviously. And let's suppose that if someday someone will remove very important rivet, like let's say a rivet which is connecting the wings to the main body, if it will be removed, what will happen? Crash, thum, dhada. This is the case here. So this analogy is explaining it. Okay, so airplane, all the parts are joined together using thousands of rivets. If every passenger traveling and it starts popping a rivet to take home, it may not affect the flight safety initially, but as more and more rivets are removed, the plane becomes dangerously weak. So right, loss of rivets on the wing, right? So wing here means You are talking about the key species that drive major ecosystem function. Key species that drive major ecosystem function. If it will be lost, then definitely there will be a threat. Right, then definitely there will be a threat. That's how you have to understand it. Okay, so let's talk about the loss of biodiversity. Right, so while it is doubtful if any new species is getting added or not, but yeah, we are at a very alarming rate. The species are getting extinct as well. So they have given you the example of the tropic Pacific island. Okay, so the colonization, okay, the colonization of tropic Pacific island. What is there? The colonization of tropic Pacific island by human is said to have led to the extinction of more than 2000 species of native bird. Means humans, when they went there to live there, what happened all of a sudden? What happened all of a sudden? More than 2000 species of native bird, it was extinct. So as per IUCN red list of 2004, let me tell you, this red list, it is not updated. It isn't updated, but still in NCERT it is of 2004 only. So the extinction of 784 species, 784, imagine, you are not talking about the 784 organisms, you are talking about the 784 species. Okay, you are talking about the 784 species, right bache? 784 species. So imagine in that 784 species, how many individuals will be there? Done? So imagine 338 vertebrates are there, 359 invertebrates are there, and 87 plants are there. So imagine in last 500 years, 784 species, they are extinct. So some example of recent extinction, question can come from this part: dodo, Mauritius; quagga, Africa; thylacine, Australia; Steller's sea cow, Russia. This one is very important because it is due to the human activity. Next, 3 subspecies of the tiger. So sometimes in paper they simply ask you the subspecies. Okay, they simply ask you the subspecies, जैसे Bali, Javan, Caspian. Bali, Javan, Caspian of the tiger. So last 20 years alone have witnessed the disappearance of 27 species. Okay, disappearance of 27 species. Imagine in last 20 years. So careful analysis of records shows that extinction across taxa, they are not random. Some groups like amphibian, they are appear to be more vulnerable. Why? Western Ghats, they are using for they are used by us for inhabitation, right? We are disturbing the things there, the climate, we are disturbing the conditions there, so they are not able to survive, right? Adding to grim scenario of extinction, more than 15,500 worldwide are facing the threat of extinction. Imagine. So 12% of all bird species, 23% of mammal, 32% of amphibian, 31% of gymnosperms, they are having the threat to extinction. Again, it's a PYQ. Again, it's a PYQ. Clear, bache? So from a study of the history of life on Earth through fossil records, we learn that large scale loss of species like one we are currently witnessing, it is right. It has also happened earlier, right? 5 extinctions were earlier, but now why is it so concerning? It is the 6th extinction. Why is it so concerning? As I told you already, current species extinction rate are estimated to be 100 to 1000 times faster than the pre-human times, and we humans, our activities are responsible for the faster rates. Clear, bache? Our activities are responsible for the faster rates. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? So in general, loss of biodiversity in a region may result in decline in plant production, lowered resistance to environmental perturbations, drought, and increased variability in certain ecosystems. That is the thing. That is the thing. So what are the causes of biodiversity loss? Everyone say HOAC. Everyone say HOAC. It's a very important question. Everyone please say HOAC. Yes, it is HOAC. Quick, it is HOAC. Please, in the chat section, everyone. Yes. Yes, so it is HOAC. It is HOAC. So it is habitat loss and fragmentation. Yes, bache. It is habitat loss and fragmentation. Habitat loss and fragmentation. Clear, bache? It is over exploitation. Over exploitation. It is alien species invasion. Right, it is alien species invasion and it is co-extinction. This is what HOAC is, and the major cause of biodiversity loss is this. It is the major cause. It is the major cause. Okay, right? So it is HOAC. So the accelerated rate of species extinction that the world is facing now are largely due to the human activities. So there are four major causes. The evil quartet, it is the sobriquet used to describe them, right? Sobriquet used to describe them. Habitat loss and fragmentation. So obviously, just let's say some plants, just let's say there are some plants or some animals. If their habitats, if they will be segmented, fragmented as in ki because of human activity we are destroying it, right? Because of human activity we are destroying it, but that, and because of that what is happening, that particular animal species, it is more vulnerable to the predators. Predators are destroying it, right? Predators are destroying it. That is the reason for their extinction. Okay, bache. So their degree of protection is less. They are not getting the space to mate or to reproduce. Anything can be there. So most important cause driving animals and plants to extinction, it is nothing but the habitat loss and fragmentation. So habitat loss come from tropical rainforest. Imagine the Amazon rainforest, which are the lungs of the heart, we are even destroying them. Why? Because see, if something is in the developing countries, right, so developed countries should support that people. Even development is important, that should be sustainable. Let's say if we are destroying a particular place, right, if we have to develop a place and we have to cut the trees, so we need to regrow the trees at a different place, right? That is how the things will be balanced. That is how the things will be balanced. So they are saying that once covering more than 14% of Earth's land area, imagine, once covering more than 14%, now these Amazon rainforests, they are no more than 6%. Why, bache? Why, bache? Right, and it is even written, by the end you will finish this chapter, 1,000 more hectares of rainforest would have been lost. Right, they would have been lost, imagine. So Amazon rainforest, it is so huge that it is called the lungs of heart, right? Million of species are there, but we destroyed it for cultivating the soya beans, and for conversion it to the grasslands for raising the beef cattle. Obviously it is also important for the survival of the human beings, but again in such cases the developed countries can support there, they can be a better support. We need to be conscious about our environment. Just say now, let's say I am teaching you, I am taking the class, lights are on, AC is going on, so obviously what are we doing? Even we are contributing there, right? But there are some things which we cannot change, but yeah, we can avoid the wastage of water, right? During Diwali or in any festival, we can avoid the crackers. Okay? So whatever we can do, we should do. Even if you are thinking, okay fine, if I will change my ways, what is going to happen? It is, right, that even a very small change, right, of 0.01% is going to be helpful. Okay, it is going to be helpful. Clear, bache? So in addition to the total loss, the degradation of many habitats by pollution also threatens the survival of many species. So when large habitats are broken into smaller fragments due to the human activities, mammals and birds requiring large territories and certain animals with migratory habits, they are badly affected. Okay, then over exploitation. Just people, they eat fish, but we are just focused on eating it. We don't know how to harvest it. That's the point. So humans have always depended on nature for food and shelter, but when need turns to greed, it leads to the over exploitation of natural resources. So many species extinction in the last 5 years, just as Steller's sea cow, passenger pigeon, Steller's sea cow, passenger pigeon, it were due to the over exploitation by humans. So presently many marine population around the world, they are over harvested, endangering the continued existence. So these two examples are important. That is also a PYQ. Understood? That is also a PYQ. Understood? Understood? That is also a PYQ. Then alien species ka invasion. You have the example of carrot grass. You have the example of Ecornia. You have the examples of Nile perch which destroy the cichlid fishes. Okay, there are many examples. So alien species invasion means, let's say a species doesn't belong to a place and we are introducing it there. Now it is not having its natural predator, it is going to destroy the indigenous species there. Okay, so when alien species, they are introduced unintentionally, even deliberately, right, for whatever purpose, some of them turn invasive. Okay, they cause decline or extinction of the indigenous species. Just Nile perch example, which was introduced in Lake Victoria in East Africa, it led eventually to the extinction of an ecologically unique assemblage of more than 200 species of cichlid fish. Right, bache? Right, so one example is of Parthenium carrot grass, Lantana, water hyacinth, these are the example. Or recent illegal introduction of African catfish, Clarius garipinus, for aquaculture purpose is posing a threat to the indigenous catfishes there. ठीक है, बाकी co-extinction, you know that, जैसे plant pollinators, some, you know ना, we see the symbiotic relationship there, right? We see the symbiotic relationship there, we see the mutualism there, right? So co-extinction, when a species become extinct, the plant and animal species associated with it in obligatory way. जैसे one is dependent on another for its life cycle. Pronuba moth and yucca plant, they are so dependent on each other. They are so dependent on each other. ठीक है बच्चे? They are so dependent on each other. If one will be destroyed, the another will also destroy. So co-extinction will be there. Okay. Okay, co-extinction will be there. ठीक है? So conservation में there are two ways, in situ and ex situ. ठीक है? When it comes to the conservation, बच्चे, there are two ways, in situ and ex situ. Everyone repeat it with me, please. It is in situ and ex situ. So let's make a flow chart and then we will discuss it. Okay, so in situ means on site, means we are protecting a particular plant and animal in its natural habitat only. ठीक है बच्चे? One is ex situ, means off site. जैसे let's say the natural environment is not safe for that particular individual and we have to shift it to the another one. So in situ and ex situ is there. So in situ में you will be having the sacred sacred forests, sacred lakes. ठीक है बच्चे? Right बच्चे? या in simple words you can just mention sacred groves. Okay. Okay, then you will have biosphere reserves. Right, biosphere reserves. Then other than that you are having national, right, you are having national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, national park, wildlife sanctuaries. Okay, national parks, wildlife sanctuaries. You are having the hotspots as well. You are having the hotspots as well. ठीक है? Forests, sacred forest lakes, biosphere reserve, national park or wildlife sanctuaries, and hotspots. Okay, so these are the in situ modes of conservation. Then you are having seed banks, botanical gardens, zoological park. जैसे see zoo, zoological park, your botanical garden. And बच्चे, let me tell you, wildlife safari is ex situ. Wildlife safari is ex situ, but wildlife sanctuary is in situ. Then that seed banks, right? And if you remember, the very advanced way is cryopreservation. It's cryopreservation. Getting my point? Cryopreservation, in situ, ex situ. So in situ means off-site, in the natural environment you are going to protect them. Ex situ means off-site, right? On-site, off-site, you will take them to the special environment. Okay, let's talk about it. So why should we conserve the biodiversity? I told you about the ways. Now we will discuss that why should we conserve the biodiversity. What is the reason? Narrowly utilitarian agreements. narrowly utilitarian. What is the meaning of narrowly utilitarian? Yes bache, these are the direct benefits that we are going to get from the plants. It includes what? Direct benefits that we are going to get from the plants. So it arguments for conserving biodiversity. Why? Because we are getting the economic benefits. Food, right? Your firewood, fiber, construction, material, instruction, industrial products, tannin, lubricants, everything. So more than 25% of the drugs which are sold in the market, they are derived from the plants. 25,000 species of plant, they contribute to the traditional medicines which is used by native peoples around the world. So nobody knows how many more medicinal useful plants there are in tropical rainforest waiting to be explored. That's the first point. So with the increasing resources put into the bioprospecting. So this is very important term, bioprospecting. Just let's say you are using living organisms and you are taking, you know, some chemicals from it which are economically beneficial. In simple words, I'm telling you, it is exploring molecular, genetic and species level diversity for products of economic importance. Means you are checking the living resources so that you can get what? So that you can get what? You can get the, yes bache, so that you can get the economically important, right, economically important products. This is the bioprospecting. Clear bache? This is the bioprospecting. Done bache? Right, right, this is bioprospecting. Then the broadly utilitarian, which is the indirect. It includes the indirect roles, right? Just say Amazon rainforest is estimated to produce through photosynthesis 20% of the total oxygen in the earth atmosphere. 20% of the total oxygen in the earth atmosphere, right? So you can get some idea by finding out how much your neighborhood hospital spends on the cylinder of oxygen. Pollination ke liye, let's say, without which plants cannot give us fruit, is another service. Ecosystem provide through pollinators layer this, right? So you know that there are other intangible benefits that we derive from the nature, the aesthetic pleasure also. So yes, you should know that when it is done right, narrowly utilitarian, it means the direct benefit. Broadly utilitarian means indirect benefits. So ethical arguments mein, right? The next is what? The ethical arguments for conserving biodiversity relates to what we owe to the millions of plants, right? So it is our kind duty to be responsible for the species with which we are sharing the planet. This planet is not just for us. Clear bache? This planet is not just for us. So in situ and ex situ conservation. In situ means on site. So firstly, let's talk about the biodiversity hotspots there, right? Biodiversity hotspots there. What are that hotspots? What are that hotspots of biodiversity? They are the areas, right, which are rich in species diversity. Do you know that? What are we discussing? We are discussing the biodiversity hotspots. Okay? Basically, what basis we decide the biodiversity hotspot? So key criteria is high degree of endemism. High degree of endemism. What will be there? High degree of endemism. Right bache? Right bache? Accelerated habitat loss, right? Accelerated habitat loss, right? And then high levels of species richness. High levels of species richness. So let me tell you biodiversity hotspots. But these are the regions, if we will protect them, we can reduce the rate of extinction. देखो, we do not have the resources to protect the, right, we do not have the resources to protect the entire environment, all the species that that are on this planet Earth. We don't have. So we have to be specific. Okay, so biodiversity hotspots, they are the regions, they are the areas where species diversity is too much, but there is endemism. This is something very important. Endemism means you will find, and endemic species means which are restricted to a particular area. Endemism means the species which are located to that particular area only, they are so so restricted, you will not get them anywhere else. You will get them there only. Endemism, right? That species, they are confined to that region, they are not found anywhere else. They are confined to that region, they are not found anywhere else, right? This is what endemism is. Right, जैसे, so high degree of endemism, that you will get these species here only, not at any other place. Habitat loss is too much, and there is high levels of species richness as well. So such hotspots, right, such areas, they are considered as what, right? They are what? Such areas, they are what, bache? They are the biodiversity hotspots. They are the biodiversity hotspots. Got it? They are the biodiversity hotspots. Clear? They are the biodiversity hotspots. ठीक है? So देखो, initially 25 biodiversity hotspots were identified. So if the number of biodiversity hotspot is increasing, it's not a good sign. It is literally not a good sign. So initially 25 biodiversity hotspots were identified, but 9 more were added. So 25 plus 9, it will be, yes, 25 plus 9, it will be 34, right? But now it is not 34, right? See, as per NCERT, it is 34, and in India, out of these 34, there are 3 only. In India, out of these 34, 3 are out of these 34, 3 are in India. Just it is written na, Western Ghats, Sri Lanka, Indo-Burma. So this is as per NCERT. So we have to accept the NCERT ka answer. But actually, you know what? Now in India, there are 4 biodiversity hotspots, right? There are what? There are 4 biodiversity hotspots. It's not 3 now, they are 4. Just Himalayas are there without any doubt, right? Himalayas are there. The Indo-Burma region is also there. Indo-Burma region is also there. Along with that, the Western Ghats are also there. Western Ghats are also there, but there is Sundaland as well, right? This is the one which is added. Okay, it is the one that is added. Okay, so now there are 4. It's not 3. There are 4, right, bache? Right, bache? So biodiversity hotspots in India, they are 4, and overall in the world, right, now there are 36. World mein they are not 34 now, they are 36, and 1 extra is added here in India. So this is the actual thing. In the NCERT, it is not updated. I don't know what they change in NCERT. Obviously, these general things, they should definitely change. So NTA, please listen to it. Okay, kindly update your NCERT. Fine. So that's what we have to remember. Okay. So you can see that all the biodiversity hotspots, if they were put together, they cover less than 2% of Earth's land area, right? But bache, if we will protect them now, we can reduce the extinction rate by almost 30%. Imagine we can reduce it almost by 30%. Okay, so India may, you know that ecologically unique and biodiversity rich regions are illegally protected as biosphere reserve. So if you talk about the biosphere reserve, you will see a core zone, buffer zone, manipulation zone, right? I don't know whether you know it or not, but there will be a core zone, right? There will be a transition zone, there will be a core zone, buffer zone, and transition zone. Okay, there will be a core zone, buffer zone, transition zone. So basically, in one zone, no human activity is allowed. In some, it is somewhere allowed. The one that is not damaging the ecosystem there. Simple, right? So there are national parks and sanctuaries. So yeah, again, it is the data-based information that India now has 14 biosphere reserve, 90 national park, 448 wildlife sanctuaries. So India has also a history of religious and cultural tradition that emphasized protection of nature. So in many cultures, tracts of forest were set aside, and all the trees and wildlife within were venerated and given total protection. Just sacred groves mein, you know that, right? No hunting is allowed. We need to protect that plants and animal because people, they worship it. So it is about their religious beliefs. Okay, so jaise in Khasi, in Genshia hills in Meghalaya, Aravalli hills of Rajasthan, Western Ghat regions of Karnataka and Maharashtra and Sarguja, Chanda and Bastar areas of MP. So Meghalaya's mein sacred groves are the last refuges for large number of rare and threatened plants. Okay, so this is in C2 or XC2 mein offsite. right? जैसे threatened plant and species they are taken out from their natural habitat, they are placed in special setting, जैसे zoo में, botanical garden, wildlife safari. Okay, okay बच्चे, right? So now now you know that the gametes of threatened plant species, they can be preserved in viable and fertile condition for long periods using cryopreservation. So it is an advanced way, you know na, cryopreservation, right? So minus 190 degrees Celsius liquid nitrogen mein we can preserve even the gametes, even the seeds can be preserved, eggs can be preserved. Clear bache? So tissue culturing methods are also there, that is also the XC2 mode of conservation. Seeds of different genetic strains, they are, which are commercially important, they are preserved in seed banks. So this is the point. So biodiversity, it knows no political boundaries bache, and its conservation is therefore a collective responsibility of all the nations. So historic convention on biological diversity, the Earth Summit, it held in Rio de Janeiro in 1992. It called upon all nations to take appropriate measures for the conservation of biodiversity and sustainable utilization of its benefits. So in a follow-up, the World Summit on Sustainable Development held in 2002 in Johannesburg, and South Africa, 190 countries pledged their commitment to achieve by 2010. This is all you need to know, this is all you need to remember. Is that clear? So total 4 chapters are completed without missing anything. You know that we are just reading the NCERT with the lectures also. Okay, we are just reading the NCERT with the lectures also, right? Right, so one more chapter is done. One more chapter is done. Dekho, now I'll be very honest, bache, I have seen today's chat, so I can see that students, they are not enthusiastic now. Now they are, maybe they don't want to revise. I don't know what's the reason. So I'm telling you this thing very clearly on this channel itself. In the Game of NEET series, you will get my evolution detailed lecture. You will get sexual reproduction in flowering plants also. I taught it this chapter on this channel. You can follow that videos. I will ask my team to pin. Now in the evolution, right, I'm not saying directly bye bye to you, right? I'm just giving you the tricks. I'm giving you the tricks and tips. Okay? The first trick is don't miss it. Most important. Okay? Do not miss this part, gaseous mixture. 1:2:1 is the ratio. Yeah, 2:2. It is that 2:1:2. When C, ammonia, NH3. Okay? Then your CH4. Here it is your hydrogen. Okay? This type of question. Temperature 800 degrees Celsius. Right, for how many days this experiment was conducted? 18 days. Fine, 18 days. Right, this is the one question. Second most important question is from this, homologous, analogous. So in my video, timestamps are there. You can revise that particular topic there. Okay, natural selection, do not miss it. Right, the adaptive radiation, do not miss it. So we'll share the PDF right after the class. Do not miss it, because in that detailed video I have discussed everything with you. But now I would like to mention something. The notes are amazing. I'll share the PDF, don't worry about it. Come to this part. Come to this part. Everyone repeat it with me. Right? Repeat this trick with me. Right? It's DARA, H2HENFS. Repeat it with me. This is the sequence. Rest you have to revise it from NCERT only. It is DARA, H2HENFS. DARA, H2HENFS. DARA, H2HENFS. Everyone just repeat it. Everyone just repeat it. DARA, H2HENFS. Let me tell you what is this. Dryopithecus, Ramapithecus, Australopithecus. H2 means Homo habilis. HE means Homo erectus. Then it is NFS, Homo sapiens. Neanderthalensis. Neanderthalensis. This is Homo sapiens fossilis. This is Homo sapiens sapiens. So that's what you need to revise from an NCERT. So Neanderthals, they are having more cranial capacity than us. So it is the sequence. It is the sequence. Okay? It is the sequence. Dara H2HE NFS. Right? Dara H2HE NFS. This is the human evolution and it is the sequence. Right? So I have added the table also. We'll share the PDF. So just pick up the things which are in the NCERT only. Okay? Okay? Right? Right, bache? Now, one more thing. I know you guys are troubled. Okay? See. So, just look at this part. I'll ask my team to pin the lectures. There is nothing to worry about. See this chapter. See this chapter. Okay? Even sexual reproduction in flowering plant is completed. So that's what you guys can do. Okay? So I'll ask my team to pin the link there. Okay? So yes, Leharika, good question. I know some students want me to continue. I can, but see the kind of charts which are going on. Plus, I am not keeping well. I am taking the session. Students are not even focused. They are using this for just chit-chatting. So it will be disturbing for others as well. So because I have already taken classes on these two chapters in detail, then I will provide you the link. So you can save your time, you can increase the speed, you can revise it. We will have detailed biology ke revision sessions. Don't worry about it. We have detailed biology revision sessions also. But one more thing. Now Leharika asked me what about cockroach and what about frog. So I will keep separate live sessions for it. Frog in 60 minutes because only NCERT. Cockroach in 1.5 hour or in less than that. That's what we are going to do. Okay? That's what. No one is suffering because I'm already providing you the videos. Okay? I'm providing you the content. Don't worry. And even in the complete biology marathons, I will pick up from the chapters. From these chapters only. So don't worry about it. So cockroach 1.5 hour. Frog 60 minutes. Okay? These will be the live lectures. Diagram based revision sessions will be there. Okay, diagram based revision session will be there. The complete biology marathon will be there. Complete biology marathon will be there. I will pick up the top 60 or 70 topics here. Fine, top 60 and 70 topics here. Jaise, I think you guys have seen the video, this video. Ye dekho, this video. ETC, right? ETC, have you seen it? ETC in 8 minutes. So same way I am posting the video for the new families. I am posting the video for the revision of respiration. I am posting the video for the revision of photosynthesis and even for the body fluid and circulation. Happy? Happy? Now happy? If you are not happy, then it is of no use. Okay? Plant kingdom families wala video I'll post today. After the class, I'll record it. I'll put that new families wala video. Happy? Now happy? So I am not going to waste my time even after it, after ending your class, because obviously I have planned that class will go for minimum 10 hours, right? So obviously for remaining time, what will I do? I'll record something. I'll put it on the channel. Happy na? Okay? Happy? Kush. So I will be waiting. I'll be waiting for the comments, amazing comments. Do check this video. Okay, do check this video, and there are many other videos, right, which you can use for completion of your topics. So here you guys can see your 1 year subscription is just at rupees 54,999, and that is right. Again I'm repeating students, and that is just till your 25th of April. Okay, right? right? So do join it as soon as possible. Our complete the NEET Unacademy NEET English team is going to teach you. So you guys can see here that 1 year subscription is just for rupees 417 per month, okay, with test series, with notes and everything extra, and you will get it at you get 1 month extra for free. So I think there is some mistake there. It is offer is valid till 24th April only. Okay, it is valid till 24th April only. So take care. We'll share the PDF right after the class. Okay, we'll share the PDF right after the class. So we'll pin the links as well. Done? Chalo, thank you.